Regardless, Nathan's immediate future would involve helping protect the recently liberated city of Halsmet. Loud voices outside the door caught Nathan's attention, and he looked up in confusion.
It didn't sound like fighting, just a loud voice speaking indistinctly, followed by somebody else answering in the affirmative. The door slammed open, and a man in a shining breastplate stepped into the room. His clothes were tailored tightly in a foreign cut, perfectly showing off leonine muscles as hands rested casually on the pommels of twin enchanted swords. Shoulder-length blonde hair blew in a non-existent breeze as his shining purple gaze landed on Nathan.
"Ah, the hero of Halsmet, the mage breaker himself." The intruder's smile flashed, literally illuminating the room with dazzling charm. Chapter 20. Impressive Introductions. Wow, he's cool. That's gotta be the quester. The man stepped out of the door and held out his hand for a handshake. "I'm Brox Thastus, and I hear you're the one who gifted this city with salvation." Nathan jumped to his feet and shook Brox's hand firmly, meeting the man's amethyst eyes and returning the smile as best he could. "Nice to meet you.
You're here to help?" I hope so. He could probably take on the army of Giants Rest single-handedly. He's real hot, too.
Brox let out a resonant chuckle, releasing the handshake and waving for Nathan to follow him. "Clear as silver ice, eh? Indeed, I'm here to end Badud and his little coven of mind mages." Nathan felt the burden release from his shoulders at the words. Brox would take care of Giants Rest. He didn't have to worry. The questor gave the two elites a sweeping gesture as he led Nathan out the door. "Take your rest, faithful guards. It is my desire to speak with the Mage Breaker alone. He shall be safer than a vault of solace." The two freed elites clasped their hands together in a Giants Rest-style salute before trotting off towards the kitchens. Brox kept walking, taking a passage that led to a staircase. "Divine inspiration on you for what you've done with those elites. They were a blasphemy of a true martial adept. But now?"
Now they burn with a vengeful spirit, tempered by the discipline hammered into them by harsh masters. Nathan nodded from where he was walking behind Brox, then realized the man couldn't see him and almost slapped himself. He needed to be impressive, needed to demonstrate that he was worth the questor's attention. Yeah, turning their own slaves against them seemed like the way to win. I did it for the whole city. "Smart. See you at the top. Don't make me wait." Brox turned to climb the staircase. He winked at Nathan and vanished with a burst of displaced air. Nathan stared at the space the questor had occupied. He hadn't felt any magic, but the challenge was clear. He wasn't about to disappoint Brox. So Nathan leapt for the staircase, spending stamina and using every mobility skill he had to accelerate his upwards path. Maybe this is a good time to develop slow fall to keep up. Then I can show Brox I can fly too. That's an impressive trick. Nathan's brows furrowed at the thought. He'd wanted to talk to Kia about that, or take it in the next big fight, but impressing Brox was important. He started pushing off the walls, spending focus to help him place his feet properly as he ricocheted up the staircase. He reached back with enhanced memory, recalling the insight Kia had given him so long ago to develop slow fall into airwalking. She'd taken him into the ruins of old Jamor to show him traces of their culture, their art, and how they'd fallen to the endings regardless. "Let's see," she said. "I need to use my class resource, direct it down to the soles of my feet, and push off of it in mid-air. Use my muscles for the actual force." Nathan felt the talent flex, as if it was pushing the bounds of what it could do. Then he remembered Kia's exhortation to practice first, and to take the development in the middle of a fight.
He felt a twinge of discomfort at the conflict between his memories and his current intentions. I should wait. Kia's advice was good.
Besides, I'm almost at the top of these stairs. Focus and stamina are excellent for physical challenges like this. He emerged from the long staircase to find himself on a balcony near the top of the mansion. The secluded vantage point looked out over the gorgeously decorated garden and the city beyond. Brox was leaning against the railing just ahead, looking out over Hallsmet. He turned back with a photogenic grin. "How's it feel to save your first city? Exhilarating, no?" Nathan felt breathless at the picture of Brox standing against the railing, smiling at him. "Yeah." He swallowed to work saliva back into his mouth. "I feel like I helped a lot of people. Now we gotta protect them from Giant's Rest coming back." He walked over to stand close to Brox, leaning against the balcony next to him. "Mm-hmm. That's the reward for killing a dragon. Slaying all the rest." Brox returned his gaze to the city, his arm brushing against Nathan's. The touch felt like electricity, and Nathan froze in place, trying to control his reactions and not scooch closer to the quester. He's probably used to people throwing themselves at him all the time. I mean, look at him. I need to keep my cool around him, not seem desperate. They didn't speak for a moment, and Nathan racked his brain for something smart to say to Brox. He cast his mind back for a moment, remembering what Sudrael had told him about questers in general, and Brox in particular. He already knew some things about this man. Surely he could leverage that knowledge. With enhanced memory, the guildmistress's voice was clear in his head, as were her warnings against questers. She'd specifically warned Nathan against Brox. Wait, that can't be right. Brox is awesome. Sudrael's gotta be wrong about him. But Nathan's memory didn't lie, and Sudrael hadn't led him astray so far. She'd cautioned him against Brox, and he'd believed her. In fact, he'd intended to stay away from Brox when and if the quester showed up. But that's not what I'm doing, because Brox is cool, and there's no need to stay away. But when did I change my mind about that? Nathan's brows furrowed as he used enhanced memory to scan over the last few minutes, focused on his thoughts about Brox. It was like a switch flipped when he arrived and smiled at me. I felt like he was the coolest person in the world, and I desperately wanted to impress him. That's not right. There must be a skill affecting me. It felt like a bucket of cold water down Nathan's neck. He sunk into battle meditation and activated his rage, though he didn't move a muscle. The wave of cold fury rose and swept away Nathan's attraction to the man. "What's the talent that let you free so many?" Brox's voice was deep and throaty, and it sent tingles up Nathan's spine, even through the resistance of his rage. He struggled not to spill the secrets of his anti-magic, and of Earth. Nathan called up his memories of Sudrael's warning again, focusing on what she'd said and the plans he'd made back then. Brox was dangerous, and what was affecting him right now was a skill. It wasn't Nathan. Congratulations, you have developed the high-tier enhanced memory utility skill into Mental Fortress. Utility skill, Mental Fortress. You have a mental construct to aid with memory and recall. This skill will help you quickly store and recall memories, as well as protect you from skills and spells that would interfere with your thoughts and memories. With time and effort, you can recall older memories and store them in the mental construct. The desire to like and be liked by the quester faded away, and Nathan let his muscles relax. He took a step back from the railing and turned over Brox's question in his head, and how to properly answer it. I do not want to make an enemy of this man. He's a warrior without compare, and could probably break me in half with his pinky. We need him against Giant's Rest.
But I understand why Sudrael made such a big deal about staying away from him. He nearly had me wrapped around his finger. And I don't think he was trying particularly hard. He pursed his lips and answered Brox confidently. Anti-magic. I'm immune to magic, both friendly and not. I recently developed it to let me break spells on other people. I can break slave collars with a touch. No need to talk about it working on basically any magical effect, or absorbing mana to gain stamina, or anything else going on with my build. Brox whistled, the sound like the trill of a reed instrument. A wagey trade. A powerful ability, but to never benefit from magic. He turned and looked Nathan up and down, his eyes seeming to focus in a way they hadn't before. No magical items, cloth and flesh and blood. You must have a dragon of a healing talent, or the toughness of adamant. The quester's smile grew wide, nearly gleeful. This is what I love of Jamor. He gestured towards Nathan in a sweeping gesture, as if to encompass not just him, but the entirety of the Adventurers Guild. Jamor has fire. You face monsters worse than most, and you thrive. The adventurers are the tradition on which Jamor is built, and by the divine does it produce fighters. Brox stepped forward and offered his hand again. I greet you again, Nathan Lark. Would you be my companion for this campaign? Anti-magic seems a fine edge to hold against Giant's Rest. Nathan felt the charm effect buffeting him, trying to persuade him to accept Brox's offer without question. He remembered his real goals, and how they extended beyond being a quester's lackey. Mental Fortress 2 achieved. Now, how to respond? He didn't seem to object when I didn't share the details of my anti-magic talent, but I should deflect. I don't know if he'd take blunt refusal well. I have teammates, and they aided me in taking this city from Giant's Rest. Sudrael is coordinating the adventurers, and we'd need to talk to her before we did anything extreme. We're likely to be sent out on patrol to screen the city from Giant's Rest scouting. The quester nodded, hand stroking the light stubble on his chin. It is no surprise to find that Sudrael is guildmistress. I remember her fire from when I was last here, fighting off an incursion from Agmon. That was a good bout with Yusha, and we held them back. He sighed wistfully, then rounded on Nathan once more. A patrol seems a poor use of your talents, unless you have some weighty intelligence. Let us go speak with Sudrael. I will challenge her plan if it is foolishness, or follow her commands if it is not. Come. I get the sense that Brox needs to be handled carefully, but Sudrael is probably the best person for that anyway. She gave orders to bring him to her immediately. Nathan followed the quester down the stairs at a fast walk, though at least it wasn't the insane speed of the ascent. Nathan hadn't even been able to keep track of the quester's speed then. Brox walked straight to the enchanted map room. A pair of adventurers from the Old Hands stood outside the door, and Nathan greeted them briefly. I wonder what they're going to do now that Delric is dead. They'll probably split up and join other teams, or one of their own will become the leader, and they'll take in some new people. Maybe some of the people from Hulsmet who want to be adventurers. The two guards allowed Brox into the room without question, which made Nathan grimace. What was the point of guards if the right skills let somebody waltz in? Then again, he's a quester. Only the Guardians could match him on the field of battle, so it makes sense he'd outclass us in other areas too. Sudrael was inside, examining the map of Hulsmet. What about Archmage Denar? She looked up as Nathan and Brox entered, breaking off her sentence. Ah, welcome to Hulsmet, Quester Broxthastus. Your arrival sparks our courage. Nathan looked around for Feline, who Sudriel had likely been talking to. One of Merla's subordinates was here, along with Olad, Egal, Gale Shullet, and a few more adventurers he didn't recognize. He caught the briefest glimpse of a black-clad figure slipping through the secret passageway. High tier notice 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. I've never been able to see Feline leaving before when she didn't want to be seen. I think Mental Fortress is countering some of her stealth skills. Along with notice, it's enough. I don't think she wants to be near Brox.
The quester let loose a rolling chuckle, looking around the room and then at the map of the city. This place was captured with enchantments intact. What a prize! You are denying teleport spells? Sudriel nodded respectfully, taking a deep breath and setting herself. Yes, the city was taken quickly, and from within. Exia escaped and now plots her return. It will take some time for her to gather an army, so we brace ourselves for the defense. Ah, spies among the enemy? Yes, we have knowledge of the politics of Giant's Rest, and they are as muddy as ever, even with Badud to command the fist. The smile on Brox's face was benevolent. Wise. Jamor knows the ways of war. He clapped Nathan on the back. I'll be joining Nathan on his patrol. Send us where we can find a fight. The guildmistress shot a look at Nathan, her face guarded. Nathan, what is your desire? Now that you have met Brox, do you wish him with you? I think she's asking if I'm under the sway of Brox's social skills. If she knows Brox, I bet she can predict he'd try to recruit the flashiest adventurer he can find. And after freeing Holzmet, that's me. He shrugged, making a show of being ambivalent. If necessary, though might he be needed in Holzmet? I think the heirs and I can handle a patrol, maybe scout out the nearby dungeons for their dangers. Brox wasn't dissuaded. Ah, a capable team for a capable adventurer. It is my desire to help explore these lands. We could even clear a dungeon. Sudriel tensed, looking between Nathan and Brox. She hesitated for a second, clearly thinking. That's a good way to kill the problem. But the heirs have been fighting in hostile territory for a long time. I have given them 2 days of rest. Would you like to join another team on patrol? Or take a tour of the city? The questor frowned, his expression shifting towards annoyance. The guildmistress waved towards Nathan. Once the heirs are rested, you may join them. They need to rest, else even their adamant will crack. Brox's face smoothed out, and he nodded at the suggestion. A tour of this city sounds good. I would like to see how Giant's Rest manages their holdings, and what changes Jamore is making. I can take him around. I'm familiar with the city, Olad butted in. He was staring wide-eyed at Brox as if entranced. The quester looked Olad up and down and raised an eyebrow at his heavy armor. Yes, that is my desire. Are the adventurers mostly staying in this mansion? You shall be my comrades for the upcoming battle. Some are here. Many are staying in the houses nearby, Sudriel said, her answer non-committal. The new leaders of Halsmet are here as well, and the freed slaves are celebrating across the city. Lilus can show you where the parties are being organized. The guildmistress gestured towards the pretty scribe who had stood behind Merla during the meeting earlier. The woman squeaked, her eyes locked onto Brox in wonder. He smiled back. Yes, it seems there is much to busy myself with in this city. I think she's trying to foist him off to places where he can't interfere. Not sure if having the de facto head of the Halsmet military and the right-hand woman of the mayor under his sway isn't a problem. Brox stepped towards Olad, leaving Nathan behind. Tell me, you are an elite of Giant's Rest? The big fighter snorted. I was. Then the Magebreaker freed me, and now I fight them with steel in my fist. The quester's smile bloomed again, shining across the room and making several people go weak-kneed. "Excellent! Take me on this tour." He turned to the scribe. "Lilus, may I have the honor of your company as well?" Sudriel made a shooing motion at Nathan behind Brox's back, then turned back to the map as Brox continued chatting with the two recently freed slaves. Nathan took the hint and left while the quester was distracted. He found Stanel and his children in a corner of the garden. Arl had fully activated his armor and was walking through a greatsword drill in slow motion. His father and sister stood to the side, observing his movements in the magically powered armor. They broke off as Nathan called out, walking toward them and waving his hands. "What occurs?" Sarah greeted him, her face perking up. "You stared at enough walls?" "Brox is here," Nathan said in response. Stanel grimaced and his body tensed up. He looked around warily while his hand drifted to the pouch that held his armory. "Where?" "I left him in the enchantment control room. He talked with Sudriel, and then Olad was going to take him on a tour of the city." The weapon master relaxed a fraction and took a breath to steady himself. "True aim. The guild mistress has dealt with him before. He's a tough ghoul. I'd rather wake a dungeon than work with that man." He shivered. "But he's got a social skill forged of adamant. Every time he visits, I am drawn to him, despite the tragedies of the past." The elite adventurer seemed shaken by the news of Brox's presence and unhappy at the thought of the questor being around. The helmet retracted from Arl's face, and he laid a comforting hand on his father's arm. "You can stay away from him. We can stay away from him. He is a single man, and he fights with us." Stanel nodded, reaching out to embrace his son. "Should I tell him? I should tell them now. I don't know all of the history here." "I think Sudriel is going to send him out on patrol with us, with the heirs, to keep him busy until the battle." "I'm immune to his social skills, and the heirs have been developing their own resistances. I think that's why she wants to do it." Stanel's face turned to stone, and his head rotated slowly towards Nathan. "I will not allow that. Not even as a game." Sarah's voice was calming, but she looked troubled at the news and her father's reaction. "Let's go find the rest of the heirs, and the guardians. We can start the party early and talk about this." Chapter 21. Uncomfortable Conversations. They found Kia and Kachi out in the square where Nathan and the adventurers had killed so many mages. Somebody had cleaned up the stage and smoothed out the stone ruined in the fight, and now it was the location of an impromptu clinic. Several Gamor mages were offering healing to whoever needed it. Kia and Kachi were among them, working on cases that required their divine touch. Many of the new citizens of Halsmet seemed to be stopping by, though few of those present had truly dangerous injuries. Kachi was standing over a frail old man, glowing with divine power as he channeled his magic. Stanel walked up, catching Kaya's attention. He jerked his head, not saying a word. Kaya gauged his expression, then nodded and moved to look over Kachi's shoulder. She watched for a moment, then tapped her adopted son on the arm. "You are yet mortal. Do not overexert yourself in pursuit of the divine." Kachi shook his head as if snapping out of a trance. He stepped away while his patient sat up and ran his arms across his torso with an awed expression on his face. Kaya turned to the old mage running the clinic, whom Nathan recognized as Kozar's teammate, Argon. "We're off to the mansion. Send a runner if divine healing is needed." Argon acknowledged her words and waved them away. "As the tide calls." They had to ask the elites guarding the front doors of Exia's mansion where to find Stella and her parents. They were directed to the kitchens, which were bustling with activity. A dozen people toiled in the grand space, making use of enchanted tools to whip out food. Stanel zeroed in on the matronly woman who seemed to be in charge of the barely organized scrum.
Honored Elder, we are looking for 3 mages of Jamor, one of them a foxfolk. The woman turned with a frown, and Nathan recognized the woman as the last person he'd broken from mental magic in Exia's courtyard. She wore the same apron, and it was still dusted with flour. She met Nathan's eyes and started, then bowed her head respectfully to all of them. Adventurers! Ah, yes. They went to the second lounge. She called out to one of the workers. Fran, get a tray of the good pastries and the meat pies that just came out, and show them the route. The young man nodded quickly and ducked between 2 others to open a cabinet, grabbing a tray of pastries and another heaped high with steaming pies. Stanel reached for his coin pouch.
I do not know where the prices will land, but... The woman chortled and waved him away. That will come later, to be sure. For now, I am paid in respect. It's a new enough currency to me. As they were led away, Nathan heard her mumbling under her breath. Ha! Honored Elder. Fran directed them to a little door not far from the kitchens. Nathan sensed a spell of some kind on the doors, but it didn't seem imminently aggressive. Stanel knocked firmly. A moment later, the spell unraveled, and Dallow's voice came from within. Enter. The space inside was cozy, but not small, crowded with overstuffed couches and small tables. There was already a plate of pastries on the central table, as well as several jugs of drinks dripping with condensation. The Caxel family sat on a couch, with Kulal wrapped around Stella and Dallow on the other side. Nathan's teammate looked a little squished, but not unhappy about it. What occurs? Dallow's voice was low, but he was tense and ready to act. Stanel waved for Fran to set the food on the tables, closing the door after the young man left. He waved to Dallow. Privacy, please. The mage recast the spell and turned to Stanel expectantly. Everybody except Sarah, Arl, and Nathan were looking at Stanel as if he'd gone mad. Here we go. Time to find out why this is such a problem, beyond the obvious. Brox tried to recruit me out of nowhere with a strong social skill. But I haven't even mentioned that part yet. The questor is here, and it's Brox. Nathan said Sudrael means for him to join the heirs on patrol. The reactions were varied. Kaya frowned thoughtfully, while Kulal bit her lip with worry. Dallow blinked in surprise, then his face filled with fury. I would not invite that soul-eater into our village if he was not needed. But with the heirs? He stood up and started pacing. We could ambush him. Together, from surprise. We could take him. Kulal cages him with force pains. I fill the interior with fire, and Stanel and Kia each take a side to block breakout. Do you think we can bring Leska and Zarian to help? Dallow's wife reached up and grabbed his arm, pulling him back to the couch. We are not fighting a questor that is not against us. That's a fool's deed. We can speak to Sudrael. She's not wrong. Kia stood with arms crossed, her expression flat and displeased. The heirs are a weight he will accept, and likely to survive staring this ghoul in the eye. Go teach a mage to light a fire. Stanel was pissed. He would put the heirs in the center of every fight, and might lead them straight for Giant's Rest. He'll return in a week, alone with a tragic story of how our children perished, fighting the entire army themselves. Dallow nodded along, his bushy eyebrows drawing down. We can suggest he take the legacy of Gamora instead. I have a favor with... The heirs are the best choice. Kaya's voice cut through Dallow's, and his head snapped up at the interruption. None other can stand up to him, and their youth means he will entertain and guide them instead of challenging and commanding them. Stanel opened his mouth again, but the golden light from Kaya's eyes intensified as her voice gained a faint reverberation. They would face danger regardless. Nathan has killed one archmage and wounded another. They took this city. They will draw any mage eager for repute as a dragon's egg draws greed." Her words stoked resolve in Nathan, like she was giving a rallying speech before a battle. They already face the waking giant. At least with Brox, they will have an ally who has killed gods. The shine coming from Kaya flickered, and she sat heavily in a chair, seemingly drained. There was a moment of silence as everybody considered what she'd said. Dallo and Stanel were on the verge of replying in anger, but Kia's outburst and accompanying skill had broken them out of their spiral of fear. Stanel opened his mouth to speak, but Kulal beat him to it. "She speaks the truth. They are young, but burn brightly enough that every mage of Giant's Rest who eyes glory will seek them out. A questor will draw trouble, but he will also provide protection from what is coming for them regardless." "Unless he commands them into a dungeon," Dallo said. "It's happened before." Kia held up a finger, sounding exhausted. "Nathan can resist his skills. I would bet stalker bones to dragon teeth that Kachi can too. All of the heirs have been training to resist mental skills. This will help them develop those skills. We must trust our heirs to stand against this threat, as they have all others." Sarah's voice was frustrated as she interrupted. "Consider the oath we have sworn, to end the endings. Killing that problem will require we deal with questors." "Who else can answer questions of the endings?" She was glaring around the room, daring any of the guardians to interrupt. "We will challenge this dragon. Brox is an opportunity for us as well as a risk. Deny us, and you deny our path." Everybody took a moment to digest that. Then Dallo gave a heavy sigh and slowly reached for one of the jugs on the central table. "I would not smother your fire. Pardon my axe. This is your decision to make, and you have made it." He poured himself a glass and panned his gaze over the rest of the heirs, seeing if any of them would disagree with Sarah's words. Nathan met the eyes of each of his friends in turn, sharing small nods all around. He voiced his agreement. "We're agreed. Brox might be an ass, but when Giant's Rest comes after us, it'll be good to have him around. We might be able to learn more about the endings from him, too." Stanel sat down, reaching for the tray of hot pies to go with his jug. "That seems to be baiting the castle bear, but it is your path." He bit into the pie and snorted. "That dungeon is woken already." Kaya pulled a bottle out from a dimensional bag at her belt, snagging 2 glasses. She poured a viscous purple liquid out and slid one glass over to Nathan. He raised his glass at her before sipping at the flowery drink within. "Ah, Umna. Sweet and fruity. Just how I like my alcohol." With a smile, Kulal started floating plates and drinks to people. "Well, we meant to do this later, but now that we're gathered, might as well do it now." With her words and the freely distributed alcohol, the tension in the room relaxed significantly. Nathan remembered the last time they'd had one of these parties. It had been after surviving Tail's ambush outside of Farfield. The time before that had been after their blooding patrol. Each time they'd talked through trauma and stress. There's more than enough of that to go around now. They chatted about small things for a little while, with Stanel asking after the state of Kachi's gear, while Dallo admired the enchantments on Arl's new sword. Kia had heard of Stella's apocalyptic spell outside of Taran and started quizzing her on its capabilities. Kulal turned to Nathan, fixing him with a benevolent smile. "I know you have received accolades aplenty for your deeds, but I would offer one more. You saved my child from a terrible fate. That has earned you freedom and brightness in my eyes. Thank you, Nathan." He smiled sadly in return. "You're welcome. I wish it had never happened. I felt responsible. They were only captured because of me." The foxwoman inclined her head slightly to acknowledge his point.
An archmage may have made the attempt regardless, simply because they were our heirs. But to draw the attention of a questor is a path towards levels or death. Her expression grew grim.
You would have been right to come back to Gamor, to inform us and get help. Dallo was angry you did not do so at first. She shot a glance at her husband, who was definitely listening even as he cooed over the gauntlet from Arl's new armor. But to hear that our child had been captured by Giant's Rest, and then in the next breath that she was free, that was relief unending. Kulal swallowed, as if holding back tears. To think how it would have felt to know she was imprisoned, and that I would need to fight Giant's Rest to free her. It would have led to smoke and blood. It may have caused the destruction of Gamor. It might still. Dallo handed Arl back the gauntlet he'd been examining. But I understand your meaning of friendship better now, and praise prophecy that you have become friends with my daughter. Ah, let's face the muck-grabber, Stanel said. You were captured by Giant's Rest, and that is a weighty thing. It's a blasphemous burden to bear, he sighed, looking around bleakly. It's happened a few times, when an adventurer is captured and enslaved, then freed once more. I remember Arthur saying that Giant's Rest mages like to capture Gamor adventurers and show them off like trophies. There is no way you should react. This has happened, and how you feel about it is your own. Some dedicate themselves to the destruction of Giant's Rest. Stanel gestured towards Nathan. Some wish to never risk that fate again and refuse to fight Giant's Rest. Others have sworn off adventuring entirely. Others become self-destructive. The dark-skinned man shrugged. We will listen, if you would speak about it. Sarah glanced at her brother, then at the rest of the heirs. We were never enslaved. We awoke in a device designed to prevent our escape and enforce despair, but Tael never cast spells on us. It was terrifying, but I didn't lose hope. Nathan arrived before the Archmage returned, Arl said, picking up the story. I was determined to fight him in any way I could, but we didn't need to. He glanced between Kachi and Stella, clearly ceding the floor. Stella was snuggled against her mother's side and didn't say anything. Kachi hesitated a moment, then spoke. I gained an aspect in that room. His mother had been watching him speak, but at those words, her gaze sharpened into an almost physical thing. The wolfman continued, and a faint golden light started to shine from him, as it seemed to every time he discussed his class or the gods. Before, the path of adventuring meant protecting those who could not protect themselves. It meant supporting my allies as they killed those who would harm our people. Now, I understand the value of hope. Tael tried to deny it, to lock us away until our defiance drained the way. The light shining from Kachi seemed to grow richer, becoming a deeper and truer shade of gold. Hope was our battlefield. I understood Giant's Rest better in that room, and my opposition to them. They are the death of hope, the death of dreams, of the potential for good. The divine Justicar's eyes were introspective, seemingly unaware of the light he was casting around the room. Nathan could feel it reaching out to him, a gentle, divine spell of inspiration and encouragement. He withdrew his aura as much as he could to let the soothing glow wash across his skin. Stella let out a deep breath and relaxed as the light washed across her face. It seemed to be doing her good. But Kachi wasn't done. I saw the light of hope spread through the city, following in Nathan's wake. Those who were once enslaved granted a chance to be their own. Of all of the deeds of Halsmet, that was the greatest. The spell dimmed, but only slowly. Everybody sat and enjoyed it for a moment. Nathan grabbed another meat pie and sipped some of his drink,
But he didn't break the silence. Stella spoke up, her voice low but steady.
It was like he controlled what I wanted. I tried to fight it. Kulal hugged her daughter tighter, but Stella shrugged out of the embrace and leaned forward on the couch. There were several spells, and they controlled me completely. I desired to fulfill his every command and could barely think of any other purpose. Now her breath shuddered a little. I had moments where I knew I was betraying everything, where the despair consumed me. But then I remembered I had a master, and he wanted me to serve. When he commanded me to fight Nathan, all of me felt relief. It meant freedom, or the loss of hope, which felt like one and the same. She shivered slightly and leaned back into her mother's embrace. He wanted so much. He had more power and wealth than any of us, but it wasn't enough. He wanted more magic, more status. He wanted to rule Giant's Rest, but not to do anything with it. Just to be at the top. Kaya spoke slowly.
Has this changed your path?
No, Stella spoke quickly, looking around as if daring anybody to challenge her statement. Nobody did. Then the young mage stopped and took a deep breath. Yes, she paused. I don't want to share anything with Tail. Magic is wonderful, but he used it because it gave him power. It was a way for a small man to feel important. I learn magic because of its own beauty. Use it to understand the world and make wonder. I won't use my magic to make horrors. That's how Giant's Rest uses it, and my path calls me to break them for that blasphemy. Dallo and Kulal looked at each other with worry in their eyes, but didn't say anything. Sarah raised a glass in a toast. A cheer for Stella, a mage unbroken. May your path be prophecy. Everybody raised their drinks alongside hers, then drank them down. Stanel went around and started refilling drinks with a flourish. I am proud to be free of regret.
The giant came for you all, and our heirs have survived. Thrived, even. Your paths lie changed, but unbroken. What developments have you achieved?
Sarah smirked. Mind Shield is high tier now. It's a good edge to hold if we're going to be fighting Giant's Rest more, especially alongside Brock's. Arl snorted. Mine too. I've also developed unseen hands. Fighting while invisible gave me the necessary insight to develop it into unseen strikes. Fighting while invisible? Stanel looked over Arl's armor again. That armor is blasphemously powerful. The fighter shook his head. Igal cast the spell. She's a mage of Giant's Rest that Nathan rescued, trained as a nail before being enslaved. She helped us win. A nail? Dallo's face pinched. Casting invisibility on others is a rare insight. They would never let one like that be enslaved. You cannot trust her. Sarah frowned, her voice tight. We can. She was enslaved by Exia's favored scion and carries no loyalty for Giant's Rest.
I've spent a lot of time talking to her, and she helped us in the fighting. Made Arl invisible, and after Exia fled, she dropped 50 soldiers with an ice spell so we could kill the mage cowering behind them. She doesn't want to fight, but she won't go back to Giant's Rest. Trust my word. The old man gave her a long, suspicious look. As you say. While the others were talking, Nathan had drained his glass of umna again. He'd told the heirs about his second class, and he should tell the guardians as well. He just didn't expect their response to be as positive. A lot of them probably know the insight and decided against it. They're over level 729 in one class, so what would starting fresh with a new class really get them? Kia gestured for him to slide his glass down to her, where she refilled it and sent it back. Her gaze captured his. After this battle, if we win, will you go to Giant's Rest, Nathan? Attempt to repeat your deed and kill the giant?
He set down the drink and sighed.
Yes, I have the skills. I gained a second class that will let me sneak into the city alongside Feline.
The Guardians all traded glances, and Kia nodded as if she'd just confirmed a hypothesis. How many did you kill to gain that class? Chapter 22. Future Prophecies. Nathan matched gazes with Kia across the table. It wasn't like looking at a mentor. It was like looking at a divine avatar of judgment. The woman felt larger than life, and Nathan's mana sense told him that an incredible amount of divine mana lay under the woman's skin, waiting for his answer. I knew this was going to be a problem. His forehead creased as the thought came. No, don't think of it like that. I'm not trying to say whatever I need to in order to escape Kia's wrath. I can trust her. She doesn't answer to an uncaring God. She is that God. She's never steered me wrong, and she's always been honest. If she's trying to say something here, it's for a good reason, and I should listen.
Only one. Histoldo fulku, Nathan replied.
Kia frowned at him, tilting her head. Her gaze was heavy, clearly waiting to hear more. The divine presence inside her felt like an executioner's cleaver, poised to fall. Extrapolating from what's going on with Kachi, I think this is a question close to her divinity. She's not threatening me, but her path demands she figure out if I've become a mass murderer. He sighed deeply. I've killed a lot of mages since I gained the class. 32 mages of Giant's Rest in all. They're the evil I've sworn to fight, and it was war. Was I supposed to try to capture them all? The holy warrior's golden eyes lay on him for a moment longer before she spoke. In battle, fight to win. I would likely have killed many of those mages myself. Giant's Rest breeds evil into its mages as a muck-grabber breeds filth. Once you are in battle, it is too late to choose.
But beware what battles your path leads you to. If you continue without thought, you may betray yourself and those who depend on you. Kachi said something similar. I guess I know where it came from. Nathan's response was clipped. Kachi's warned me about the dangers of seeing people as sources of levels. I swear to you that I won't go crazy for power and start killing people just for the levels I'm rewarded with. The divine presence felt like it approved of his answer, and a very slight smile appeared on Kia's face. True aim. But I would ask one question more. Can you say that every person you killed deserved your rage? Are you certain? Nathan opened his mouth to protest, but Kia cut him off with a small gesture, and he let her speak. It is impossible to always be correct, and in battle you must fight to kill. That is the reason to seek righteous battle.
You will make mistakes, but the alternative is to do nothing, to cede the initiative and allow your enemies free movement.
She paused, making sure he was following.
But to act, to kill those who do evil, is to take on the heaviest responsibility there is. If you err, then you have killed an innocent, a crime unforgivable.
She leaned forward, harsh light shining from her eyes. It was a direct conduit to an ancient power of righteousness and glory. A shard of a god, scavenged by a mortal woman and bound by principle and duty to serve her purposes. But that piece of divinity had left its own mark on her in turn.
So, Nathan Lark, weigh your deeds. Count your actions such that the good you deal, the people you free, outweigh the innocents you kill. Beyond all, never assume your goals justify any act. That is the way of the monsters you hunt. The light started to dim, the mana ebbing away. Kaya's faint smile grew somewhat crooked.
I hope I'll go as luck rides with you, and you never drift from your path.
My own demands that I be certain in my judgment. It is why we fight monsters that cannot be mistaken." The divine presence receded entirely, and Kaya's last words were soft. "Do not become one." Nathan grappled with Kaya's words for a moment as the heirs and their parents looked on. Arl bit into a crumbly pastry, dropping crumbs all over his lap. He tried to surreptitiously brush off the crumbs, but the motion made Nathan snort. It also broke the tension, and everybody reached for food and drinks that had been abandoned when the conversation turned serious. The pause gave Nathan a chance to internalize what Kaya had said, without feeling like he was under quite as much pressure to respond immediately. "That's a good way to put it. Killing people is bad, but sometimes necessary. But when you go down that road, you take on the responsibility of being right. If you go all utilitarian and do terrible things for a greater good, then you'd better be damned sure that your terrible actions are both effective and necessary." He sighed and reached out for his own drink, continuing to mull over the dilemma in his head. What I'm doing, killing bad people, it's necessary, because otherwise they'll keep doing evil things. But it's on me to make sure I don't go too far. Not every action is justified, even to take down Giant's Rest, especially if there's an alternative. He looked up to see Kaya still watching him, her gaze focused but not unkind. He met her eyes once more, seeing the divine will that dwelled within, a banked ember that could flare into an inferno. Nathan gave her a slow and serious nod. "Yeah, I agree. No goal justifies every act." She smiled in response, the expression sad but warm. "I'm proud to call you my student. Welcome to the realms of the elites, Nathan Lark.
May your battles be just."
The last slivers of judgmental energy dissipated, and Kaya relaxed back in her chair, reaching for her drink.
"Does that mean the rest of us are elite adventurers too?" Stella said from the couch. Stanel shook his head. What Kaya means when she says elite is different from what a normal adventurer would mean. To her, anybody can conquer a dungeon or slay a monster. The elites are those who change things, break an empire, establish the villages. He ruffled Arl's hair. By the tally of your deeds, you're all elites by the measure of the guild. If it didn't happen when you fought off the Agmon raid or an archmage's ambush, it was when you defeated an army of old Gemor constructs. Conquering Hulsmet, that has only stoked the flame. Then what of questers? Are they elites to you, Kaya? Kachi said, looking pensive. Kaya drew in a deep breath, her eyebrows sloping down. Questers stand alone, apart from all.
I do not know what it is like in their home, but when they visit us, they do not accept the consequences for what they do, she sighed.
Because they leave. Some try to help, but they do not know this place. They do not understand the conflict between Gemor and Giant's Rest. But we cannot turn them away either, for then a questor allied to our rivals would conquer us. I sometimes believe the ending of history is not all dungeons awakening, but a battle between all questors over deeds so old as to be history. But I cannot reach a prophecy about the endings, so I do not know. Kaya settled back farther into her chair, taking another drink of the syrupy purple liquor. We should talk about questors, if you'll be dealing with one, Stanel said, glancing at the other guardians. Agreed. Dallo leaned forward, panning his gaze around to impress on the heirs that this was serious. He doesn't do the serious glare thing as well as Kaya.
We only know of a few questors, but they're all different. They have different builds, different personalities, and different weaknesses. Some speak with magic, others will grant grand insights to those they find friendship with. What is always consistent is that they will never value your lives. He set his hands carefully on the table.
A quester will fight a dragon at your side, and may even help you with items and insights. But they will be free of regret if you die in battle. To an allied quester, you are an asset, not a person. Stanley picked up the thread. To an enemy quester, you are an obstacle. He indicated Nathan. Or a rival. I hope the presence of Brox distracts Badud from you all. But we should describe Brox's abilities to you. I am afraid we know nothing of Badud. The weapon master shrugged. Brox seeks glory and excitement. If he sees a foe it would be fun to fight, he'll run for them. He won't consider deeper strategy, and he won't stick to a plan.
He'll charge an enemy when it would be wiser to be cautious. But for all that, he's a dragon on the battlefield. He doesn't use magic, just his 2 enchanted blades, and his build is all about speed. Stanley tilted his head back, recalling a memory. I've seen him run from one side of the battlefield to the other in a breath, striking down dozens along the way. His blades are as the wind, but they are not unstoppable. I can match him for a dozen strikes, but it would push me to my limit. Dallo was next, a flare of actinic light in his eyes. Brox is not unkillable. He dodges magic, but when he jumps to strike airborne targets, he cannot maneuver. If Kulal was unable to cage him in force, I would tempt him to jump and then strike with an unstoppable magic as soon as he was airborne. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to talk to Kia about airwalking. His wife reached out to caress the mage's cheek. But we do not have to fight Brox, unless we raise the past without reason. Stanley took a drink and wiped his lips, looking surly. I'd trade him for Badud in a blasphemous instant. Badud seems a plotter, and in a questor that is dangerous. Brox is just a delving idiot. Nathan waited to see if the Guardians were going to say anything else about questers. When they didn't, he turned back to Kaya. I ranked up to rank 10. I'm ready to develop it for airwalking, but I wanted to ask your advice. Dallo had been in the middle of a drink, and he started coughing vigorously. What? He patted himself on the chest and cleared his throat. You're going to have now? The mage turned to Kaya. It took you 2 decades. It's been 2 months since you taught him the first insight. He started grumbling. Flying anti-mage, a blasphemous build. Kaya's lips turned up slightly. I did not liberate a city. She turned back to Nathan. Well done. I will repeat what I said then. Consider your insight, but do not trigger the development until a suitable fight. The greater the insight and the more impressive the deed, the better the resulting talent will be. It will use less stamina and let you push harder. If Algoa's luck rides with you, then it will be a dangerous fight, where airwalking grants you a substantial advantage and enables you to win where you might have lost otherwise. I developed my talent in a fight against an Agmon legion, using it to strike down their commander. She shrugged. Such a fight may not occur for a time, especially if you take Brox on patrol. If necessary, just have Stella throw you into a fight, and then develop the talent, using it to drop down and strike an enemy. It may benefit you to keep it reserved. An unexpected ability is often the key to winning a difficult fight. Yeah, like when I developed Perfected Body and became immune to poison. Nathan took in the advice, thinking for a moment. Should I hide the talent from Brox? It might be a helpful trump card. Stanley nodded. Yes, if he knows you're trying to develop it, he'll want to be part of it. Then he'll want you to show it off. Don't tell him, but do not expect it to help if you fight him. The man jumps like a striped wolf. Pardon my axe, but is that the end of adventurer business? Kulal broke in gently, her expression expectant. We have fine drinks and better pastries to enjoy. We'll miss the meal hiding in the bushes, Sarah said,
leaning forward to grab some more of the meat pies and chowing down. The tension ratcheted back down as the heirs and the guardians chatted about small things, happy to avoid talking about the recent conflict or the foreboding future. After a little while, Nathan looked over at Stella. "Hey, Stella. Dalo and Kulal, too. I recently got a really good look at one of the most impressive force spells I've ever seen. Can I try to explain it to you?" Kulal blinked at him in confusion.
Do you wish to teach a mage to light a fire? I taught Stella all she knows of force magic. It is a different tradition than used by Giant's Rest. Yeah, but I think I got some insights that might help your force magic too, Nathan said. Both of her parents looked doubtful, but Stella was excited. Just listen. Nathan's good at explanations. He's got a teaching skill, and his mana sense is better than mine. That, and I can get a real close look at spells that should vaporize me. Dalo raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, clearly humoring Nathan. Go ahead. We'll listen. Okay, so when we charged the square, there was this old artisan mage. His name was Thulio do Palogi. He cast this big force dome that let spells pass through one direction, but not the other. It was also the most efficient force shield I've ever encountered. Kulal frowned. That name has been spoken before. I think he enchanted the shield stones on the raiding parties. You killed him? Yep. He killed Del Ricanesto first, and tried to get Kachi, Nathan replied, remembering the old man's crushing force spell. You really can't just be a fighter on Devrar. You need something else. Magic, or faith, or a powerful enchanted item. Otherwise, a mage will just flick their fingers and squash you. Anyway, the spell. There were a few really impressive parts of it. First, the part that let magic through in one direction. Beyond that, it had a structure that reminded me of something on Earth called a geodesic dome, which helps spread force out so it doesn't break the overall structure. Let me remember how it worked. Mental Fortress 3 achieved. He guided Stella through assembling a miniature version of the dome shape, then tried to explain the way that it had actively distributed force around the structure, using the reinforcing struts as channels to guide mana where it was needed. She started to get it, and Kulal grew interested as Nathan explained how the dome had repaired itself. Then he moved on to describe the one-way properties of the spell. This was harder and took a lot more analogies. It was like it was in a very specific phase, which caused interference with spells coming from the outside, but not from the inside. Stella scrunched her face up, trying to understand, but her mother just looked completely confused. Fair. I've taught Stella about phases and interference, but Kulal doesn't have a clue. He tried again. Okay, let's do this more practically. Can you cast a force spell? I'm going to try to use my anti-magic to destabilize it in a specific way so that you can understand what I mean. It'll only work for an instant before the spell breaks, but it's like a specific vibration of the mana, not the spell itself. They kept at it for almost an hour, continuing to eat and drink the entire time. The other adventurers prodded them for doing work, but Kulal prodded right back. Don't smother our fire. This is fun. The foxwoman decided to cast a dozen subtly different force blocks, then have Nathan indicate the one that was the closest to what he was looking for. After a bit longer, she cast a shield that wavered unsteadily. Nathan pointed at it. Close, but the mana structure isn't stable because of the way the bands are arranged. If you take out this flow, then the instability goes away and it will start being permeable to mana. He reached out with a tendril of anti-magic and cut loose the offending portion of the spell, causing it to stabilize for a second before the whole thing melted into loose mana. Kulal's brows drew down as she stared at where the shield had been. Then she cast another spell. This one was almost more purple than blue. Her mouth dropped open in shock.
I just developed mana tuning.
I've had that skill at max rank for 12 years. Congratulations, you have developed the mid-tier lecturing utility skill into high-tier lecturing. Utility skill, high-tier lecturing. This skill will help you explain concepts, smoothing over gaps and aiding greatly in explanation and understanding. It will help your students connect their own knowledge to what you say, but will not fill in details you do not know, and will not help you suppress people's doubts about what you are teaching. Huh. I just developed my teaching skill. It's high tier now. Nice. Dallo turned around, attention drawn by the commotion. What occurs? Did you develop a skill, dear? She nodded mutely, gesturing at the purple shield. She flicked a force bolt at it, and it went straight through and impacted the wall. His jaw dropped. Blasphemous endings. Hey, Kia said from farther down the table, rolling her eyes. None of that. Kulal turned back to Nathan. I am free of regrets for your teaching. She turned to her daughter. Is this what it's like all the time? Her daughter shrugged, tilting her head from side to side. Not always, but often. There was a knock at the door, interrupting the conversation. Dallo muttered something, checking the spells on the door. It's your freed nail. Do you wish to speak with her? Let her in. It was Sarah who stood and moved toward the door. Dallo waved his hands and the door unsealed. Sarah opened it, revealing Igal on the other side. She addressed Nathan. Merla wants you. They've brought in all of the slaves from the outlying villages. It's time to free them. Oh, I can't believe I let that slip my mind. I'll be right there. He got up, draining his drink and putting it back on the table. The heirs stood to follow, but Nathan waved them back down. I can handle this. Stay and chat with your parents. I've got the elites with me. They sat back down, and as Nathan moved to close the door, he saw Al reach into his pack. I want eyes on this dimensional ring from a... He turned to Igal. Lead on. Chapter 23. Leaving a Legacy. The door closed behind them, and Nathan appraised Igal. She was no longer wearing the robes of a Giant's Rest mage, instead dressed in a fine but plain tunic of green and white. It reminded Nathan of the group of scribes who'd started running the city. He raised an eyebrow at the outfit. Are you working for Merla now? Igal gestured for him to take the lead. She followed him as he started winding his way out of the building. Yes, apart from the adventurers, there are no mages left in Halsmed. Not even the meanest finger of the giants will. If the adventurers leave, there will be nobody to heal the sick, or recharge the enchantments that do not charge themselves. Merla wants me to start training new mages. Wow, she'd be taking on a heavy burden there. He looked back at Igal, finding that her expression was troubled. Do you think you can? She exhaled heavily. By the giant, I don't know. I've only taught some low-tier students the first insights of the academy before. To train people as full mages, I never even graduated. I don't know the full story, but one thing is clear to me. Nathan met her eyes, his tone serious. You're a skilled mage. I've felt your magic, and you're better than many graduated mages of Giant's Rest I've met. If by met you mean killed. He considered for a moment before continuing. You're not a mage of Giant's Rest. You shouldn't try to be one. You're a mage of Halsmed, and you get to decide what that means. Don't teach the same lessons you learned in the Ascendant Academy. You don't have the same students, and you don't want the same results. Make the school you wish you had gone to. She didn't respond, so Nathan kept talking. You should talk to Gale Shalette, the crowfolk mage who is at the meeting. She leads the Seven Fools, but she also runs the Tower of Trickery, which trains most of the mages of Gamor.
I don't know if she'd share any magical insights, but she might share some insights on how to teach.
As if those are less powerful. I have a dream of getting a third class focused on teaching when Giant's Rest is destroyed. Igal was breathing quickly, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of the task in front of her. Nathan turned around, reaching out for her shoulders, before thinking better of the motion and withdrawing his hands. Start small. You don't need to challenge the Ascendant Academy by yourself. You need to train a dozen students to cast Curing and teach them to use their magic responsibly. That would be a win. He eyed her, gratified to see her taking slower and deeper breaths. Is that something you want to do? The ex-slave nodded slowly, then looked up. Yes. Fingers of a fist. I can do that.
I'll teach their insights to those they once held as slaves.
Leadership 5 achieved! Nathan smiled, then was struck by a sudden thought. I wonder if she can get a second class for teaching. Feline didn't swear me not to share that insight. She just told me that learning it could jeopardize somebody's path. But I don't think Igal wants to level as a mage of Giant's Rest or a nail any longer. He held her gaze. I'm going to share the insight for a second class now, because I think you can use it. Can you cast spells to block sound? Her eyes bugged out, and she stuttered a few times before successfully casting the spell around them. She still didn't step very close to him, even if it would have made the magic easier. Nathan kept his aura close to avoid disturbing the magic enshrouding them. I don't know if this will work for you, and it carries the risk of destabilizing your current class.
It might mess up your future class developments. And I want to emphasize that there's no guarantee that it will work. Do you still want to learn this insight?
Igal grimaced and gave the question a few seconds of thought before responding.
Yes. My class was in preparation to be a nail. I will use those lessons to survive, but I won't be a knife in the dark. Okay. This might work, it might not.
Nathan cast back in his memory to remember how Feline had explained this insight to him.
What is your purpose? Why did you follow the path of a nail?
Her eyes darkened, and she snorted with dark humor.
To keep myself safe and hidden, though that truth is shattered. I was the daughter of a slave artisan and a scribe, chosen because I was bright and learned easily. I had no backers, no protection in the academy. I hid from those who could squash me, especially Jaxis. I beat him in an early lesson, and he always raised his hand against mine after that.
The nails found me, and they offered protection if I joined them. I liked their insights, and I was good at them. I thought I was weaving the same colors as the professors who recruited me. She shook her head bitterly. Then Exia tightened her fist, and I was made Jaxis's slave.
Nathan tilted his head.
Do you still follow that path? To use magic to keep yourself hidden and safe?
Igal nodded sharply.
Yes. If Halsmet falls, I will escape the city and flee to Gamor or Litcliffe. But you also want to teach the people of Halsmet magic, right?
Nathan questioned.
Her nod was a little slower this time. Yes. I will spread the insights hoarded by Giant's Rest, especially those of the nails. She seemed amused by that last part.
Nathan considered for a moment.
Yeah, I think you can do this. The way to have a second class is to have two paths, which is to have two purposes. You need to genuinely follow both, and they cannot overlap too much.
Your second class also can't be similar to one you were offered at level 9 on your first class selection.
Igal was taking all of this in, clearly thinking at a mile a minute and starting to get excited. But Nathan wasn't done. Then you need a deed that's significant enough it boosts you up to level 9 all at once. I don't know what that would look like for a teaching class. Maybe helping a dozen kids unlock the mana-shaping talent in a single lesson. You might need to drop a utility skill and pick up one focused on teaching to accomplish that. You should ask Gael and Sudrael. If you tell her you're starting a school for mages in Halsmet, she should make time for you. He eyed her furrowed brow. Does all of that make sense? High-tier lecturing 2 achieved! Yes, it does. She nodded rapidly, eyes distant. I'm going to try. I'll talk to Gael and Sudrael. I need the palms of Mirla and Camran for this.
Is the insight of the second class mine to share?
Nathan's attention was drawn away from Igal as a thin, middle-aged man came around the corner, looking peeved. His eyes locked onto them, saying something that they couldn't hear. Igal hastily dispelled the muffle. Waiting! What in the giant's name is the delay? Igal shrunk back, but Nathan stepped forward.
Sorry, just having an important chat. Let's go.
As they walked, Nathan turned back to Igal, answering her final question vaguely.
Just be careful with it. I think if the insight doesn't work, then it might hurt somebody's path irreparably. Let me know if you need more help.
The man frowned at Nathan. What occurs? Igal stepped between them, leading the way forward at a fast pace.
Nothing. I'll need to talk to you about this later. Nathan, this is Camran. He's the person who trains new scribes.
The pinch-faced man looked between Nathan and Igal suspiciously as they walked, then sighed.
This is a time of ascension. I hope your conversation was worth hundreds of slaves suffering their bondage that much longer.
You know, I think it was. Halsmet needs power, not just freedom. Nathan had an audience as he walked down the line of sickly laborers and broke their collars. It seemed that every adventurer had heard Nathan was going to do this and wanted to see his anti-magic in action. After all, this is usually something that takes a few hours of work from an enchanter skilled at curse-breaking. It's worthwhile to save a life, but not feasible to do across an entire city. Not to mention impossible if being captured triggers the failsafe and kills the victim. At least these enchantments weren't as paranoid as some, since Giant's Rest didn't value their farmers or miners very much.
Nearly every single one of them needed healing from some untreated injury or chronic malnutrition, and several adventurer mages were working ahead of Nathan, curing some of the most egregious ailments. But all eyes were on him as he reached out and snapped the next collar, unweaving the magic beneath it with a touch before tearing the crude metal from the man's neck. Several adventurer mages were trying to surreptitiously see what he was doing, and Nathan waved them closer. I don't think you can replicate this, but you're free to watch what I'm doing. If you can get an insight out of this, you're welcome to it. They stepped closer and watched from feet away as he broke the next few collars, each of the newly freed laborers quickly taken aside by the now practiced volunteers. Nathan thought it was likely that a few of them had taken classes or skills to help comfort and reassure others. Sort of a proto-therapist, probably something that Halsmet needs. I wonder if I should try to help. I don't really know anything about therapy, just a bit of popular psychology stuff. That would probably hurt more than it helps. It's very much not designed for circumstances like this. One of the mages watching was Argon from Kozar's team. He watched Nathan break a few more of the enchantments and grimaced. More from the deep. The magic just unwinds itself and is drawn away. There's no insight to be had here, just a blasphemously powerful talent. He walked away, sharing a few words with Kozar before they both left. But more mages stuck around, wanting to try and wring every possible bit of information out of what he was doing. Dragon's breath. The magic just dissolves, Aeon said excitedly, the illusionist from the Oath of Tulin bouncing on the balls of his feet. Can you describe what you're doing? I think this has moved on from people trying to figure out how to free people from mind magic to trying to figure out how my anti-magic works. Not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Nathan shrugged, moving on to the next collared man. Using my talent.
I don't think I can replicate the necessary conditions to pass it on, sorry to say. Can you break this spell? Ayan cast a diffuse orb of light made of various layers of light and dream mana. After a quick glance at the spell, Nathan shook his head. Nope. If you have questions about breaking mind magic, I'll answer. But I'm not going to poke a spell designed to tease out how my talent works. He turned away from Ayan towards the remaining slaves, working through them quickly. Give an inch, they'll try to take a mile. Most of the other mages gave up quickly, but Ayan tried to tempt Nathan a few more times. By the blood we shed, will you do me this favor? I only wish insight into my own spell work. I don't believe you. Sorry, Ayan, I'd rather not. Thanks for your help. You do good illusions. I hope to work with you again someday. Nathan sped through the rest of the farmers, releasing them to the care of the citizens of Hallsmet, as he ignored Ayan until the man huffed and walked off. After he was done, Cameron approached Nathan, making a note on a clipboard-like object before putting it in his armpit to press his hands together in a giant's rest salute. Praise the giant. Thank you. That is every slave of Hallsmet freed. The city is born anew. The man tilted his head back, looking skyward, and trying to pretend there weren't tears in his eyes. If your hands are idle, Lilus has a list of magical locks to be broken, and enchantments we need destroyed. The ascetic scribe wiped at his eyes surreptitiously, looking over at the group of work-worn men and women sprawled in Exia's garden, the volunteers bustling around to be sure everybody was comfortable and had help adapting to their sudden freedom. Nathan felt warmth blossom in his chest at the display of emotion from the man. Maybe later. I'm headed out on patrol soon, and I've still got some people to talk to and preparations to make. She's in the mansion? Cameron nodded, saluted again, and turned to walk past the two Hallsmet elites guarding the door and back into the mansion that was quickly becoming the seat of government of the newly liberated city. A voice hissed from the side. Nathan! His head snapped around, and he saw a hooded figure standing in a shadow underneath a tree. Green eyes shone underneath the hood, before one of them flickered pink. Feline. In hiding from Brox, of course. He walked over, spending some focus on noticeability to be more inconspicuous. With the skill active, he felt the instant he entered Feline's zone of influence. All attention on him suddenly vanished. He stopped and stepped back across the transition, examining what his skill was telling him. It's like a blind spot. I'm just edited out of their perception as soon as I get close to her. That's a powerful skill. I wonder how it works in combat. Mid-tier noticeability, 7 achieved. He stepped up to Feline, and she smirked at him. Have you divined more of my secrets? He mirrored her smile. Not too many, but I will never underestimate being able to blend in amongst your enemies. We would never have won this victory without your skills. Feline gave an affirming grunt, and her expression grew more serious. She studied him, saying nothing. Nathan examined her posture, her expression, and came to an obvious conclusion. You're leaving. You're going to Giant's Rest, and you want me to come with you. She gave a deep sigh. If the prophecy had not been spoken, if the questers were not here, then we could avert the coming smoke and blood. Together we could go to Giant's Rest and strike every target. If you killed the host of a party and escaped uncaught, every mage would cower within their homes, and the archmages would hurl abuse and blame at each other for weeks. But that is not the path before us. Feline looked down, her face suddenly lined with stress. By the heavy hand of prophecy, this battle will be fought, and I know you will not abandon your friends. You do not have the skills to blend into the Giant's Rest army. Your weight in this fight is too high for a risky infiltration.
She looked up, bright green eyes boring into his. I will go to Giant's Rest, to follow my path. I will give warning when the army marches. Sudrael will hear it. I will march in their ranks. Look for a pink mask. He nodded solemnly. Okay. This felt different than any of his other conversations with Feline. Normally, she was sly, joking, and flirtatious. Now she seemed serious and tense. Be safe. The corner of her mouth turned up in a smirk.
We have stared this giant in the eye and torn a city from its grasp. Bait the castle bear, but do not become its meal. The smile extended across her face. If we both survive the upcoming conflagration, then we move on Giant's Rest. She held up her hand for Nathan to grab. If this army is broken, then there is an opening. We can cast down the Ending's damned empire. Nathan reached forward and grasped her offered hand, looking into her eyes. That's worth a heavy cost. But not every cost. I will do a lot to see Giant's Rest destroyed, but there are lines I won't cross. If she asks me to nuke the city, I'm finding another way. If Feline noticed any sign of his internal qualification, she didn't react, squeezing his hand for a moment before letting go and stepping back. The Guardians have warned you of Brox. I add my weight to their word. Keep my name from his ears. He thinks me dead, and I would have that remain true. Nathan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Everybody seems to have history with him, but nobody will tell me what it is. What happened? The assassin shook her head sadly.
Waking giants is what happened. Brox wished to challenge a Kalis conclave dungeon. The Guardians were with him. They say he woke the horrors within. We call it the Night of Living Light. And hundreds died. That included Cosfel, Stanel's wife, and Arl and Sarah's mother. She was with him, on the walls. No wonder he's so upset about having Brox around. But given that it hasn't been mentioned, I probably shouldn't bring it up. Nathan frowned. Did the dungeon need to go? She hesitated, then nodded. It is now the town of Grasmere. Nathan took a second to recall his geography. Grasmere was a village to the southwest of Jamor. It lay on the route to 3 more villages. Those villages had probably all been established after the dungeon fell. So it wasn't worthless.
Maybe Brox messed up. Or maybe it was going to happen anyway, and Brox was simply the one to set it off. But given that everybody has warned me about him, I'm definitely going to veer on the side of caution. He blinked and turned back to Feline. Were you there? Is that why he thinks you're dead? No, she said bitterly. Later he asked me to deliver him to Giant's Rest, that he might work to undermine their empire. She shook her head sadly. He is not an assassin. He is a liability. Joy. Nathan's response dripped with sarcasm. Any advice? You have true aim to ask me. She hesitated, tapping her lip with a finger. It is a narrow path. If he becomes bored, he will seek out challenges without regard for their consequence. You must engage with him, entertain him, but without being impressed by him. All he meets are blinded by the light of his deeds. He seeks true companions, even if he says otherwise. Her smile turned wry. Hear me, but you do not wish to become the challenge he seeks. He might try to fight, seduce, or recruit you. None will leave you free of regret. Good to know. I know he's already interested in me. I hope he can take no for an answer if it comes to it. Algoa's luck ride with you, Feline said, then faded from view. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1, Aura of Anti-Magic, 6. Permanent Talent 2,
Perfected Body. 7. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall. 10. Class Implacable Anti-Mage. Level 200. 10. Deepened Stamina 6,490 over 6,600. Anti-Mage's Impassivity, Anti-Magic Momentum, Raging Thrill, Implacable Inertia, Unarmored Resilience, Improved Anti-Magic, Strenuous Agility, Hand-to-Hand Expertise. Class Assassin of Jamor. Level 76. Regenerative Focus 803 over 860. Catastrophic Blows. Stealthy Movement. Infiltration. Forgettable Unsuspecting Strike. Utility Skills.
Battle Meditation 8. Leadership 5. High Tier Sprinting 7. Magical Perception 6. High Tier Notice 10. Magical Intuition 3. High Tier Dodging. Footwork 9. Mental Fortress 3. High Tier Lecturing 2. High Tier Tumbling 7. Mid-Tier Noticeability 7. Low Tier Quiet Movement 4. Low Tier Disguise 4. Mid-Tier Battle Cry 1. Chapter 24. A Party Ends. Nathan watched Feline leave. She slipped out of the heart of Halsmat like a ghost, without a single person acknowledging her presence. It wasn't a matter of rudeness, just that her stealth skills were so advanced that nobody could see her. But she can't sneak past enchantments. She has to exploit the human element for that. It was a struggle to keep track of her, even with multiple skills boosting his perception and resistance to mental effects. Nathan's notice skill was capped out at high tier, and he didn't have an insight to develop it further. He'd need to think about that, and watch out for the appropriate circumstances. Nathan walked back towards the room where he'd left the heirs, keeping an eye out for Brox. He didn't want to run into the quester without warning. Everybody said that he needed to be careful of the man. Doing that for days on end sounds exhausting. It almost seems like I should just treat him like a senior colleague with a short temper or something. But his temper doesn't seem like the problem. It's him getting bored. No questers ambushed Nathan on the way back to the room, and he gently knocked on the door. The spell holding it shut frayed at his touch, and when Dallo tried to open the door with his magic, it only cracked open. The white-haired man got to his feet, grumbling. "Hear me, that's blasphemously annoying. Spells should stay put." Nathan smirked as the older man recast the spell to seal the room. Dallo glowered at the expression before sitting back down. "No wonder Giant's Rest hates you. Magic is their worth and deed." "I expect many of the mages you kill just stare with horror as their spells unravel." "A few of them, yeah." Nathan remembered the mage on top of the walls, who'd watched motionless as Nathan climbed up towards him, shedding spells like water. But not all of them. That old artisan mage decided to do as much damage as he could before I got to him. Kachi raised a glass to Nathan, recalling his own experience with the man who'd taken impromptu command of the Giant's Rest forces in the main square. "My thanks. His spell carried a weight I could not hold for long." Nathan nodded in response before sweeping his gaze around the room. Everybody was at least a few drinks in, and it looked like they'd gotten more food from the kitchens. It seemed like they were all trying to enjoy quality time together. As if on cue, Kaya slid another glass of umna towards Nathan and waved him to a seat. He picked it up and sat, flopping into the comfortable chair and closing his eyes with a groan. But the moment of relaxation was short-lived, because you could literally feel eyes upon him with his new skill. He looked around to see Kulal and Stella studying him with identical inquisitive expressions. "Do you want something?" he asked. "Stella has mentioned interference." Kulal let the word trail off. "I would hear of this concept from the Master of the Mountain."
Dallo scoffed. Please, he's the master of a hillock at best. Arl and Sarah both chuckled quietly, and Nathan just rolled his eyes and took another sip, confident he didn't need to respond to the jibe. It's so nice to feel comfortable in this group. I don't need to worry about my standing here. Stanel held up his hands placatingly. Let's just relax for a bit. The guildmistress said their tally of deeds deserves a time of relaxation, and it's been a busy day. Not for us, Kia said. We've been drinking for hours. It's a divine blessing that my healing can cure drunkenness, and that Nathan has his own methods.
We are on duty, but not on watch. Let's drink enough to kill a siege boar.
Stella elbowed her mother, who sighed heavily.
Very well, I will ask to learn the secrets of the universe later.
Nathan didn't wake up the next morning with a hangover, though he very much should have. How much alcohol do they have in those dimensional bags? One of the advantages to being a powerful adventurer, I guess. You get to carry your whole liquor cabinet with you. He was back in their rooms, with the heirs sleeping around him. It wasn't too late, but Nathan needed to pee. He slipped out and once more found a pair of Halsmet elites standing outside the door. One of them was Turbong, who raised an eyebrow at Nathan. Have a fun night? Nathan nodded, yawning. Yep. How are you folks doing? Sorry for losing you yesterday. The quester... Turbong's expression lifted. What a dragon! He sparred with us yesterday and set a dozen of us on our asses.
He's getting along well with Olad, though I hear you're going on patrol with the man tomorrow.
Yep. Should be interesting. I think you folks can finally go back to more important things. I shouldn't need a guard in the wild. Nathan took a few steps down the hall, trying to disengage so he could get to the bathroom. Turbong sighed dreamily. Not with Brock's Thastus weaving the same color. I hope it's not a problem that the elites are starting to worship Brock's. I mostly worry that he'll get them all killed. But that's why we're taking him on patrol. The heirs won't fall sway to his bullshit. Though I worry about Stella, since she's the only one without a mental resistance skill. I think some of her mental techniques are supposed to develop to do that, but they haven't yet. Resolving to bring that issue up later, Nathan cast back through his memory of last night. He smiled. It had been a good time. They'd ended up talking about magic after all, with some amount of Nathan complaining about how bullshit magic was, while Dallo and Kulal responding that anti-magic was the real stalker shit. They'd chatted about Earth a fair amount, but not in specifics. He hadn't talked about the quantum nature of light very much. Instead, he'd found himself describing the history and mythology of his home. Much of it had been things that the heirs had heard before, and they'd prompted Nathan on the topics they thought their parents would find the most interesting. They loved the few Japanese myths I mentioned, especially Kulal, for a reason that couldn't possibly relate to the kitsune. The night had ended on more of a downer, as the Guardians told more of their adventuring stories. They'd described the events with Brock's in very vague strokes, clarifying even less than Feline had.
Nathan returned from his business to find Netta knocking on the door, the Nold's dark orange skin standing out against the blue of her mage robes.
What occurs? Nathan asked as he walked up. She turned to him, jumping slightly.
Oh, Nathan. Sudrael asked me to fetch the heirs. She wants to brief you for your patrol. Brox will be there, since he's going with you.
Right, thanks. I'll get my team moving. How long do we have? The short woman shrugged.
The guildmistress is busy, but it's probably more dependent on Brox than you. He's not filled with patience.
Nathan snorted. Thanks, Netta. He stopped before he opened the door, looking at her seriously. I'm sorry about Delric. She gave him a sad smile.
When we were coming to Halsmet, he said your flame was worth following.
She gestured around at Exia's mansion and the city beyond.
He was right. Even with what happened, I am free of regret. More people dead because of my plans.
Nothing I can do about it but honor them and what they died for. Nathan returned the smile. We'll be out in a few minutes. He entered the room to find the heirs in various states of readiness. He clapped his hands together loudly. Rise and shine! Time to get briefed on our patrol. At least it's not a patrol through Old Gemor. Those were boring, sprinkled with the occasional ambush, Stella groused as she pulled on her socks. Arl groaned. Now this patrol is marked by a prophecy of death. I think we are beyond the prophecy's hold, Kachi said in a droll tone. With a questor along, this patrol will have its share of smoke and blood, no matter our desires. Let's at least find out the route. Sarah had just finished putting on her gear and stepped up next to Nathan. How are you doing? We drank a lot, and Kia's healing can't touch you. Nathan tapped his head. I think my talent is better than her healing. I was exactly as drunk as I wanted to be the entire night. She chuckled as they watched the other heirs finish their preparations. Once everyone was ready, Kachi gestured towards the door. Let's go. The questor will not appreciate waiting. Hold on. Where's my staff? Stella looked around wildly, sticking her hands into various pockets before relaxing. Oh, there it is. She pulled out the long and knotted wooden stick, deeply carved with runes and inlaid with glowing gems. Nathan studied the clearly magical implement. There was definitely magic in it, but it didn't feel like a coherent structure. What does that do? I haven't seen you use it very much. Stella held up the object in question. It's mostly a decoy. A lot of mages use casting foci like staves and wands. I don't, but it's enchanted to look as powerful as possible while being fairly cheap. It has some amount of mana storage and will block a blow. Right, and she's got that talent that adds the mana storage of anything she's carrying to her own pool. The heirs walked out of the room, where Netta and the two elites fell in behind them. Stella greeted Netta warmly, and the two quickly fell into conversation, talking about magic as they walked to the guildmistress's new office, tucked away in the corner of the enormous building. Sudrael had set up shop in one of the old administrative sections of Exia's manor. While it was smaller than her old office, the effect of entering her domain was much the same. Her gnoled secretary, Siltul, wasn't present, but the elderly human woman still dominated the room. She was currently giving orders to an adventuring team Nathan recognized, the Blades of Steel. They were a team that had relieved the heirs out at Bridgeguard, far to the west, and were composed of 4 gruff old human veterans, as well as a young foxfolk mage named Sune.
The rest of her team seemed to dote on the woman, like she had 4 aunts and uncles.
That's all. Scout it out, nothing more, Sudrael said. The Giant's Rest maps have too many endings-damned dungeons for me to send anybody that way until we have reports. We need information, not cleared dungeons. Armin, the leader of the team, nodded, then clapped a hand to his breast. As your flame calls. The Blades of Steel filed past the heirs, trading respectful nods. Nita followed them out, exchanging a few words with Sune. The two elites stayed in the central office space. The door swung closed behind them of its own accord, and Sudrael sighed and leaned forward to make a mark on a checklist. At least Giant's Rest has paper, though I'm sure I would prefer not to learn its source. Another weight to hold against them. She gestured around the room. This used to be Merla's, where she handled her duties under Exia. I asked if I could use it, and she told me that it would welcome my hand.
She said she would never enter this room again. The guildmistress pulled out a map.
We'll get this started, since I have no idea if Brox will come. Questors are beyond my authority. She tapped the large parchment, which showed the mountains between Halsmet and Giant's Rest. The focus of the map was a creatively named Mountain Road, which connected the two cities together, snaking through low-lying valleys. This road is too obvious. It will be watched, but I do not expect any serious Giant's Rest scouts to use it.
The army will no doubt march upon it when the time comes. Her finger moved north, tapping another pass. This is Fireface Pass. It's named for a dungeon set into the mountain on the side closer to Holzmet. It's where both Feline and I judge the most powerful Giant's Rest advance team will approach. Nathan looked over the map and frowned, trying to interpret the markings. The dungeon is a fortress of the face?
Any others nearby? No other dungeons nearby, but it's a big one, attuned to fire mana. But you shouldn't need to approach it, and the only note I have is that the inhabitants are passive. Sudrael grabbed an index card and waved it with annoyance. The Giant's Rest approach to dungeons is downright blasphemous. How much of our mission is to calm the questor? Kachi's question was quiet, but serious. Sudrael fixed him with a steady gaze. Only some. This mission is important. A force of nails, or any other mages, could harass our preparations, slay fighters we cannot lose, and grant Giant's Rest invaluable knowledge. Kaladar Drex is the archmage of the nails, and she will try to get saboteurs behind us even without orders to do so. We are dispatching other teams to the other passes, but you are the ones most likely to meet the foe. I worry that the questor will accompany them. If that is true, Brox will help you fight. He's immune to mental magic, and has fought Giant's Rest before. He's a more powerful fighter than anybody in Jamor. They studied the map for a bit. Sarah traced her finger along the pass towards Giant's Rest. How far should we go? Sudrael shrugged. We do not know the terrain, so this question is in your hands. Your mission is to prevent Giant's Rest from sending scouts or saboteurs through the pass before the battle. Wherever you decide is best. Can't they just teleport past it? Nathan asked. Yes, but few mages know teleport, and we will be watching. I would trade a grand insight for Giant's Rest to send such powerful mages ahead unsupported, especially when we have the Halsmet detection enchantments and so many elite adventurers ready to respond. Kozar could kill them from the city walls. Should we attack? Stella pointed at the western edge of Giant's Rest. Harass them, cause them to shape their eyes towards us instead of Halsmet. We'll be able to fight, with Brox present. At his name, the questor burst through the door, golden locks flowing with motion as he strode into the room. He responded to Stella's question. I like your desire, young Caxol. He waggled a finger at her. But that is not our mission. Badud awaits, and I would not fight him with an army at his back. Nathan could feel the pull of Brox's charisma, but his new skill insulated him from the effect. Kachi was similarly unperturbed, though Sarah and Arl were grimacing with effort. But Stella nodded along agreeably, eyes sparkling as she gazed at the questor. Oh no. Brox turned to Sudrael, beaming and throwing his arms wide. This city will be safer than a vault of solace. By Eads, I declare no scouts will pierce our shroud. The guildmistress smiled grimly at him. Of that I have no doubt. This is the pass you need to guard. She traced the pass, then tapped the marking for the dungeon. This is a dungeon, but there's no need to clear it. We don't need the complication of an awakened dungeon atop a Giant's Rest army. The questor raised a sculpted blonde eyebrow. What kind? It's a fortress of the face, fire-themed, Stella said happily, eager to answer Brox's question. Yes. The guildmistress shot warning looks around at the heirs. A large and powerful one. Brox pursed his lips, giving a faint nod. Ah, fortresses of the face. Those are always interesting. I'd prefer ice to fire, but Algoa is a god of luck, not choice. What about lightning? I'm great at lightning, Stella offered. The questor turned to fully examine her, his face registering faint surprise. Truth verified? Stella nodded frantically and held out a hand where sparks danced between her fingers.
Nathan stepped forward to catch Brox's attention and distract him from Stella. "You're good to leave tomorrow morning?" The man turned to Nathan, then panned around to scan the rest of the heirs. Yes, I will be. Wonderful to meet you all."
I know your parents. Impressive adventurers all. I praise the divine that I have this chance to know their heirs.
His attention turned back to Nathan, and he smiled charmingly. "And you, Nathan Lark, you are not an heir to power, but you hold it regardless." He studied him again carefully. "You have no history here. Are you of Devrar, or beyond it?" What does he know? I'm not sure I want him digging into Earth, but he could probably find out if he asked around. Nathan shrugged noncommittally. "I haven't been here long, but Gamor is my home now, and Giant's Rest is my enemy." The quester nodded sagely. "I understand. Welcome to Devrar. I embrace our time as allies, and wish you the blessings of Oltia. Or I would, if I hadn't killed her sister Quenfi." His smile turned smug, and he spun back to Sudrael. "When is our patrol ended?" She was glancing between him and Nathan with a worried expression. 6 days, though we will be in contact with message. You can all move quickly."
Be sure to get back for the battle. Brox nodded, then waved at the heirs. "I will see you all at dawn in the courtyard for our patrol. Be prepared for a race. I am off to find Olad for some more company." The questor jerked the door open and vanished, the speed of his movement kicking up a breeze that scattered papers around the room. Everybody watched the open door for a moment to see if the questor was truly gone. "Dragon's breath. He's great. With him along, we'll make Giant's Rest fart ice," Stella said excitedly. Sudrael shook her head, meeting Nathan and Kachi's worried faces, and then looking up to see a harried-looking Lillis approaching. "Go. You know your mission. Don't die." The heirs left the guildmistress's office as Lillis started going over issues with the process of training newly freed volunteers to fight. Sarah shook herself as if snapping out of a daze spell. "Brox is dangerous." Arl looked at her strangely. "No, he's just—" He trailed off.
"Dangerous," Nathan and Kachi said together. Arl swallowed and sighed.
"Yeah."
Stella just looked confused.
"What do you mean?"
Chapter 25. Charged Conversation.
Nathan grimaced and opened his mouth, but Kachi interrupted him.
"Let us speak in our rooms," the wolf folk said, shaking his head slightly at Nathan.
"Yeah, probably better if this conversation isn't overheard. I'm not even sure what to say. Tell Stella she was under the effect of a powerful social skill? Ask her to be more careful? I'm not sure that's possible. She's supposed to develop a way to resist this eventually, but clearly isn't there yet." The heirs walked through the building in somewhat awkward silence. The two Hallsmet elites that had been tailing them once more broke off to stand outside the door as they reached their rooms. I gotta say, maybe I should protest being guarded around the clock. It just feels awkward, and I'm worried that they might overhear this. At least they won't be coming with us on patrol.
Having Brox around is going to be even worse, though.
They all sat down. Stella looked around suspiciously, seeing how everybody was focused on her.
"What? Did you all decide to take up hydra farming?"
All of the heirs looked at each other, nobody wanting to be the first to speak.
It felt like an intervention, where everybody knew what needed to be said except the person who needed to hear it. "Stella, you trust us, right? You trust me?" Nathan finally said, meeting her eyes. She blinked at him. "Yes, we've stared the ghoul in the eye, together," she snorted. "A lot." He nodded. "What do you think of Brox?" Confused by the non sequitur, she answered, He's Dragon's Breath. It'll be great to go on patrol with him. I want to follow the path he blazes. We could learn so much from him." She broke off, grinning widely. "What did you think of Brox before we met him?" Nathan asked gently. Stella shrugged. "I didn't know him then. He's a quester, so I was apprehensive. But he's on our side, beyond the hold of prophecy. Did you hear what he said?" The mage lowered her voice, mimicking Brock's. "I would wish you the blessings of Ultia, or I would, if I hadn't killed her." She turned towards Kachi. "Seems he's got things to teach you of the divine." "Smoke and blood." Sarah's words were bitter, and she rubbed at her forehead in frustration. "What?" Stella said, turning back to her friends, her forehead creasing with confusion. "What's your target?" Kachi was about to speak, but Nathan held up a hand. "Stella, Brox has a social skill, a powerful one. It makes him seem cool and friendly. You'll want to agree with him on everything. It's that kind of skill." "No, that's not true. I would know if that were true." Stella sounded offended, but not entirely sure of herself. Her tone firmed. "Brox is on our side. He's here to save us." "Trust me, just for a moment," Nathan said. "He's got a skill that's making you like him. Why would you like him?"
He implied he wants to fight the dungeon for no reason. Stella still looked unsure. Nathan looked around at the other heirs. "We all have mental defense skills. None of us like Brox, right?" Arl nodded firmly. "Muck-grabber's asshole, that's what he is," said Sarah. Kachi raised up a placating hand. "He is a foe to our enemies, but that makes him our ally, not our friend." Nathan turned back to Stella. "What did your parents say about Brox? Remember it. Why did they say that?" The mage was rubbing at her temples, looking down at the ground. Nathan had a vague sense of pushing at an ephemeral barrier with a limb he didn't have. It was like his control of anti-magic, but somehow orthogonal. It was yet another new sense. He tried to exert control over the feeling, and nothing happened. Acting on a hunch, Nathan continued speaking. "Trust me, and trust yourself. Ask yourself, why do you like Brox?"
Do you have a reason for it?
His words pushed at the intangible barrier, and Nathan could feel it tearing. "It's a skill, Stella. Recognize it for what it is." Her face grew strained, teeth gritting. Then she looked up at him, visibly furious. "At least Teol's magic didn't lie." "Leadership 6 achieved!" Kachi released a deep breath of relief before holding up a restraining hand. "Hear me. Hold yourself still. We need him against Giant's Rest, and his skill would not be able to force you to attack your teammates as Teol's spell did." Stella's eyes sparked, and her hands lit on fire. "Do we need all of him?" "Hoo boy, I'm not sure she's wrong here. What he's doing is not only a dick move, but also dangerous. His skill clearly compromises people's judgment, which is not a great thing to do while adventuring. But I'm not sure what to do about it. Should we confront him about it? Ask him to turn it off? Can Stella develop her skill in time?"
We don't have to accept the shit he's pouring on us, Sarah said.
Kachi's lips peeled back from his teeth, but it looked more apprehensive than aggressive. "He's a quester. We cannot drip blood in his eyes." Arl had been silent in this conversation, but his face twisted with sudden animus. "Maybe we should trap him. Demonstrate we could kill him." Stella and Sarah both nodded excitedly. Nathan sucked in a breath. "That seems like a terrible idea. It's a great way to die, or at the very least make a powerful enemy where we don't need to." "What then? Let him hold this edge without answering it?" Stella snarled. Something Feline had said stuck out to Nathan, and he furrowed his brow as he repeated it. "He seeks true companions." The rest of the heirs looked at Nathan like he was crazy, but Kachi spoke first. "Explain." "I think he buys his own story," Nathan said.
He's got this whole invincible demigod thing going on, and whenever he walks into a room, people either love him or hate him. But that means he doesn't have friends, just followers. Nobody responded, not sure where he was going. Stella shook her head. "This is a dungeon for fools." But Nathan wasn't done positing his theory. What if what he wants are teammates, peers, people who will work with him, but also stand up to him? Sarah's frown did not abate. "He's a quester. He doesn't seek peers, only glory. We'll repeat the past of our parents with that path." "Being a peer is not something offered," Kachi spoke slowly, as if feeling the way forward. "We cannot force him to do anything, and threatening him will end in smoke and blood." "Then what?" Stella asked. She was still pissed, but her hands were no longer literally on fire. Nathan sighed. "I don't know. I think he's mostly interested in me."
Maybe I can go ask Sudrael to change the patrol so it's just me and him.
"Not even as a game," Arl said, tone hard. "We won't allow you to bait the castle bear for us again."
Sarah snorted. "You'd leave us behind in levels, further behind." She turned to Stella for a moment, frowning. "Stella, you trusted us now, to tell you that Brox was influencing you. Trust us again." The mage frowned, but didn't say anything. Sarah continued. "The skill won't work as well now that you know about it, and know how it feels. If it does influence you, we'll protect you. It seems like Nathan and Kachi are entirely protected." She shot them questioning looks, receiving nods in return. "They will deal with Brox. Arl and I must spend our class resources to resist, but we can. We'll try to stay farther away from the Questor. You should do your best to stay away from him and work on developing your own skills. We protect you on the battlefield, and we can protect you here." Kachi spoke seriously.
"Until such time as we are his peers. To that aim, we must be as impressive as possible."
"And not be impressed," Nathan said wryly. "He's used to everybody fawning over him and his deeds. Let's not be too taken in by his legend. Sure, he's a quester. He says he's conquered empires and killed gods and whatever. But we took down a city, and more than one dungeon. We won't let him walk all over us." Stella still looked upset, but it was less furious and more resigned. "Yeah, don't let me mess up my build." She paused, then shook her head. "He's going to wake that dungeon. That's clear to us all, right?" Arl sighed. "Yeah." The heirs spent the rest of the day on various preparations. They ate together, then dispersed to spend some more time with their parents. The guardians were on watch, but Nathan saw Stanel walking Arl and Sarah through some advanced weapon practice atop the wall around Exia's mansion. "We really should stop calling it that."
This building won't survive if Giant's Rest takes the city back. But not sure what else to call it. Not my problem. Nathan sought out Lilus, remembering that the administrator had a list of magic that needed to be broken around the city. He spent a good portion of the afternoon with her, breaking into magically sealed vaults with her pair of freed elites by his side. Each of the grand homes was crowded with recently freed citizens of Hallsmet, and they treated Nathan with an awe that he found uncomfortable. There was some tension about what would happen to the contents of the vaults, but Lilus had been prepared. She used the elites and Nathan to be sure that nobody got pushy, handing out itemized lists of the contents as each vault was opened and the contents carted back to the central mansion. She repeated the same spiel each time. "We're all weaving the same color. Some of the value will return to you, but these valuables are to be used against Giant's Rest, to ensure our freedom." This didn't placate everybody, but whenever there was disagreement,
Lilu simply raised an eyebrow.
Do you want to hoard this wealth for yourselves? Or share in the wealth we found in Exia's vaults instead?
That, plus the presence of Nathan and the elites, was enough to head off any conflicts before they erupted, and they cleared out a mind-numbing amount of wealth from the assorted vaults. Only a small fraction of it was in coinage and precious metals. Most consisted of enchanted items and magical crafting materials.
"What are you going to use all of it for?" Nathan asked, watching an elite carrying a dimensional pouch loaded with enchanting tools and valuable ingredients.
Lilu smiled at him.
Outfitting our own adventurers, and hiring more from Jamor.
Merla's got her finger set on starting our own guild, though it'll have the handprint of the Jamor Adventurers Guild. She gauged him, and when he seemed interested, she continued. It'll be a time before Holzmet has the crafters and money to do that by itself. It's my blasphemous hope that this treasure will let us create a guild fit to hold a hand against Giant's Rest and safeguard farms in the way that Jamor does. Her tone became grim. It'll need to, if this city is to survive.
"Is Egal starting a school for mages part of that vision?" Nathan asked, genuinely curious.
Lilus looked over, surprised.
Oh, you had a hand in that? It shines light in my eyes that she's agreed. We need mages of our own, like your own Tower of Trickery.
"Do you know what she's going to call it?"
The thin scribe shook her head.
She was suggesting the Ghosts of Holzmet. Name doesn't matter much, does it?
Nathan shrugged.
"Seems fine to me."
Where to next?
He reconvened with the heirs for dinner, after which they had another, more subdued gathering with their parents. The guardians seemed like they wanted to eke out every moment of time with their kids. After dinner, Stella turned to Nathan.
To raise the past, can you teach me about plasma? She shook her head. It feels like it's been an age, but that was only weeks ago.
Nathan smiled. Sure. Thanks for being patient. I hope the other stuff we've been talking about has been interesting. Dallo looked over, his eyebrows raised in surprise.
"Would you like a more private place to share this insight?"
Nope, Nathan replied, his faint smile still present. You're welcome to listen in, but keep in mind the benefits of freely sharing information if I ask for insights in the future. Dallo shot a significant glance with his wife, considering the offer. She just scooched over on the couch to wrap an arm around her husband.
"Hear me, but I'm happy to learn whatever you have to teach."
Excellent. I've got the edges of a plan for when things are a little calmer, and some insights from these two will make it a lot easier. It's also an ego boost to have these two excited to learn magic from me. I still remember them dismantling a monster the size of a hill right in front of me. Nathan pursed his lips, thinking for a minute.
Dallo, Kulal, before we get started, I want to warn you. Some of what I'm going to talk about depends on things I've taught Stella that you haven't heard before. It also might conflict with your current insights. I don't want to get into a debate about who's right. Your insights work, mine should too. Once I've finished laying them out, you can describe yours if you think Stella needs to hear them. But it's important she not be split between two conflicting methods.
Dallo frowned and opened his mouth, but closed it after Kulal gave him a squeeze. Instead, he just nodded. Please, proceed. I am curious to learn more about the fuel of this blaze. Nathan turned back to Stella. Right. So you made plasma earlier by making a cage of force, magnetism, and light, and then heating up the inside, right? You wanted to trap all of the energy in a small space, then release it in a targeted way. She shrugged. About on target. I wanted to get all of the output of the fire mana, light, heat, hot gas, everything, concentrated on one spot. But the gas inside got weird. My air mana couldn't hold it in anymore. Then I started experimenting with it. Nathan pointed a finger at her. Yes, we call that plasma.
the fourth state of matter. It's fundamentally different from a solid, a liquid, or a gas, but you make it by superheating a gas. How is it different? Kulal said, frowning. I have noticed this thing. It acts strangely with lightning mana. Yep, Nathan nodded. In normal substances, you have both positive and negative charges bound closely together.
So closely that the overall material is neutral. But when you heat a gas hot enough, the charges separate from each other, and you're left with a soup of both positive and negative charges floating around. They're both still present, but they can move independently from each other. To set aside these charges, why only a gas? Dallo asked. Can this plasma come from something solid as well? Not usually. Everything transitions from solid to liquid to gas to plasma as it gets hotter. There's a few exceptions. Depending on pressure, you can go straight from solid to gas, or from solid to plasma, but you'd have to have an incredibly high pressure for that. Nathan shook his head to avoid getting distracted. Regardless, anything can become plasma if you get it hot enough, but it won't stay that way unless you keep it hot. You can also make it with lightning. The creation of plasma has a lot to do with why lightning is loud. Dallo blinked at him. What?
Every time I use a lightning spell, I'm creating this plasma? But it does not seem so dangerous then. Well, no more than a normal lightning bolt.
Nathan chuckled. Yes. More dangerous things can happen when you make very dense and very hot plasma, like the spell you cast on the Grave Tangle. There's a point you can hit where a different kind of reaction starts happening. He locked eyes with Stella. That's a very different level of insight, and far more dangerous. Do not keep compressing and heating plasma to see how far you can go. It will explode violently and uncontrollably, and convey silent death all around. She pouted slightly, clearly curious what he meant by silent death. High-tier lecturing 3, achieved! He glanced at Dallo. I'm honestly impressed that you survived making a spell that involved that as a component. On Earth, our first tests with that kind of power made a column of fire 10,000 feet tall and a crater 1.5 miles across.
The island where it happened was poisoned for generations. Stella's eyes lit up at Nathan's words, and Kulal shot him a worried look. Nathan held up a finger in front of Stella. That crater was centered on the place where the compression happened. Don't try it, unless you can survive being at the heart of an explosion that would leave a smoking crater where old Jamor stands. Not Jamor. The entire ruin of old Jamor. Gone. He lowered his finger and turned back to Dallo. Still, it takes an utterly ludicrous amount of power to get there. I have to imagine you had help from Davrar. A skill that makes things easier to burn? Nathan cocked an eyebrow at the old mage. Magical Intuition 4 achieved. Dallo frowned unhappily, but gave a slow nod. Something like that. This silent death you speak of, I would learn more. I think of it as a malign and invisible energy. Nathan looked between Dallo and Kulal, eyebrows raised. Speaking about it will only make it easier to achieve. Shield yourself whenever you use this magic, and heal yourself frequently. That should be enough. I'm pretty sure curing fixes cancers after all. Stella interrupted. You all prophesy the dangers when it's been decided I won't even learn about it. Let's skip over it and talk about plasma. Kulal closed her eyes and bowed her head, giving Nathan a sign to proceed. He shrugged. Right, plasma. It's a mixture of positive and negative charges that are more separate from each other than in any other state of matter. In fact, it's common for the negative charges to fly off since they're so much smaller, leaving you with a plasma that's overall positively charged. Smaller charges? Just more of them? Stella asked, looking confused.
Nathan shook his head. No, sorry. They've got the same charge, but they're physically smaller and move much faster. We call them electrons. What are the positive charges called? I don't want to go down nuclear theory right now. Maybe later.
But it's not really necessary for now, and I don't know how easily that insight leads to fission magic or something like that.
Protons. But this all touches on a much deeper insight that I don't want to get into and isn't important right now. In a plasma, you have a ton of individual charges floating around. That means 3 important things. Nathan raised 3 fingers. First, the particles affect each other because of the charge. He held up his 2 fists a foot apart. In a normal gas, if this particle moves, nothing happens to this one until they touch. He moved his fists together until they bounced off each other. But in a plasma, the particles will affect each other from a distance, usually repelling one another because they're both positive. He moved one fist towards the other, but this time the second hand moved away from it. Kulal frowned. Are all things made of particles? Mom, stop interrupting! Stella scolded her.
Both of you, I'd trade a grand insight for silence. But yes, everything is particles. Particles of what, I'd like to know? She gave Nathan a glare. Arl chuckled from the side. Ah, Caxol family arguments. Everybody involved in the conversation turned their ire on the source of the interruption for a moment, and the swordsman quailed before them and raised his hands in surrender. Nathan continued, raising 2 fingers. That has really important implications. It means that even though a plasma acts like air in some ways, it acts like water in others. It can have waves and other group behaviors in a way air doesn't. It's harder to pressurize. Scholars and their interests. Where'd they find a 4th Caxol? Stanel said quietly to Kaya from the side. I'm pretty sure he just called me a nerd. But who wouldn't nerd out about using science to do magic? Stella's expression cleared. So it's not just hot air? Nathan chuckled at her phrasing. No.
The second point is that you can separate out the charges with an electric field, but it's harder the denser the plasma. If you put a plasma in a strong electric field and then slice it in half, one half will be more positive and the other will be more negative. They'll be really unstable, but pack a lot of energy. And the high charge means they'll be easier to move around with electric fields. Do you understand? I think so, Stella said, her brows scrunched up. Earlier, I did the containment with magnetic fields. Is that the right idea? Yeah, Nathan nodded. That's a good way to do it, but you also need to prevent any air from touching it. You remember pulling out all of the air from a bubble to make a vacuum when you were working on the light insight? Like that. Dallo shot an utterly bewildered look at Kulal, mouthing the word field questioningly. She shrugged in response. Right. Third and last point. Plasma is an incredibly good conductor of lightning, electricity. You've already used this. Remember when you destroyed the old Jamor siege constructs, when your lightning followed their beams of light back to the source?
That was plasma? Stella looked satisfied. So those light beams were strong enough to make plasma, which was a path for the electricity mana to flow down. You mentioned aiming lightning with light, but I haven't gotten the chance to try it. Yes, we call them electrolasers, but they don't need to make a lot of plasma, just a little bit. Then the electricity will flow and make more. The same thing happens whenever you connect a lightning bolt to something. That's why you can keep channeling it, and it mostly follows the same path. But if you control the plasma, it'll help you control the flow of lightning. High-tier lecturing 4 achieved. Stella collapsed back in her chair. I need to try some magic. Nathan smirked. Go ahead. I don't have any other plans. Arl stood. If this is our last night in Halsmet, than I do.
See you in the morning. Chapter 26. Departures into the Unknown.
Nathan spent the next few hours helping Stella apply his lessons on plasma. His better mana senses made the whole process much easier than when he'd been trying to help her gain light mana, and his control over his anti-magic helped him snuff the experiments before anything went out of control. Stella had also improved as a mage. Her control was better, and she could more easily construct a spell of several different kinds of mana, which was necessary for these spells. It was looking like effective plasma spells would require fire, lightning, magnetic, and air mana. They found that light mana helped with the containment, too. Dallo and Kulal were doing their own experimentation alongside their daughter, but Nathan wasn't paying them as much attention beyond occasionally checking to make sure they weren't doing something stupid.
Overall, they seemed much more safety-conscious than their daughter,
and Nathan felt confident leaving them to their own devices. After all, they figured out a good deal of this without me. Pretty impressive. Kia and Stanel seemed to be playing some kind of drinking game they'd devised a long time ago for whenever Dallo and Kulal started talking about magic. They were teaching the rules to Kachi and Sarah, and it appeared that the game might become a tradition of the heirs as well as the guardians. Over time, it became clear that Stella's class gave her a significant advantage in trying to apply Nathan's insights into the natural world. She was a mage of the natural law, and had skills to boost her magic when it aligned with the principles of the physical world.
Those same skills let her know when her experimentation was on the right track.
And over the course of the evening, she assembled a crude and misshapen mass of a spell that nonetheless was capable of creating and manipulating a vibrating orb of purple plasma with diffuse edges. Nathan watched as Stella tweaked the magnetic containment. Well done. Let's see if you can get a handle on accelerating it with an electric field. Hear me, that spell work is atrocious, Kulal protested, glancing over from where she was working with a multi-layered orb of force and flame. You can't hit the target with something so inelegant. It's just for experimentation, Stella said absently, as she prodded the sphere with different kinds of mana. I need to understand the mana, feel its essential nature. Kulal glared at Nathan. That can't be an effective way to learn. Every spell she makes will bear the scars of this stalker shit spell. Nathan smirked. I disagree.
You always need to experiment to learn.
Once you understand what you're doing, then it's time to optimize. The best scientific equipment is usually the kind that's kludged together somewhere. If you're using standard equipment and reagents, you're usually not doing something new. Dallo watched the whole conversation with a frown, chewing on his lip without interjecting. He could generate plasma easily, but had never been able to manipulate it much. Stella could. Her expression focused, she started to spin the ball of plasma. Her eyebrows rose in surprise as the edges grew notably brighter than the center, the hazy mass becoming more clearly defined. Nathan stepped up, ready to swallow the spell in anti-magic if it threatened to break free. But the spell was stable, and he studied it for a second before making a suggestion.
Try putting a magnetic field in the middle so you have a disc with a hole in it.
The orb flattened out as it spun further, then the center dented inward to form a torus that wobbled alarmingly. Stella's voice was absent-minded, her focus on managing the spell. A tube with no end. The charges respond better to the magnetic field if they're moving. It's more stable if they're not just sitting there. The vibrating toroid flexed slightly, then adapted a slight spiral around its length. The plasma condensed even farther and brightened, but the faint vibration smoothed out entirely. Stella's mouth was open in astonishment before she shot both hands into the air in triumph. Yes! With her inattention, the spell in front of Stella began to destabilize. Dallo and Kulal started to cast their own magics to control the blast as a puff of sizzling heat escaped.
but Nathan beat them to it, swooping in with his aura to wipe the magic away before it filled the room with fire.
Stella's parents rounded on her with expressions of annoyance, but before they could say anything, she gestured to Nathan with both hands. "He's right here, the best safety mechanism for chasing a grand insight." Then she smiled wide, and her eyes shining with a distinctive purple glare. "It worked, too! I got plasma mana!" High-tier lecturing 5 achieved! Nathan clapped his hands together and cheered. Dalo and Kulal looked astonished. Everybody else took a shot. After processing for a moment, Dalo looked like he was going to start pulling his hair out. "My daughter, be careful of your mana storage. Too many mana types may interfere. That would prophesy a disaster." She smirked at him, refusing to let the mood be brought down. "Oh, I didn't mention. We looted a dragon's hoard of prismatic diamond from an Adrani Empire fortress." She reached into one of the dimensional pockets of her robes and pulled out a head-sized chunk of the crystal that had served as the power core of that particular dungeon. "It's unnaturally made, but there's about 50 pounds of it." This time, even Stanel and Kaya gaped in amazement. Dalo sighed and shrugged, but his face was split in a satisfied smile. Success beyond prophecy. From there, the night degenerated into another party, and Nathan had to convince Stella it wasn't a good idea to try inventing plasma spells while drunk, at least not powerful ones. The heirs woke up bright and early the next morning because Sudrael sent somebody to bring them food. They'd definitely gone to bed later than they should have. Arl had gotten to their rooms slightly before they did, looking smug and freshly bathed. At least the food was good. Stella was still over the moon about her new mana type.
I can put it into fireballs. Force and fire. And plasma!
She was practically bouncing off the walls. Nathan was somewhat doubtful she'd slept much at all. "I bet it'll be great for giving lightning spells more punch, or guiding them," she continued. "Or I can combine light and plasma to make the perfect channels for lightning to flow through." Arl shook his head. "I am free of regret. My night was excellent entertainment. But it would have been nice to see this insight develop." "You missed learning the magic drinking game," Sarah said with a snort. "But we can teach you later. We'll need it again, sure and certain." Kachi leaned in. "We'd need alcohol for that, but it is righteous to abstain. I do not think I will carry the hoard my mother keeps." Sarah met her brother's eyes, her voice full of mirth. "I suppose we'll have to handle it." "I hate to break up the party, but we need to go meet Brox," Nathan said, slapping his knees and standing up.
He looked around the room to make sure they weren't leaving anything behind. The rest of the heirs deflated and got up to do their last-minute packing.
"Do you think Brox will still use us as Castle Bear bait if we're funny?" Arl asked. Everybody looked at Nathan, who shrugged. "I get the sense he'd love it if we were entertaining, but I don't know if it'll make him really care about us. Maybe a little. Remember, our main goal is to keep our distance and not be too impressed." He met Stella's eyes. The red-haired mage was suddenly subdued. "It'll be fine," he reassured her. "Just be conscious of yourself and focus on your mental skills." They left the room, bidding goodbye to the elites on either side of the door. It was Turbang and Datur who seemed relieved to hear that the heirs wouldn't need to be guarded anymore. "I'll go as luck ride with you," Datur said, clasping his hands in a salute.
"You might need it with your final companion." Good to know that not all of the Hullsmet elites worship Brox. They were supposed to meet Brox in the courtyard, but he wasn't there. The heirs moved into the garden, which was starting to show some rough edges. It hadn't been totally abandoned, but the manicured greenery was clearly being allowed to slip from absolute perfection. They watched as petitioners and messengers streamed in and out of the mansion, and a group of Hullsmet citizens did weapon practice under the command of Stanel. "Oh yeah, he trains the Jamor Guard."
Makes sense he'd start that up for Hallsmet. Brox did eventually show up, strolling leisurely into the central courtyard from the lower city, yawning and rubbing sleep from his eyes. His eyes locked onto Nathan and his teammates, and with a small gust of wind, the questor appeared before them, arms wide and a smile on his face.
My friends, let our journey begin.
I will allow you to set the pace, but by the oaths of Eads, it better not be too slow.
He raised his eyebrows and waggled his finger on the last line, then gestured towards the gate. Seems like kidding, not really kidding. Kachi nodded mechanically, then turned towards the gate and took off at a jog. The rest of the heirs followed, blowing past the group of trainees. Brox caught up in a moment, running backwards just a bit to the side. Nathan caught Stanel throwing a venomous look towards the questor, but Brox didn't seem to notice or care.
Ah, a good effort. Now we shall see how long you can maintain it. I always say, good legs and good lungs are as important as a strong arm, the questor declared, not breathing any differently despite running backwards at a fast pace. They exited the mansion and headed down the broad road that was the quickest way to the east gate. Brox kept on running backwards, dodging around anybody in his path with quick bursts of speed. He wore an indulgent expression as he kept talking. A few 100 years ago, I was leading an army out of the city-state of Aflela to fight Kehona over a trade route. We were both racing to the Pass of Lightning. Archery armies desire the high ground, I tell you. He smirked. Verified truth, we got there first. Saria tried to hold us off by herself until her army arrived, but I chased her off and we took the position. She had better archers, but with the high ground it wasn't an even contest. We won that war off legs, not bows. Took her a decade to forgive me for that one. The questor's eyes panned around across the airs, waiting for a response to his story. His social skill was still going, but it didn't seem to be as powerful as before. Either he was reining it in, or it worked better for first impressions. The pace meant they were all breathing intentionally, but not so hard nobody could spare a word. Instead of responding, Nathan and Kachi just met Brox's gaze calmly, while Arl and Sarah were more reserved. Stella was as far from Brox as she could get. The mage's mouth was set in a thin line, and she kept her eyes on the paving stones as force mana carried her feet in large, swooping steps. After an awkward moment, Nathan agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. Soraya's another questor? Has she ever visited Jamor? The questor snorted, dancing between Nathan and Kachi to avoid a man pulling a cart full of fabric up the hill. That's repeating prophecy. She's a questor from my grid, but she never budges from her precious Kehona. Wants to build it up into a new Edrani, a place to survive endings. He shook his head. But that's not what the endings are for. Nathan's eyes sharpened at Brox's words, but the man frowned and changed the topic before Nathan could ask a follow-up. She's an archer, like Sarah here. It's good to see Stanel with heirs of his own. Funny to set one on the path of blades and another on the path of bows. They both seem aimed at the same destination. Do you both plan to pursue your father's path? The question was a bit perfunctory, as if the questor didn't really care about the answer. Sarah looked up with a proud smile. We're on the path to power, wherever that takes us. I'm blazing my own path towards my own target. Next to her, Arl grunted his agreement. Brox laughed. Good. Good. Powerful insights can give great power, but it never pays to copy a path to the bone. He held up one finger like a teacher imparting a great lesson. It always leads to a flawed copy. The best warriors always come from those who follow their own path. An insight you discover will always be yours in ways that cannot be matched by any other. The benevolent smile was back,
and Brox gestured around at all of them. I should tell you about the Immortals, a group I knew back in the days where old Jamor stood.
Unique fighters all, but linked by a single talent. Nathan and the other heirs listened as Brox told them a few stories, reacting calmly even as the stories grew more and more outrageous. He was a good storyteller. I don't think he's lying, or even necessarily stretching the truth. He's been on Devrar for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and lived through a few endings. I fully believe he's killed gods. Though not alone, of course. Stella was trying to stay as far away from Brox as she could, and avoided making eye contact with him. However, even over the course of the brief trip through the city, she started warming up to the questor, grinning and laughing at some of his stories. They exited the city, waved out of the gates by a team of adventurers and another pair of Halsmet elites. The terrain before them was rocky and broken, though not barren. Trees and bushes covered the mountains, while a solid and well-built road snaked between farms and towards a broad pass that led to the city of Giant's Rest. Kachi raised a pointing finger, aiming away from the road at a shallow angle. Fireface Pass is that way. By Olita's flaming underpants, so it is. Keep up. I could be there and back before you finished lunch, Brock said, finally turning around and surveying the terrain as they set out at the same jog. Then why don't you? Arl asked, his voice laced with a hint of bite. It'd save us a trip. The questor spun back, throwing his arms wide. Ah, because I wish to know you. He waggled his finger. Can't do all the labor, else you will be incapable when I leave. Then Brox's expression grew more serious. Such a trip would tire me, even if only a sliver. If I should meet Badud out there, with a team to support him, then this war could be over before it's even begun. Badud was always a wily one. I could see him reading the board and laying this trap here. Besides, the duty is to keep watch, and I need to sleep. The heirs looked around at one another, faces grim. Brox picked up on it. Oh, do you think to question prophecy? Will you abandon your duty if it means facing a questor? His tone was vaguely mocking, holding a sliver of disappointment. Nathan snorted. Nope. Just want a rematch. He didn't fight fair the first time. The questor's eyebrows rose. Tell me. Nathan pursed his lips, trying to decide how much detail to share. There was this archmage of Giant's Rest, Teol Dodroxol, student of Badud's, I think. Teol had a hard-on for capturing me. We spanked him the first time he tried ambushing us. Then he woke up an old Gemor fortress foundry and waited for us to come and deal with it. Brox interrupted, his eyes shadowed. I knew the fortress foundries were a bad idea, but Gemor loved their constructs. They did make them feel safe. He refocused on Nathan. You took one down? We defeated the army with lightning and steel, Kachi said seriously, to save the village of Taren, then joined with others to destroy the foundry. Lightning? Brox glanced at Stella, whose eyes sparked in response. He dipped his head. I see. Nathan broke in before Stella could respond. Teol ambushed us after we fought all day, taking down the fortress foundry. But he still wasn't confident, so he brought Badud along. Flying, invisible. Used soporific bubble to knock the others out, then levitated and teleported my friends away. That's what started this whole mess. He waved back at Halsmet. So I killed Teol, freed the elites, and killed a bunch of mages. Exia got away, though she left an arm behind. The questor waggled a finger at Nathan like a disappointed teacher. Bad idea, that.
No better path to rivalry.
But do you aim to rival this silly archmage, or the quester?
The question was said probingly, as if Brox was daring Nathan to take up a thrown gauntlet. Nathan met Brox's eyes. I'd love to topple their academy, kill Badood and all his pet archmages. Pretty damn sure they all deserve it. The quester nodded slowly. Good. Excellent. His mouth spread into a contented grin. A worthy companion. He glanced around at the rest of the heirs. Do you share Nathan's fire? You are his team. Jamor swears the adventurer's oath, and you swore with him. Will you fight by his side until his quest is done? The quester's gaze sharpened. Once the god of oaths was Eads. Now he is slain, and only his fragments enforce what is sworn, without the wisdom of the eldest of the divine. Only the letter of a vow matters these days, not its spirit. Man, this guy knows things way beyond anybody in Jamor.
The stuff he could teach us, if only he felt like it.
Kachi's attention was laser-focused now that Brox was talking about gods, but the quester gestured around to the heirs instead of continuing. Tell me about yourselves. You're the heirs of the most powerful adventurers in Gamor. But what of your parents do you want to keep? How will you grow beyond them?
Chapter 27. Uncomfortable Patrols.
Kachi growled with frustration at Brox's question. Our parents shaped our paths, as is true for all, but we are not defined by them. We seek goals beyond Gamor. The wolfman's voice was low and guttural. As he continued, his words started reverberating in the way that happened whenever the prayed or otherwise invoked his shard of divinity. You launch questions as from a bow, doubting our dedication. But what of your own? You come to fight Giants' Rest, to engage in righteous battle against our oppressors. Kachi stepped towards Brox, intangible power rippling off him as if from a hot stove. He stood defiantly before the questor. Will you fight with all you have? Or is this as a game to you? Are you here as a master of the mountain, to dispense wisdom and leap from the mountaintop when it suits you? The air itself vibrated with Kachi's question, and it felt like he'd woken a force larger than any magic or monster. Divine mana emerged from the fabric of Devrar itself, spilling forth around the airs and waiting to judge the questor's next words. It felt expectant. What is going on? Divine mana has emotions, but it's usually simple. This feels like more. Like the mana has been summoned and waits to pass judgment. Brox laughed, long and loud. It was the deep belly laugh of a man finding something truly unexpected but completely welcome. The divine pressure intensified in response, unhappy at being mocked. The feeling was oppressive, like being crushed by a giant, but it was also fragile, as if the giant was pressing on them with a sheet of thin plastic that would soon rip. The questor's face calmed, and he addressed Kachi seriously, with a ritualistic cadence. By Daemon's hammer, I will fight Badood to the death in this battle. He has earned his end 300 times and 3. I am committed to your cause in spirit, heart, and blade. His hands moved from his forehead to his chest, and finally to the hilts of his swords as he spoke. The words resonated with the power surrounding them, and Nathan shivered as more divine mana came into being, slipping out of the fabric of the world. It seemed drawn by the questor's words, and there was a vast sense of approval. Nathan pulled in his aura as tightly as he could, trying very hard not to disrupt the developing ritual. More and more divine mana permeated the air, until there was enough present to vaporize the ground for 100 feet in every direction, if it decided it was the right thing to do.
Nowhere was the mana denser than where it manifested around Kachi, as a blazing golden aura, especially in a halo around his head. He stared with a shocked expression at Brox, clearly unsure how to handle the ocean of power that only theoretically answered to him. "We've started a ritual of some kind, and the mana is waiting for the next part. But Kachi doesn't know what to do. He's a priest without a holy book, a man operating heavy weaponry without a manual." "Magical Intuition 5 achieved!" Brox wore a sad smile on his face, and he spoke quietly to Kachi, giving instruction. "This ritual isn't a working of Kali's. The feeling is more important than the words. You need to bless the war that is to come.
Vow on the principles of Daemon that all present shall dedicate themselves to righteous combat because it is necessary to prevent greater harm." The power grew even denser, tendrils of divine mana sparking in the air like impatient eels. But Kachi didn't immediately follow Brox's direction, instead thinking deeply for a moment. After several seconds of intensifying pressure, the wolfman spoke. His voice thrummed with power, and the divine mana quivered audibly, becoming visible as rippling waves in the air. "This war will be a righteous one. As comrades, we shall be victorious through worthy battle, and we will cast down the evil of our foes. With our virtue, we shall crush our foes on the field, for that is the proper way to face the enemy." With his magical sense, Nathan could feel the shard of divinity inside his friend resonate in tune with the dense field of mana that surrounded them. The divine power radiated a sense of satisfaction and benevolent pride before allowing the wolfman to take control of it. Kachi flexed his hands as he mastered the power with hands beyond the physical. He trembled, simultaneously resolute and fragile in the face of so much energy. "By my power, the worthy will be blessed." Brox seemed a bit surprised at the exact wording of Kachi's invocation, but he simply closed his eyes and accepted the divine mana as it sank into his bones. The questor almost seemed to be luxuriating in the sensation. "The blessing of Daemon. It's been an age since I felt it." He snorted and cracked an eye at Kachi. "Though it isn't truly a blessing of Daemon, is it?" Magical Perception 7 achieved. Meanwhile, Nathan was fighting a losing battle. He was trying to pull his anti-magic back to expose himself for the blessing, but it didn't want to stick. And it wasn't just Nathan's anti-magic. A sense of resolute strength spread through Nathan, wherever the divine power touched him. But then it recoiled away. Am I too inherently anti-magic for this? Or does the divinity disapprove of what I've done to fight Giant's Rest? Or is it Kachi, consciously or subconsciously judging me unworthy of his blessing? Each of the heirs let out a sigh of relief as the magic settled into them, but Nathan only felt frustration as the blessing dissipated. Brox gave him a lopsided smile, seeming to detect his distress. "Your talent's a vault of solace, but such a thing has its drawbacks." The questor breathed out deeply, a more peaceful expression on his face than at any other time Nathan had seen. A divine miracle with no god involved. Just a young cleric following a new path. I'd thought the wonders of the divine forever lost. The questor's eyes opened, and his gaze panned to Stella, Arl, and Sarah. It was my desire to accompany Nathan, and his team was incidental. But if this is the path of your healer, I look forward to learning what flame burns inside each of you. Stella's expression brightened, but both Sarah and Arl's eyebrows drew down in identical frowns. The questor rolled his eyes. Trust my word, your insights are safe. I enjoy meeting warriors who blaze their own paths, and that describes all of you. He spun back to Nathan with an intense grin. A worthy team to slay a giant.
They camped within sight of the pass, having mostly avoided further intense conversation. Stella had let slip that she had 8 different mana types, but the other heirs had quickly changed the topic, and Brox let it drop with a patronizing smile. Nathan had been wondering if the quester was going to camp with them. With his speed, he could probably run back to Halsmet to sleep in a nice bed before returning in the morning. Or he could do whatever questers did to travel huge distances.
But the man just set up a small and heavily enchanted tent that faded into the background. That thing's almost as heavily enchanted as the Kalis Tower that nearly turned me into a goat. Bigger inside, feels almost indestructible. I should probably stay away unless I want a very angry questor. But I could probably pick up a few insights breaking down the magic inside. Setting up camp was a more involved affair than it had been previously. They'd lost some of their gear when Badud had kidnapped them, and Nathan had broken several enchantments to give himself enough stamina to run to Halsmet in a single day. They'd replaced some of the gear and gotten some replacements from the Guardians, but Arl was going to have to cook with a non-magical cooking pot, which means I might have to finally do dishes for once. Boo. Brox answered the questioning glances shot his way as they divided up chores. Act as if I wasn't present. I'll manage myself, but I desire to see you, adventure.
Auril sent a confused look his way. What does that mean?
The quester rolled his eyes and spoke slowly, as if to a young child. I want to know how you act, in all ways. Still an ass, just a complicated one, with a fancy magic tent. At least it's camouflaged. They ascended the rest of the way up the pass the next day, finding the narrowest point of the pass, and the Fortress of the Face. The fortresses were relatively common across Devrar, though less was known about their origins than most dungeons. They invariably consisted of an enormous human face carved into a mountain or cliff, with eyes, nostrils, and mouth providing access to the structure inside. Usually there was a road built up into the mouth, and you'd have to fly into any of the other entrances. The faces covered the entire range of humanity, from babies to bearded ancients, from beautiful to ugly. Each one held a single, powerful enchantment that spanned the entire fortification. The only purpose of that enchantment was to draw in and saturate the insides with an immense amount of a single kind of mana. The running theory in the Adventurers Guild was that whatever society had built them used an insight that let people gain a mana type by spending time in an environment saturated with that mana. Unfortunately, no clues as to their builders remained. Instead, each Fortress of the Face was usually inhabited by something drawn to the strong magic. Sometimes it was a monster, or a colony of them, that absorbed the free mana and gained corresponding abilities. Other times, it was something stranger, like a mobile and aggressive forest or intelligent elementals. During training, the heirs had heard about one Fortress of the Face inhabited by replicating floating halberds. Nathan surveyed the pass, examining the 500-foot-tall face of a beautiful woman carved out of the mountain. Sculpted hair framed a strong nose and delicate cheekbones, while enormous gouts of yellow-red flame surged into the sky from each eye. The roar of flame was audible from even this distance, and the open mouth rippled with forge heat escaping between plump lips. The pass was scorched for hundreds of feet in all directions of the fortress. Brox walked up next to him, looking out at the pass and the magic show on the other side. Now that's a deed for the making, isn't it? Nathan grimaced, his eyes playing over the rest of the broad pass below them. It's impressive, but we're just here to prevent anybody from Giant's Rest getting through. If anything, it'll help cordon off that side of the pass. I doubt the mages want to get any closer than I do.
The quester just shook his head and sighed in exasperation at Nathan's lack of bravado.
They'd climbed partway up the steep slope across from the Fortress of the Face, where Stella was working to flatten a portion of the mountainside to pitch their camp. It was hidden from the ground below by the slope, but you could easily look out over the pass from the ledge without being silhouetted against the sky. Nathan turned to address the questor as they watched Stella use her earth magic to make a ledge that would serve as a vantage point. Who built the fortresses of the Face? What were they for? Join me in vanquishing it, and I'll give you a hint. Brox reached out and capped Nathan on the shoulder, chuckling. The force of his presence redoubled, and Nathan felt like he was sitting next to a blazing beacon of authority and influence. Rolling his eyes, Nathan sat on the ground. Not a good enough reward. That place looks like it's incredibly hazardous to even approach. It also offers no real danger to Halsmet.
The record said it was passive, and I don't want to change that. There was a pregnant pause, then Brox's muscled form settled down close beside Nathan. The challenge of its existence is not reason enough? Nope. It's an unnecessary risk, Nathan replied. It's not like there's a shortage of necessary dangers for adventurers to level from. If we went around challenging every dungeon, Jamor would be wiped out within the decade. Surely the heirs are enough to conquer this dungeon quickly and without danger. Brox's tone was teasing, seemingly trying to challenge Nathan's pride. For a moment, Nathan wanted to agree to the plan, to impress Brox with his abilities. His anti-magic probably could neutralize whatever was in there. Maybe. Maybe not. And even if we beat whatever's inside, there still might be fallout for Halsmet, and for our mission of preventing anybody from getting through. He reined in the impulse, deciding it wasn't worth responding to the questor's comment.
Mental Fortress 4 achieved. After a moment of silence, Brox picked the conversation back up, his voice serious and faintly contemptuous. If you are so focused on avoiding risk, why do you not teach your anti-magic? It surprised me to learn that you were not spreading that insight. It is such an edge to hold against Giant's Rest. It would also aid with such dungeons. He gestured across the pass towards the magical fire streaming into the sky. Nathan pursed his lips, trying to decide how to answer, but Brox wasn't done. The way Jamor hoards insights, it is a prophecy of both power and death. Jamor adventurers have so many different paths, no foe can triumph over them all. More insights are discovered here than in the halls of the Conclave. But the cost is that few of those insights spread, and many are lost entirely. The quester finally turned to regard Nathan, his gaze curious. You do not strike me as a hoarder of insights. Why do you not spread such power to defy your foes?
By Eads, do me the favor of answering with verified truth.
Nathan clicked his tongue while he thought. I can't teach it, he shrugged, turning to meet the purple eyes weighing him. I don't know how to replicate the conditions that gave me the talent. There wasn't much of an insight involved. It was dependent on external factors outside of my control. Brox didn't answer for a long moment, his brow furrowed in thought. There is always a way to spread an insight. Can you remember the exact words of Devrar when you were granted the talent? Yes. Nathan reached back with his memory skill, recalling one of the first messages he'd ever gotten after his abduction from Earth. Your body has no magic inside it, and magic-resistant alchemical ingredients permeate your bones and brain, making you difficult to affect with magic. He didn't share it with his companion, simply ruminating on the meaning of the sentence. I've been focused on the magic-resistant alchemical ingredients.
I haven't found or heard of any alchemy ingredients known to resist magic.
But the other half of the message was that my body has no magic inside of it. That's something I can now replicate. I just need to saturate somebody in my aura for a while. Brox let the silence stretch as Nathan considered the idea,
seemingly content to wait. Eventually, Nathan shrugged. I might be able to do it halfway. The quester's eyebrows rose, looking pleased. What tier was the talent when you first gained it? High tier. Now Brox definitely looked smug, and he nodded as if accepting praise. Then you can convey the talent at mid or low tier. Experimentation would be advised. He trailed off as he saw Nathan's expression. I really can teach my anti-magic? That might be more important than this patrol. Nathan rocked back, blown away by the realization. He darted a look backwards, where the heirs were setting up camp and chatting amongst themselves. Kachi was watching Brox and Nathan talk. Something about Nathan's expression alarmed the wolfman, and he approached, studying Nathan and casting a wary glance at the questor. What occurs? Brox tilted his head, indicating that Nathan should speak. I think I know how to pass on my anti-magic talent. Kachi's eyebrows rose quickly. Clear as polished gems? Nathan nodded back minutely. Should we go back to Halsmet? There are a bunch of freed slaves training to fight Giant's Rest who could probably use the talent, even if I can only teach it at low or mid-tier. Brox scoffed. By the oaths of Eads, we were given this mission, and we shall complete it. Sudrael demands no less. He spoke with a faintly mocking expression. Besides, a worthy dungeon is right there, he gestured. Not part of the plan, Nathan said, rolling his eyes once more. He waved over the rest of the heirs, and they approached the edge of the overlook. Brox gave out an irritated growl, but didn't speak up as Stella approached. Giant's Rest, the mage said as she examined the pass below. Nathan shook his head. Nope, something Brox said. I think I can pass on anti-magic now. Do you think it's worth going back to Halsmet to teach the talent to the volunteers? Brox's eyes narrowed, seemingly frustrated his opinion hadn't automatically carried the discussion. Stella glanced at him, anxiety clear in her voice. Stay? Brox gave a minute nod of approval. Stay. Damn it. Arl nodded along. Can your talent be learned so quickly? These volunteers won't weigh the scales of the upcoming battle much. This will be a battle of giants. Fresh trainees will be like goats to a castle bear. We would destroy the future for nothing. It means the talent won't be lost, Nathan said quietly. Brox huffed out a breath and shook his head. He stood from his spot next to Nathan. Plan for victory, not defeat. Should you fall, Halsmet will too. You will destroy Giant's Rest with your own hands, not with your students. He said the last word like it was a curse. I suppose Brox doesn't like teaching. We have... Ask Sudrael. Sarah's voice was patient. She tapped Stella on the shoulder. That's your target. The maid shook herself, giving Brox another glance. Yeah, okay, I'll ask. She walked away to the other side of the camp, as far as she could get from Brox, while still staying on the flat ground of their campsite. Brox cracked his neck from side to side as he watched the mage, before turning his gaze back to Sarah. By Solace, you don't have much trust. He radiated disappointment like an almost physical force, the aura prompting everybody around him that it was their duty to address his concerns. The siblings shared a glance and stepped back a few paces, minute expressions conveying complex thoughts. After a moment, Sarah responded. Sudrael sees light we cannot. She'll decide if there's another team that can replace us. She clenched her jaw thereafter, avoiding saying anything more. Brox grunted, his skill continuing at full blast. Sweat beaded on Sarah and Arl's foreheads, and Stella shot a worried look across the campsite, but snapped her head away quickly. Patience is part of a virtuous battle. We will meet the army when it comes. Kachi's hand settled companionably on Brox's shoulder,
and the golden blessing within them both flared. That is our true task. The pressure of the skill faded as Brox smiled back at the wolfman. Yes, it is. He shrugged apologetically. Pardon my zeal. Kachi nodded his head slightly, dispensing forgiveness. What's all that about? It wasn't manipulation, more like a priest talking to somebody in his flock. Stella walked delicately back across the clearing, trying to make herself as small as possible. No teams available.
That might change if somebody comes back from a scouting mission early, but we're to hold here for now.
She seemed ready to hunker down if Brox shot so much as a frown in her direction. Nathan sighed. Now that he'd had a second chance to think about it, he realized he also would need to teach the regeneration insight to any would-be anti-mages. They couldn't be healed magically, after all. So we stay. The quester sounded a bit resigned, but no longer annoyed. After nightfall, Nathan was scrubbing the cookpot in the dark. He just had a bit of water splashed in from a dimensional bag, a rag, and a scrap of soap. He could barely see the grease he needed to get out. He managed not to complain. It was definitely time he did dishes, and light would make their hidden campsite obvious. Dinner had been delicious. Brox had gone and caught some nindine, effortlessly grabbing one of the oldest members of a far-off herd.
He'd quickly and efficiently prepared steaks from the magical gazelle-like creature, explaining the ones most steeped in magic had the most tender meat, because of their reliance on magic for movement. They also can fly at arrow-like speeds and stab you with sharpened horns. Learned that one the hard way. The meat had certainly been saturated with air magic, and it had been a weird sensation for Nathan to taste the meat with more than a single sense and digest it in two ways. Now, Kachi and Arl were talking quietly as Stella practiced with tiny amounts of plasma mana, occasionally asking Nathan a question that he answered in low tones. She seemed to be close to implementing a tube-shaped mirror that would let her make a laser, but it wasn't quite a finished spell. Brox sat cross-legged on a blanket behind them. He hadn't moved a muscle since dinner, and Nathan wasn't sure if he was meditating, asleep, or had taken Kachi's invocation of patience to heart. It's really hard to make a good mirror with my magic, but reflecting light mana is easier. Do you think I can try to make the plasma emit light mana instead of just light? Then bounce that back and forth to stimulate the plasma to release even more light? Stella asked, frowning at an awkward spell construct in her hands that occasionally flashed a reddish light into the stones at their feet. Nathan considered the question. Maybe. Sounds like the hard part of that idea is to make the plasma generate light mana instead of magical light, then have that feedback. Maybe if you use your class skill to blur the line between magic and nature, you can get something that's still magical enough to work with. Stella considered the spell a bit more, tweaking the construct. She opened her mouth to suggest another idea. Movement. Sarah's voice was low, but its sharpness carried across the camp. Group of 20 moving through the pass.
Chapter 28. A Baited Patrol.
The heirs clustered up, looking down into the pass. Nathan's gaze followed Sarah's rifle to the group of figures. The flaming dungeon was even more spectacular at night, and its light meant that the people below cast long shadows. They were moving across the pass below, staying as far away from the dungeon as they could get while remaining on flat ground. That meant they were about 200 feet directly downslope of the heirs, picking their way across the rocky base of the pass. The distant roar of flame meant Nathan couldn't hear any noise, and he couldn't see them as much more than silhouettes with long shadows. Sarah apparently could, and reported on their enemies in a low voice. 10 golems, 5 slave elites, 5 mages, 2 war mages, an enslavement mage, an artisan mage, and a nail.
They haven't seen us, or are doing a blasphemous job of ignoring us. Do we start this off with a bang?
Stella looked excited, and her eyes shone with the flaring purple of plasma mana. Arl's frown was barely visible in the darkness, but he was clearly gauging the distance.
Let's get closer. Ambush them from above. Yeah, drop the mages from surprise, and I'll free the elites.
Nathan glanced towards Stella and raised an eyebrow.
Let's bring back an old strategy. Throw me on top of the war mages. Sarah snipes the nail, and Stella zaps the enslavement mage right before I drop in. Whoever finishes their target first gets the artisan. Arl and Kachi on backup against the golems. Sounds good? This is a good chance to develop airwalking. Brox scoffed at the chatter. What of my own task? I could destroy that grouping in a breath if you asked. He gestured at the dungeon across the pass.
Though I might ask a favor in return. Nathan traded a glance with Kachi before responding to the questor.
No need. We can fight this party ourselves. If it's a trap and Badud is hidden nearby, we'll need you in reserve. Or if we need saving because they've got tricks we can't handle. Brox sighed heavily. I won't be an unheard prophecy. Then he vanished, dust puffing up from his insane speed. Faint cries came from below before Brox reappeared in another spray of dust. He tossed something to the ground with a thump. I mislike those who hide in the shadows. Everybody spent a moment processing what had just happened. Nathan looked down at the object on the ground and saw a pair of confused eyes staring back up at him. Brox had just dropped a head at their feet, still clad in the black hood of a nail. The hood and head were both severed cleanly, and blood flowed from the stump into the rocky ground with a faint gurgle. Nathan glanced down towards the Giant's Rest patrol.
They were looking around in all directions, and a pulse of magic pinged out from them, highlighting the other heirs.
God damn it! He sent a peeved look at Brox, who wore a smug expression. At least help us out if we get in trouble. The quester settled back in his seat, a spot out of sight of the pass below. You're impressive adventurers. You can handle this. You'll level more if I don't intervene. I'll get up if Badud decides to weigh in. I swear, he oscillates between being halfway decent and being completely intolerable. Nathan put thoughts of irresponsible questers out of his head as a yellowish flare lit up the landscape. One of the Giant's Rest mages had sent a globe of light high into the air, casting the surrounding terrain into sharp relief. A moment later, a spear of molten stone the size of a tree struck Kachi's shield. The lava sprayed across the landscape, deflecting off a curve of golden light that extended from the wolfman's shield.
Kachi was pushed back a few steps by the impact, but he quickly reset himself to shield the camp from further direct attacks. Fireballs arced at them from above and from both sides, prompting Stella to throw out shields to intercept the explosive spells. Nathan's rage needed no prompting, kindling to life as he sprinted past the Divine Justicar with Arl close behind. The Giant's Rest patrol had fanned out on the landscape below, with the mages splitting up behind the slave elites. The 10 golems were sprinting upslope towards the heirs, and Nathan made straight for them. The lead statue leapt at him, bladed arms slicing through the air. Nathan jumped over the strike and slammed his palm into the golem's hip, shattering the magic of the core hidden in the joint. I need a really big jump to try and develop airwalking. Can Stella give me a toss, or is she too busy in the mage duel? He couldn't spare the attention to check, dancing through the next few strikes from the fast and agile golems. These models were more advanced than what he'd fought before, with metal armor and sharpened limbs. They moved with immaculate teamwork and uncanny precision, coming at him from multiple angles at once to box him in. Gotta be the artisan mage directing them. These must be war golems, smaller than I expected. The guardian golems in Tail's tower were enormous. High-tier dodging footwork 10 achieved! Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further.
You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. Their focus on Nathan cost the golems. Arl shattered one with 4 quick revolver bullets, before blasting another one back with the lightning saber.
Nathan tore the magic from the next one as his teammate switched to the giant greatsword with a disintegrating edge in a flash of motion. A purple-tinged fireball flew downslope, trailing mana to detonate against a triple-layered shield with a tremendous explosion, breaking the first layer. A split second later, a lightning bolt worthy of Zeus lanced down from the sky towards Kachi's shield. It never connected, instead curving to follow the path of Stella's plasma ball and punching through the second of the 3 shields. "Show 'em, Stella!" But it does seem she's busy. The next 2 golems lost their heads to pistol bullets from Sarah. Arl used his reach advantage to dice up the 2 that tried to delay him, while the final 3 jumped Nathan, seemingly desperate to pin him down. They were intentionally going high, trying to hedge Nathan in and prevent him from jumping. His magical senses told him why, right before a cage of stone stabbed up from the ground. It would have surrounded him with thick bars of rock if he hadn't rolled down the slope, reaching out with his aura to stop the growth of 2 of the bars before they could block his way. The slope was steep and rocky, but Nathan came to his feet without issue. He was past the golems and left the remainder to his teammates. His goal was directly in front of him, and Nathan flew down the remaining distance like he was propelled by a jet engine. High-tier sprinting 8 achieved! The elites stood just behind the edge of the large shield that protected the mages. The green-robed woman maintaining the barrier looked strained, while a war mage continued to trade spells with Stella. He was volleying dozens of smaller fireballs now, trying to intercept her spells and overwhelm the air's defenses. The second war mage was charging up some kind of air spell that felt terrifying. There was enough power in the mana construct to blast away a castle wall.
Nathan yelled at the man as hard as he could, flaring and using his battle the same time to draw attention. What emerged from his mouth wasn't so much a yell as a primal roar, reverberating in his chest and throat with a tearing sensation. I think I tore my vocal cords. They'll fix themselves. The war mage's head snapped down from Kachi's shield towards Nathan, and he unleashed the spell early with a panicked warble. The attack wasn't so much a wind spell as a solid block of gas molecules imbued with the magic to annihilate everything they touched. It was like a disintegration spell integrated into a cone-shaped blast of wind. The ground under Nathan's feet flashed into dust as his aura shielded him from the magic. The fast-moving wind should have carried him backwards, but with his momentum boosted by class skills, he punched through the blast of air. He kept calm as all of the matter not shielded by his aura dissolved, like the world was a dream coming to an end. Nathan smirked as the wind settled and thick dust billowed around him. He switched the effect of his noticeability in an instant to help him be stealthy. He crouched low to minimize his profile as he ran through the dust towards the Giant's Rest patrol. Mid-tier noticeability 8 achieved! The slave elites weren't ready for him when he broke through the remaining shield without slowing. They still attacked, but Nathan rolled past the first one and planted his hands to vault over the second, flipping up and past the elites. I can free them once the enslavement mage is dealt with. A steel ball slammed into the side of Nathan's head, cracking his skull. Instead of crushing the enslavement mage's skull like he'd meant to, he flopped atop her, woozy and reeling. Her mage armor did nothing to stop his bulk, and they went down in a tumble.
Nathan felt an incredible disorientation, like he'd suddenly been thrown into a 4-dimensional universe. The darkness of unconsciousness beckoned. He refused to let it claim him. His rage blazed bright, and Nathan's focus and battle meditation kept him present in the here and now. The world cleared in a moment as his brain healed up, the fragments of shattered bone audibly sliding back into position. Perfected Body 8 achieved! There's an insight there, in refusing to surrender consciousness. Nathan came to and found himself sprawled atop the enslavement mage. She feebly tried to push him off, but with him conscious, a wrestling match was only ever going to go one way. He rolled on top and crushed her throat with a punch before leaning out of the way of another whizzing ball of metal. He rolled away from the choking mage to avoid the slave elites, trying to get closer to the artisan mage.
The man in the yellow robe was young, younger than Nathan, and wore an expression of nervous excitement as he sent another 3 metal orbs screaming through the air with twitches of his fingers. Nathan contorted his body, kicking one leg out to the side as he reached out with his anti-magic to nullify the projectiles. But the heavy balls were only barely magical. They bore heavy-duty enchantments that could be pulsed to reduce their mass for a brief moment. The mage seemed to be activating that enchantment and using force magic to easily redirect the projectiles. Magic is bullshit. Between this and controlling the golems, this guy's a damn prodigy. Time to put an end to that. The artisan mage kept the balls moving, zipping towards Nathan's head in pairs and trios. Nathan tried to disenchant each projectile, but the enchantment was robust, and they were only in range of Nathan's aura for less than a second apiece.
At least the elites can't get close enough to stab me with these damn steel baseballs whizzing around. He leapt over another set of fast-moving orbs, spinning in midair. Then a spear thrown by an elite hit him below the right shoulder, the spearhead punching out of his chest. The magic on the weapon fizzled to nothing, and Nathan grabbed the blade, leveraging the force of his spin to snap the spear in half as the butt slammed to the ground. High-tier tumbling 8 achieved! As he landed, another one of the balls slammed onto his upper arm, splintering the bone and deflecting up into the air. More balls streaked for Nathan's head, but he leapt a dozen feet straight up, grabbing the wayward orb that had bounced off his arm. Another one crushed Nathan's tailbone, and a third tore off his shoe and took a toe with it. But Nathan ignored the injuries. He tightened his physical and immaterial fingers on the orb, tearing apart the enchantment set into the metal structure before hurling it back at the young man who'd sent it at him. The mage smirked and flicked a finger, blinking in surprise when the orb only deflected slightly, showing the first signs of panic as a lancing tendril of anti-magic bored a gap in his head of the projectile. The baseball-sized steel object audibly broke bone as it slammed into the artisan's shoulder. The impact spun him around and threw the young man to the ground in a pile of yellow robes. The slave elites were ready for Nathan's descent, and he briefly wondered if he should try to develop right then and there. It's one of my 3 talents, and will be a permanent one. I won't develop it in less than ideal conditions. Instead, he jerked himself sideways with his mobility skills, dodging another spear and the thrust of a greatsword to come down atop one of the elites. Nathan reached out with his aura and stripped away the mental magic before the man could bring his sword around. He rolled into the rest of the elites, shielding his head from further blows as he excised the magic from them all in the span of a few seconds. His head came up to see each of the fighters staggered and looking around with confusion as the mental magic broke. "Turn! Strike down your masters! Join me as free men!" Nathan bellowed in their faces, leveraging his and sheer volume to penetrate the chaos of battle. Mid-tier battle cry 3 achieved. Then they were all bathed in flame. It was a consuming fire, hot as a blast forge. Hot enough that Nathan felt the enchantments of the fighters around him fade as their weapons and armor melted to slag before they even hit the ground. His aura prevented the flames from reaching him, but the tiny fraction of the spell that became normal radiant heat left his clothes smoldering.
Nathan let his rage slip free of feeling the excess speed and strength burn through his muscles in a counterpoint to the consuming flame all around. His eyes were blind in the midst of the inferno, but his magical senses could detect what was happening. One of the war mages was standing atop the downed enslavement mage,
healing her while he blasted Nathan with a brutally powerful fire spell. From the flaring mana, it was harder than expected to heal the woman, but the mage kept the flame going. Nathan took powerful steps, forging upstream against the flow of magic. He burst from the shroud of flame to find the war mage wasn't even looking at him. He was helping the enslavement mage to her feet. Blasphemously hard to heal. She was rubbing a hand over her neck in relief and was in the middle of speaking. Praise the giant!
What a monster.
Her eyes had a moment to widen as Nathan's aura slashed through a triple layer before his elbow hit the war mage in the back of the head. Bone cracked, and the man was hurled to the ground. Nathan's other arm lanced out a punch, caving in the enslavement mage's chest and throwing her back to the ground. Nathan turned to the last war mage, who had been matching Stella spell for spell throughout the fight. The old red-robed man swore, "Doom upon you." Then he looked skyward and cast a spell. Nathan leapt after him, throwing his aura out to break the spell, but the man accelerated upwards like a bat out of hell. He hurled a casual fireball backward that Nathan just as casually absorbed. I could have gotten him with airwalk, but that fight was just so fast. If Brox hadn't interrupted, I hate letting one of them get away. A lightning bolt the width of a school bus slammed into the fleeing mage.
The light and noise split the dark sky and left Nathan blinking away after images as the sound echoed back from the mountains around them. But when the spell faded, the man was still there, looking faintly singed but still very much alive and intent on escaping. He spared one last look at Nathan, mouth sneering but eyes terrified. Sarah's rifle cracked, and his head exploded. Drops of blood rained down over the landscape around Nathan as he moved towards the mages he'd struck thus far. He needed to ensure no one else would try to escape. The first war mage was very dead, the back of his skull caved in. The enslavement mage still lived, clutching at deflated lungs and attempting to cast a cure spell, which fizzled against the magic-resistant wound. Nathan fixed that problem with a simple stomp. He turned towards the prone artisan mage to find that Arl was ahead of him. The young mage surged upright as metal-clad boots approached, wincing as he used his wounded shoulder. He still managed to hurl 6 metal orbs and a spear of force at the master of many weapons.
Arl's hands blurred faster than sight, and 4 of the orbs were struck from the air. He swayed aside from the other 2 and took the force spell to the chest. It broke on his woven metal armor like an icicle thrown against a wall. The young man held up his arms from where he lay on the ground. "Wait! I will!" Arl's force saber sliced the mage in half from crown to groin. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 222. You and your peers have defeated a powerful Giant's Rest scouting party. Assassin of Jamor has leveled to 80. You have slain Naf Donir and Virna da Wait. Damn, so close to level 81 on Assassin. That fight still got me 16 levels overall. If Brox hadn't interfered, then more of them would have been assassin levels. I would have that level 81 development. Nathan looked around at the wreckage of the fight, grimacing at the slagged metal and charred remains of the slave elites.
Even the one who'd been standing behind him hadn't been spared. The only benefit of being in Nathan's shadow, a more intact corpse. The light from the flare spell cast high above faded away, leaving the battlefield dark once more. The main light source was the reddish hues cast by the flickering flames of the dungeon and by several guttering fires on the slopes of the mountain from the mage duel. Brox appeared next to Nathan in a gust of displaced air, clapping him on the shoulder. "A worthy victory!" The questor looked Nathan up and down, openly amused at his burnt clothing. "You must pay your tailor in adamant if that happens in every fight." Nathan whirled at the questor, expression fierce. He brushed off the hand on his shoulder and almost swung a fist.
His muscles strained, but came back to the fore, and Nathan just barely managed to wrestle his rage back under control before he attacked Brox.
The quester raised his eyebrows, looking surprised at Nathan's clear antipathy. "We could have rescued those men," Nathan snarled, gesturing at the charcoal where 5 elites had once stood. "They would have joined us and strengthened Holzmet for the coming fight. You got them killed." Brox shrugged, opening his mouth to respond with an amused smirk. The sight of the quester's mirth enraged Nathan further, and he cut Brox off. "But no, you wanted excitement." He tried to poke the target of his ire in the chest, but the quester deftly stepped back. "5 men who could have been our allies are dead for your amusement." The quester's expression grew surly. Then a battering ram hit Nathan in the face. He was airborne. His jaw was shattered, and his neck was broken. "He just punched me. I'll kill him." Nathan slammed into the ground, naked skin scraping against rock as he bounced and came to a rest. His eyes swam back into focus as his jaw mended and his rage redoubled, surging out of control. The questor stood over Nathan, looking down at him with a satisfied expression. "I knew you could take that blow. I didn't want to strike you, but I don't desire to hear such words." He extended a hand to pull Nathan to his feet. "As for the slaves, you weren't good enough to save them. Don't fart ice at me for that truth. You've got the blessings of Olita, and I would be your friend if you would only accept me. For prophecies hold, if no other reason." Nathan fumed. He wanted to sweep Brox's legs from underneath him and return the blow, but his spine hadn't healed yet, and he couldn't move. The brief respite gave him a moment to think, and for calm reason to smother blinding rage. "We need him to fight, Badood. He's got a temper, but so do I, even if I think he's an asshole and would really enjoy planting a fist in his nose. Throwing down now would be catastrophic." "I don't need to win this dick-measuring contest. What's done is done. This is the sort of shit I was warned about." Battle Meditation 9 achieved! Nathan's body regained sensation, and his arm came up. He took the quester's hand with a grimace, rolling his neck around and glaring. "Fine. Not sure it deserved a punch." Once on his feet, he held a hand out in a wordless gesture to Arl. The heirs were standing nearby, postures alert and ready. Arl's hands were suspiciously close to the pouches that contained his weapons. But when he reached into the bag, he withdrew a bundle of clothes and tossed it to Nathan, just as the flickering illumination surged brighter around them. "I really don't want to know what would happen if we attacked Brox, even if we won. A bunch of levels if we survived. But then no quester for the battle ahead." Brox had been about to reply to Nathan, but paused with his mouth half open at the flare of reddish light. He was looking past Nathan, at the fortress of the face. His mouth split into a wide grin. "It seems Algoa's blessing is upon us." Nathan glanced behind him, seeing thick tendrils of fire exiting the statue's mouth and feeding a growing firestorm above its forehead. "Damn it. What now?" Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. Aura of Anti-Magic 6. Permanent Talent 2. Perfected Body 8. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall 10. Class Implacable. Anti-Mage Level 222. Deepened Stamina 6,960. Over 6,960. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience Improved. Anti-Magic Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-hand Expertise. Class Assassin of Jamor. Level 80. Regenerative Focus 612.
over 900. Catastrophic blows. Stealthy movement. Infiltration. Forgettable, unsuspecting strike. Utility skills.
Battle Meditation 9. Leadership 6. High Tier Sprinting 8. Magical Perception 7. High Tier Notice 10. Magical Intuition 5. High Tier Dodging, Footwork 10. Mental Fortress 4. High Tier Lecturing 5. High Tier Tumbling 8. Mid-Tier Noticeability 8. Low Tier Quiet Movement 4. Low Tier Disguise 4. Mid-Tier Battle Cry 3. Chapter 29. Flaming Faces. Stella slid down the slope, coming to a stop between Nathan and Brox with a furious expression on her face. She snarled at the questor, but then her eyes went to the massive conflagration growing in front of the fortress of the face. Dragon's breath. That's a lot of fire mana. It's coming straight towards us. The questor rolled his eyes before pointing towards the dungeon. A true and verified fire elemental. That's an exciting prophecy of death. Nathan looked up from the bundle of clothes he was holding to the flame racing across the bare ground. He estimated its speed and sighed. Then he tossed the clothes back to Arl. We can't escape. If this thing is made of magic, I can probably take it. Stella's got outer shields, Kachi on inner. Brox, you got anything? The handsome man shrugged with an ambiguous grin. I would hold that source of solace as a final measure. Okay. Please protect the heirs, Nathan said distractedly. Let's see if I can handle this myself. Dealing with weird magic bullshit is kind of my thing. His rage intensified, filling his muscles with strength and boosting his anti-magic. Nathan was momentarily distracted by a faint shimmer in the air high above, but it faded into the swirling heat haze cast by the wall of flame bearing down on them. A moment later, he was sure it was just a figment of his imagination. Brox and the heirs clustered around Kachi. The wolfman chanted under his breath, assembling a thick shield of divine mana that shone like a beacon in the night. Stella quickly threw up a 3-layered dome of blue magical force over the top. I'd worry about that giving us away, but I'm pretty sure the giant self-aware firestorm is going to draw all eyes around. This thing is enormous. It's like fighting a natural disaster, and it would be damned stupid to die because we didn't take it seriously. The flame reached them a moment later, having crossed the width of the pass as fast as a speeding car. It grew from a distant blazing cloud to a hungry inferno that engulfed the entire area. Nathan's aura tightened around him protectively, absorbing the devouring magic of the elemental. Sure glad this is magical fire. It would have been very awkward to end up as ash if an elemental somehow used non-magical fire. The body of the elemental wasn't simply fire, though. There was intent and purpose in the magic that blazed around Nathan, and it took affront at his continued survival. The magical heat intensified, then again as the stones underfoot cracked from the sudden temperature change. The stamina overload jitters started, and Nathan closed his eyes, taking deep breaths of hot air. He balanced between focus and rage, while his magical senses probed the magic raging around him. It had intent like divine mana, but the structure was deep and complex, more like the magical computers he'd run across in the crystalline book and the dungeon control center. The primary difference was that while those structures had logic flowing through rigid and discrete channels, the elemental was a continuously shifting knotwork of power. It didn't feel designed, but instead like something that had grown and evolved into intelligence and power. Magical Intuition 6 achieved! Nathan's aura spread out tentatively, absorbing more and more of the swirling inferno.
He carefully gauged how far he could stretch his aura without letting the magical heat burn through his protections.
The elemental didn't like the increased drain at all, and the fire suddenly retracted from Nathan, swirling around him in a tornado of ruby flame. A pressure mounted on Nathan's chest, and it didn't take long to figure out why. His breaths were drawing in scorching hot air that was devoid of any oxygen. Intentionally or not, the firestorm was suffocating him. He focused on the burn in his chest and used stamina to convert the carbon dioxide in his blood back to oxygen with perfected body. The process took a second to snap into place, but the pressure on his chest eased as his blood reoxygenated. It cost a lot of stamina, but Nathan was still way over his cap from the initial blast of magic. Now that his immediate concerns were addressed, Nathan considered his position in the eye of the storm. The raging flames spun around him at insane speeds, rippling with enough power to appear solid.
But with his magical senses, he could sense what else the elemental was occupied with while it contained him.
Just behind Nathan, the fire magic pressed greedily against Stella's shield. The intensity of the inferno around his friends was slowly increasing, but the shield held. It was clear that it couldn't hold forever. Their air won't last forever either. That wasn't the only thing the elemental was doing. Nathan could see it devour the lingering fire mana from the spells that had been cast in the recent battle. The elemental bore down on the area where the elites had been immolated and siphoned the remaining fire mana into itself, gaining a barely perceptible increase in definition. Nathan felt a more complex working at the edge of his perception and stretched his senses to get more detail. Given the density of magic, it was like trying to pick out details on a plane flying in front of the sun. But focus helped him sort through the sensory overload for the signal among the noise.
Magical Perception 8 achieved.
Nathan walked towards where the Giant's Rest mages had died. His bare feet stuck slightly to the partially melted sand, and it took a constant stream of stamina to deal with the mundane heat from the ground below. The eye of the firestorm moved with him, though it tried to push him from his target, as if to subtly guide him away from the deceased mages. Now I'm definitely investigating. Nathan had grown used to sensing the mana pools of mages, and he'd noticed how their mana pools took a little while to diffuse after death. But he hadn't been able to figure out how to interact with them. The mana seemed to exist on a different layer of reality, one his anti-magic couldn't reach. He'd done some brainstorming on how to breach that barrier. Maybe he could punch a hole through it in order to temporarily or permanently drain a mage's mana pool. It was something he'd considered but never seriously attempted. This elemental knew the trick.
A complex, swirling vortex of magic surrounded each mage's corpse, even if ash and charred bone was all that remained.
The magical firestorm had drilled through some kind of barrier and was siphoning away what remained of their mana pools. It was a slow process. Each mage had commanded a large amount of mana, though the war mages' resource pools were several times larger than their peers. The swirling mana refused to retreat, and the firestorm bore down on Nathan once more as he approached. The flames formed a wall of searing heat in front of him, snapping and popping with plasma. Nathan just tightened his aura down, walking through the elemental barrier and into the center of the grouped corpses. He didn't immediately disrupt the siphons, instead taking some time to understand exactly what was going on. Nathan spent focus to help him trace the mana flows with his magical senses.
He closed his eyes once more, mapping out the complex constructs that slowly sucked out the otherwise inaccessible power. It was nothing like any of the codified spells he'd had so much practice disrupting. The mana siphon felt more organic, more a thorn than a needle, but he could understand the effect. Magical Intuition 7 achieved. The elemental calmed down when Nathan didn't immediately interrupt its harvest.
Even standing near the swirling vortexes of fire mana would have incinerated an unprotected person in seconds, but it had stopped funneling enough power to instantly kill a siege boar toward him. I almost wonder if we could be friends. It just wants its mana. But it's still trying to kill the heirs, probably for all the juicy mana Stella has. He reached out and shredded the siphon constructs. The vortices destabilized, and Nathan spread his aura wide to absorb the resulting surge of undirected mana. A furnace-crackling roar sounded across the pass, loud enough to burst eardrums.
Didn't like that, did you?
The firestorm above him went wild, bearing down on Nathan like a ravening beast. He focused his aura against it and boosted his anti-magic by leaning into the thrill of the contest. It was a rush to defy a calamitous power like this, and the life and death reality of the firestorm around him amplified his rage and made Nathan's lips peel back in a snarl. The saliva on his teeth evaporated. Nathan avoided taking a breath and stood still as the air around him flashed into plasma again. He was struck by waves of force and light, but all of the energy was magical. Only a tiny percentage of the flame around him was converted to true, non-magical heat. But it was still enough to burn Nathan's skin. He spent stamina to keep himself oxygenated, to heal himself, and even to cool himself down. It cost nearly 1,000 stamina every 5 seconds. Enough energy to sprint for miles, gone in moments. But in the same interval, he absorbed that much mana and more.
The incredible concentration of magic and light and pressure blinded Nathan's senses, and he used to prevent panic from rising in the pandemonium. He was immersed in the sun, falling into an endless abyss of heat and fire. This is sustainable. I'm making more stamina than I'm spending. Eventually, this spell creature will burn itself out. It's spending thousands of mana a second against me. How much can it have? The one point of reference was Nathan's feet, standing atop the burning rock. When that surface started to soften, Nathan extended his anti-magic down past his feet and into the rock to keep it from melting into lava. The flame pulled back slightly, no longer exerting itself so aggressively against Nathan and his anti-magic. The elemental hissed in the sky above, its frustration making the rock outside of his aura bubble. Glad I'm not breathing. The gas from that is pretty toxic. Nathan stood at the center of a blast furnace, but it was no longer the sun. While he'd been enmeshed, the siphons of mana had been re-established. The elemental seemed to care a lot about draining away the dead mage's mana. Nathan extended his anti-magic towards the siphons once more, and the mass of fire mana above him lowered threateningly, stopping right overhead. Is it offering a truce? Don't mess with me. I won't mess with you. Nathan turned his attention towards the heirs. The fire had smashed through one of Stella's shields and hungrily licked at the second, causing it to crack and splinter. Inside was Kachi's shield, but Nathan wasn't comfortable with only a single layer protecting his friends. This inferno would kill them in seconds if they were unprotected. He frowned up at the intelligent firestorm, trying to figure out how to communicate with it, or at least let it know that his friends were off limits. He tried yelling,
"Leave us all alone and you can have the mana." The breath in afterwards burned his lungs with both heat and toxic gas that was quickly neutralized by his talent. There was no indication the elemental heard him, and the fire continued to assault Stella's shield. I'm worried it'll figure out it has leverage on me with Stella and my friends. If it wants to consume mana from dead mages, Stella's got to smell like a king's feast with her enormous mana pool. Time to decide. Do I attempt to parley with a questionably intelligent elemental made of mana, or do I try to kill it? A firestorm that eats mana would be a powerful ally against Giant's Rest. So far, most of its reasoning seemed pretty animalistic. The firestorm wanted mana, and it was trying to take it. He wasn't sure if it could even understand that Nathan wanted to trade safety for mana, but if it could,
then it would understand it could pressure him by threatening the heirs.
And every moment he wasted trying to communicate was another moment that the heir's defenses grew weaker. Even if we can't communicate, we might be able to lure it towards the Giant's Rest army, especially if they come up this pass. But Jamor has been dealing with dungeons for hundreds of years. They taught me that anything coming from a dungeon cannot be controlled, will try to kill me, and will attempt to destroy any civilization it finds. I've seen nothing to contradict that, and I don't think I'm smarter than hundreds of years of adventurers. Maybe if I had some special communication talent, but I don't, and I'm on a timeline. With that thought in mind, Nathan scythed his aura through the siphons, once more shattering the swirling magical effects. As the full fury of the storm descended once more, he leapt for the largest remaining mana pool, which had belonged to the war mage Sarah had shot out of the sky.
He crouched over the physical location of the immaterial resource,
denying the mana creature access. Then he spun his anti-magic in a spiral, trying to recreate the feel of the spell the elemental used to pierce through whatever barrier blocked off the power. He focused on the same exact spot the elemental's drill had been, hoping to take advantage of the work it had already done. I need to deny it a reason to stay here, then make it too expensive to stick around. Hopefully it leaves if there's no more easy mana to claim. If not, I can try to kill it by draining all of the mana. But it's so huge, I'm barely scratching the bulk of this thing. Nathan could tell the moment when the elemental realized what he was doing. Another roar sounded across the night, this time tinged with desperation. He blocked out his burns from the superheated environment and the sensation of furious mana surging around him, focusing entirely on the slowly dissipating mana pool he stood right on top of.
His anti-magic bored fruitlessly at the immaterial mana pool for a second, before gaining traction.
The new source of stamina flooded into Nathan as he broke through the barrier. He rushed to siphon out every bit of the mana. It was like sucking down an entire cup of tea through a straw. His aura was naturally tuned to absorb mana, and it only took seconds for him to drain the dead war mage's mana pool dry. Aura of Anti-Magic 7 achieved. The elemental flailed at him desperately, and Nathan became aware his entire body was covered in second-degree burns, plus toxins from the burns, as well as the toxic gas around him, were spreading through his blood. It had taken a while, but the ridiculous amount of magical fire had finally succeeded in heating the air enough that Nathan was burning from purely mundane heat transfer. His healing was keeping up for now, but it was costing a bucket load of stamina to do it.
The problem was that the rate of damage was just going to keep ratcheting up as the air grew hotter. He was fighting a losing race. I need to convince it to flee, or I'll need to run away myself and hope Brox pulls a Deus Ex Machina. Let's get rid of the rest of these stray mana pools and see if that does the trick. They'll give me the stamina to keep going for longer.
He hopped over the ring of lava that marked the elemental's rage, running towards the spot where he'd killed the first war mage and the enslavement mage. He broke the elemental's siphons, quickly establishing his own. At this point, it was a race between Nathan's ability to drain the mana pools of the dead mages and the elemental killing him with the tiny percentage of its power that translated to radiant heat. Next was the artisan mage, who'd had the least mana. The elemental's drain was inefficient enough that more than half of his mana pool remained.
Nathan was getting faster at the process, barely breaking stride to claw out the resource before sprinting towards the spot where the last mage, the nail, had fallen. Brox had killed the nail 100 feet away from where the rest of the Giant's Rest party had fallen, and Nathan covered the space at a dead sprint, desperate to deny the elemental its meal, so it would leave the rest of them the hell alone. The distance brought him away from the concentrated heart of the elemental, and the environment cooled slightly. With that done, he turned back to the heirs. They were the only remaining source of mana left.
Nathan had absorbed all of the mana left behind by the dead mages, while the elemental had devoured every scrap of environmental mana, as well as any enchantments left on the battlefield. The firestorm twisted up and away from Nathan, and he was buffeted by the winds blown up by its passage.
The ground around him glowed faintly with heat as the elemental concentrated itself into a towering tornado of flame directly above the airs. Uh-oh. The pillar of fire crashed down onto Stella's third and final layer of shield, shattering it and impacting Kachi's dome of golden light. The two self-animated magics battled against each other as the fire elemental tried to crush the shell of divine magic to reach the juicy targets barely visible within. Nathan arrived on the scene, happy to stand on the relatively cool stone that had been protected by Stella's shield until a moment ago. He spread his aura out as far as he dared, cutting away at the fire elemental as it battered against Kachi's shield. The elemental drew back from him once more, darting back a few times to try and get at Nathan's friends. He wielded his aura like a gigantic sword, the extra rank-ups to his anti-magic talent giving him extra volume to work with as he cut at the probing tendrils of animated fire. Kachi's divine protection remained resolute, replenishing itself slightly in the respite. There was a moment of stillness as the towering firestorm seemed to sit back and take measure of the battlefield. Come on, go home. Nothing for you here. Just me, eager to take bites out of your essence. The attitude of the mana shifted in front of Nathan's eyes. It went from an all-consuming inferno to a spitefully hissing blaze. Then it skittered back across the pass to the fortress that was its home. The massive firestorm looked like a predator returning from a hunt, mildly wounded, but satisfied. Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 227. You have survived confronting a fire elemental. Nathan just stood there for a moment, watching it go. He opened his mouth and sucked in his first breath in several minutes. The air was still scalding and dusty, but at least it contained oxygen. He coughed a few times, then spat up some black phlegm as the dome beside him shimmered and retracted into Kachi's metal shield, which was braced on the ground. The piece of metal glowed with heat, and Kachi's teeth were gritted as smoke rose from burning fur. He cast the shield to the ground before golden light played over his arm, healing the injury. Brox smiled, looking at the partially molten landscape. Now that was a blaze worthy of Quenfi. Arl and Sarah heaved identical sighs of relief. Then they started coiling up a wide hoop of metal they'd been trying to lay out. It was the enormous dimensional container they'd gotten from the nest of ashblood cobras, the one that the matriarch had used as a spawning pool. It had been the reservoir for an entire Sklean town and contained an entire lake's worth of water. Contaminated water now, and probably full of a whole bunch of young ashblood cobras. We have no idea if those are still alive, or how long it'll take them to starve. Still, opening that portal and jumping through would have been a better alternative than getting burned alive by a giant fire elemental. Stella was on one knee, taking gasping breaths, clearly overwhelmed by the effort it had taken to hold off the fire elemental for several minutes. She looked up, watching as the living firestorm finished retreating through the orifices of the Fortress of the Face. She coughed in the hot and dusty air before summoning up a wide gust of wind to sweep it away. That was a prophecy of death. What a trial, and what incredible insights of fire. The mage's grin was a little manic as her eyes shone with an inner flame that shifted slightly to match the red color of the elemental. Thanks for the wind, Nathan sighed, spreading out his arms to catch as much of the breeze as he could. It was definitely nice to not stand around in oven temperatures anymore. He was still overheated, but his inherent toughness, rage, and healing were keeping him functional as he cooled off. His voice was cracked. "Can I get some water? I'm a little hot."
Brox chuckled. I'll raise my sword to that. He whipped out some kind of nozzle from a dimensional pouch and aimed it in Nathan's direction before twisting a lever. A spray of cold water hit Nathan straight on, with as much pressure as a hose. He sighed with relief at the temperature, even as the water steamed and sizzled off the rock around them. Thanks. The quester kept the stream of water going as he laughed. I've fought elementals before, but only with teams of legend and artifacts of Kalis. By Eads, I've never seen somebody run into one naked as a newborn and come out the other side. He cut off the stream of water and walked up to clap Nathan on the shoulder. I'll tell that story to this ending and beyond. His eyes danced with amusement, and it seemed Nathan had been forgiven.
Then Brox gestured with his chin toward the dungeon.
So, you've seen down the dragon's gullet? Time to conquer this dungeon? Nathan took a step away from the quester and ensured he wasn't under the effect of Brox's social skills before he considered the suggestion. I know what the danger is, and I have the tools to fight it. Absorbing all of the mana might be easier in an enclosed space like the dungeon, but the mundane heat in there is probably incredible. I don't know if I could deal with that long enough to kill it, or what it would do in desperation. What if there are multiple elementals, and I chase them out, and they go attack Halsmet? Nathan rubbed his hand through his rapidly regrowing hair. Maybe, but it would be a risk, one I've got no reason to take. As it is, the dungeon's a barrier between Halsmet and Giant's Rest. If the army comes this way, we just wake the elemental again. We may have awoken the dungeon for good, Kachi said, his voice grave.
This must be reported, and we must watch it to see if the elemental is aggressive and decides to roam. If it does, then we may not have a choice.
Brox gestured to the wolfman, as if his point was proven. So, do we await an invitation from the divine, or do we take this course ourselves? From one fight directly into the next? Sarah's voice was derisive as she surveyed the plain. It's late. Let us rest tonight, surveil the dungeon. Tomorrow we'll decide what to do. The quester frowned. Fine. You've triumphed over 2 mighty foes. Might as well sleep before killing an ancient being of magic. Chapter 30. Faces in the Dark. Nathan looked at the blackened and partially melted landscape around them. The ground protected by Stella's shield had been only lightly roasted, and the area within Kachi's shield was pristine. It looked like a huge 2-layer bullseye melted into the floor of the mountain pass. He pursed his lips. Do we want to stay here?
It seems a little obvious if there's a follow-up group.
Sarah pointed up the slope at their campsite. We'd watch from there. We can shape our eyes for any who come to gawk at this. She swept her hand around them generally, indicating the devastation left behind by the fire elemental. Nathan had to acknowledge her point. Their campsite had a good view of the site of the battle, but it wasn't obvious. Anybody coming by would have reason to be cautious, but the nature of the destruction would probably indicate that the threat was the dungeon rather than anything else. The team started back up the slope. After a dozen steps, Brox yawned and stretched. He vanished with a gust of wind that stirred up the smoky dust floating in the air, reappearing on the ledge that held their campsite. He gave a jaunty wave before disappearing from sight over the crest of the slope. Kachi didn't let the moment go to waste, glancing over at Stella. What occurs, Stella?
What do you think of Brox and his plans?
The mage returned his questioning look with a wry and tired smile. He's a bit of a mutt-grabber's asshole, isn't he? Everybody gave her a surprised look, and she huffed out a tired sigh as she responded to the wolfman. Hear me, but your blessing helped when Brox told me to drop my shield and contest the fire elemental with my own power. He did what? She plodded up the slope, not in any hurry to get anywhere. I was so focused on the shield, using my skill. When he commanded me so directly, I just ignored him. The blessing made me certain it was right to keep the shield up, and I didn't let him distract me. Stella stopped, looking back at the lighter patch on the stone where they'd made their stand against the elemental. And then developed into unshakable focus. It says I won't be distracted from my goals by mental skills or spells. She shook her head tiredly.
It's not a skill of adamant, but I'm free of regret to finally have some innate mental protection.
That's a blasphemous development, Arl said, punching Stella in the arm and smiling widely. The mage smirked a little bit, rubbing her arm.
Yeah.
She leaned her head back, looking up at the glowing world above for a moment.
Yeah, protection from mental skills and spells. I'm really glad.
Her eyes closed, and Nathan was worried he'd have to catch her before she tumbled down the slope. But she wasn't passing out. Stella was crying softly, tears slowly leaking from her closed eyes as she stood there. The airs stopped, moving to stand protectively around her, as she quietly sobbed with relief. Sarah reached out and gently gripped Stella's hand.
Hear me. I'm glad you're protected now. We're with you till endings.
Kachi placed a comforting hand on her shoulder.
Your experience has made you stronger, forged you harder. We leave our challenges behind, improving in their passage.
It is the blessing of Davrar.
The words were imbued with a faint tinge of divine mana, and Stella's stance firmed up. She didn't stop crying, but her posture grew resolute, more confident. She raised her hands to the sky and balled them into fists. Never again! Nathan let the rest of the heirs go to bed and took first watch. After all, he was still hopped up on stamina. He'd gotten quite practiced at going way over his maximum cap for the resource, but it left him jittery and hyper until the excess went away. Also, there was something bugging him. A faint thought twigged at the back of his mind, like something important he'd forgotten that just barely escaped his mental grip. He took a seat at the edge of the ledge that their camp sat on, watching over the valley even as most of his focus turned inwards. Maybe I'll figure out what's bugging me if I stop focusing on it for a bit. I can keep watch and use the extra stamina to keep improving my body. Can't do that if I go to sleep and let all this excess power bleed away. He'd hit the point of diminishing returns on using perfected body for long-term gains. It had been easy at the start to align muscle fibers, streamline neural myelination, and optimize bone honeycombing. But now he'd picked all the low-hanging fruit, and further improvements were becoming more and more difficult to come by. Nathan had started to experiment with esoteric material to flat-out improve the properties of the various tissues of his body. The novelty made it a slow and stamina-expensive process, but the only way to make improvements was to experiment. He'd recently succeeded in making his tendons dramatically stronger by weaving elastin and collagen polymers together with some layered beta-sheet proteins inspired by spider silk. So far, everything seemed to still be working, and Nathan had decided he wanted to apply the same improvement to his skin.
His class made him extremely tough, especially when raging. But he still tended to get cut open by magic weapons, and hoped that increasing the tear strength of his skin would make that happen a little less frequently. After that is bone hardening. I'm willing to sacrifice bone marrow in my spine and wrists to avoid losing my head or hands. It took time and a lot of stamina to figure out how to make his skin harder to cut without giving it the same texture as rhinoceros hide. He focused on experimenting around the base of his neck, looking for something tough that wouldn't inhibit flexing the skin. He'd chosen the neck because of a desire to keep his head connected to his body. It seemed like an important priority. But the process itched like hell, and there wasn't much to occupy him aside from paying attention to make sure nobody snuck up on them. That also seemed like a pretty important thing to be doing, for some reason. While his skin shifted on a molecular level, Nathan kept watch over the dark pass below and the sky above.
The view was spectacular, with the baleful glow of the Fortress of the Face casting the nearby landscape in orange tones and long shadows. But the real glory was above. With only thin cloud cover, the continents and oceans spread out over Nathan's head like a tapestry of Earths split open and sewn end to end. The blue-green majesty was only marred by occasional splotches of black or white blight. Nathan kept his eyes on the sky, idly estimating how many Earth-equivalent surface areas he could see from here. I'm making some pretty big assumptions here with how big those continents are, but all I'm looking for is an order of magnitude estimate. Maybe 100? 200? He ruminated about Davrar for a little while, picking at a problem he hadn't considered for a while. The sun of Davrar is artificial, or at least magical.
It's also pretty close to the surface in terms of astronomical units. It seems to get recharged or something during the solstice, so my intuitions about solar systems don't necessarily apply. But Davrar isn't the size of a solar system, not nearly as big, but bigger than a planet. Nathan remembered his real task and dropped his eyes to the ground to keep his bases covered. The landscape was just as desolate as it had been a few minutes before, so he looked back up at the sky and thought about what it meant. I don't have enough clues to figure out Davrar. The one person who could tell me more punched me in the face recently. I need to try and catch him in a good mood to ask him more questions. The jittery feeling faded as Nathan's excess stamina drained into the skin of his neck. He sighed in relief as the itching faded. Nathan's thoughts turned to Brox and the way the Questor had acted the last few days. He just doesn't seem to fully consider the ramifications of his actions.
Or maybe feels so insulated from any consequences that he doesn't care. He certainly doesn't take responsibility when he does something impulsive that endangers us. But if he doesn't care, why is he here? Nathan's mouth twisted in a grimace. After talking to Kaya, Nathan felt like he had a better grasp on his own moral compass. He had committed to always consider his actions, and to keep thinking about if the ends justified the means. He didn't want to fall into the habit of killing as the easy answer to his problems. Not if there was a better way. His gaze panned over the blasted terrain where they'd fought the Giant's Rest mages. The soft blue and green light from above mellowed the scene, made the scorched and melted landscape look calm and peaceful. He didn't see anything of note, so he looked back up again as he ruminated on the recent fight. I don't feel the least bit bad about that fight. Those mages were soldiers. They signed up for this fight the moment they left their homes to attack Halsmet. Even that kid with the metal orbs. He was a prodigy with his magic, but he was here to enforce slavery on innocents. And so I killed him. And I'd do it again. Killing a mage on the battlefield, where their intent to harm was implicit, was fundamentally different than killing them in their bed. But Nathan was actively planning on going to Giant's Rest with Feline to try and destroy Giant's Rest from the inside. That would probably involve killing a lot more mages in their beds. Do I have a choice? If I had to kill every mage in Giant's Rest to break their culture of slavery, would I do it? I'd definitely prefer another way. The archmages have to go. But the enchanters? The students? That's a lot of unnecessary death. It was a problem he would have to keep wrestling with. The real issue was that he didn't know enough. What would it take to topple Giant's Rest? Would he have to start at the top and kill his way down until they agreed to stop being slaving assholes? If I kill all of the mages, then a lot of the freed slaves will die to the dangers of Davrar. I'd love to wave a magic wand and make everybody in Giant's Rest have basic empathy for their slaves and work to fix their shit. But that's not about to happen, even if I hadn't given up magic. The best I can do is ensure that the people I kill deserve it, or at least
murder the fewest number of relatively innocent people in their beds on my way to my greater good. With a sigh, Nathan remembered the artisan mage he'd killed in Hallsmet, the one who'd had a lovingly made quilt on her bed. He'd have preferred she survived to flee Hallsmet, and then survived the fall of Giant's Rest to contribute to whatever came after. Brox just doesn't take the energy to think like that. He just does what he wants. If there was an enemy in front of him, he'd kill them.
Granted, that's what I've done so far, so I can't truly claim the moral high ground. But I'd like to try and do better. That thought made Nathan even more frustrated with the quester, and his avowed desire to delve the dungeon tomorrow. It was a stupid and unnecessary risk, and put Nathan squarely in the crosshairs of a magical being that was best measured in terajoules. Hard problems don't have simple solutions, and that means you need to get involved and work instead of taking the easy solution, which is usually no solution at all. Nathan's eyes traced the coastline of one of the continents above, before his eyes seemed to jump towards a faint shimmer in the air. Nathan dismissed it as a cloud in the sky, casting another quick glance around to be sure nobody was sneaking up on them. He frowned as something weird pinged his magical perception, feeling a bit like some approaching spells and a fairly sizable mana pool.
Just gotta be some weird mana floating around after the fire elemental.
Nathan shook his head to try and clear it, the thought that had been bothering him surging him with worry. He was nervous as hell and started breathing hard. What's going on? Why am I suddenly hyperventilating? Everything's peaceful and calm. Nothing's happening. There's nothing to be worried about. Regardless of whatever wasn't happening at the moment, Nathan didn't want to lose his train of thought. He managed to refocus on his musings. I don't want to get drawn into Feline's narrative again. In Hallsmet, she pretty much pointed me at people, and I killed them. I need to double-check who she points me at, and not blindly trust her. Hopefully, will help me with that, if she is using a skill on me. Nathan got up and started pacing, unable to keep still as a sick anxiety built inside of him. He had a sudden urge to duck, and surrendered to it, dropping into a crouch in an instant as something whooshed overhead. Wind is pretty loud tonight. That thought felt wrong, and a realization in the back of his head crystallized. Pulled up definitive memories for Nathan's attention. The shimmer he'd seen now and earlier matched how he saw invisibility spells. The magical signature indicated a flying mage. The whoosh had been an invisible attack aimed at his head. Nah, that can't be it. No reason for a mage to be here. Nathan fought through the mental influence and started spending focus to reassure himself that there was an enemy mage around. He looked up and saw the shimmer coming back around for another pass. His magical senses let him find the mana pool and associated spells, but he couldn't localize the target, his mind seeming to slip when he pinned them down. His eyes kept sliding away from the haze in the air. That's a goddamn strong stealth skill, combined with powerful magic. They're being edited out of my conscious mind in some strange way. But my subconscious knows. Trust it. Nathan leapt upwards from his crouch, his right fist leading the way. He wasn't aiming so much as letting his body's natural inclination do the aiming for him. His aura sliced through a series of spells before his fist rammed into flesh. Somebody gave a pained gasp. Congratulations. You have developed the high-tier notice utility skill into alertness. Beware, it is harder to rank and develop non-tiered utility skills. Utility skill, alertness. This skill will help you consciously and unconsciously notice important details, and you will be very difficult to deceive with stealth skills or magic. Especially useful for rapidly detecting concealed enemies, magical effects, and triggers. Nathan didn't put his full body weight behind the blow, instead grabbing hold of the barely tangible object and swinging it underneath him. He used slow fall to accelerate downwards, crashing into the hard ground knees first. His impact was cushioned by something, though it gave with a crunch that made him wince.
Nathan stared down in confusion for a moment as something clattered to the ground nearby. A complex piece of spellwork bloomed underneath him. It felt like a healing spell cast from a contingency item. But Nathan was so close that his aura immediately canceled the effect before it could heal whoever the target was. He blinked around for a moment, confused as to why he was resting on empty air. Then his eyes seemed to clear, like he was recovering from being flash-blinded. Nathan was kneeling atop a spindly old figure in plain black robes. Is that but dude? Implacable Anti-Mage has leveled to 237. You have killed the Archmage of the Nails. Assassin of Gamor has leveled to 81.
You have slain the Master Assassin Caladadrex, as she ambushed you from hiding. Please choose a developed class from the following list to continue leveling, as you have unlocked a higher level than 81. I guess not. I'll take the Archmage of the Nails. Potential classes. Mage Killer. You have slain dozens of mages in the face of their most powerful magics. This class will enhance your anti-magic to subvert enemy spells and help you remain hidden from mages, while also ensuring you finish off difficult-to-kill enemies. This class may further develop into classes focused on stealing enemy magic or engaging successfully in direct combat against mages. With this class, you will be able to combat the most powerful magic wielders. Master Assassin of Gamor. You have been personally trained by the leader of the Assassins of Gamor. This class will allow you to blend into nearly any situation and make you more persuasive. Additional skills will enhance your self-modification abilities, allowing you to quickly and reliably change your face. This class may further develop into classes focused on changing shape, gaining your enemy's trust, or killing completely unseen. With this class, you will be the perfect invisible killer. Nathan stood, wiping the splash of gore off his legs and frowning at his class options. Only 2 options? Boo. I suppose it really hasn't been a long time since I hit 27. I wasn't able to pick up a lot of insights or do deeds that might give me additional classes. Maybe if I'd actually figured out a good time to develop Airwalk and used it, I would have gotten a class that could synergize with that. My first thought is that Master Assassin of Gamor is a nice class for sneaking into Giant's Rest after the battle. But Mage Killer might be better for winning that battle. There was a flurry of motion from behind Nathan, and he looked backwards to see Sarah, Arl, and Kachi quickly readying themselves to fight. Nathan took a second to look around the campsite to ensure there weren't any other infiltrators around. I caught the literal boss of the enemy spy organization and developed my perception skill. I'm pretty sure nobody else from Giant's Rest is capable of sneaking up on me anymore. What was that? Arl said from his bedroll, where he'd rolled to his feet and was scanning the area with his shotgun ready. Nathan, are you standing on somebody? Sarah asked from the perch she'd leapt to, higher up the slope. She was staring at the black-robed figure on the ground. Kachi and Arl hadn't noticed yet. He looked back at his teammates, then down at the corpse. Nathan smirked and stepped off the bundle of cloth and flesh. Yeah, this was an Archmage of Giant's Rest, Caladadrex, the leader of the Nails. I don't think there are any more nearby. A moment of silence greeted his words. The wind howled in counterpoint before anybody spoke. That's a blasphemous kill, Kachi said, striding forward without his armor. The big wolf man carried his shield and hammer, blinking sleep out of his eyes as he approached Nathan and the corpse. Stop, Nathan said, holding out his hand towards his friend. He pointed at the ground just in front of Kachi's foot. There's an invisible weapon right there. She dropped it when I grabbed her. Arl stepped forward like a dog expecting a treat. Oh, I'd love an invisible weapon. He looked around, a wide grin on his face. Where is it? Nathan just rolled his eyes, keeping his hand pointed at the weapon,
and waving off Arl to wait as he looked for the other two members of their group. Stella was still fast asleep, and Nathan stepped over to make sure she hadn't gotten her throat cut while he wasn't watching.
Brox's magical tent was sealed, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry to emerge.
Nathan shrugged and walked back to the corpse of the Archmage, gesturing over Sarah and Kachi. Then he swept the body with his senses, finding a half-dozen bombs and a few dimensional bags that definitely felt like they'd eat anybody who opened them without the right magical signature. He reversed the gesture, halting his friends. I think the nails are almost as paranoid as old Jamor. There are a lot of traps on her. The sword first, Arl demanded, dancing around the spot where the weapon lay. It's not a sword. An axe, I think. Nathan walked to the place he could feel the object, lowering his hand to hover over the perfectly translucent weapon. This isn't Giant's Rest work, though the traps in it are. They're magically bolted atop this masterpiece of a weapon. It's like welding a bayonet onto a plasma rifle. He looked up at Arl.
Want to keep the invisibility?
The master of many weapons nodded vigorously. With a judicious application of anti-magic, Nathan carefully burned away the Giant's Rest traps, restoring the clean and lethal feeling of the metal and wood beneath. He got up. I'm pretty sure it's Quasian work. Beyond being invisible and having excellent strengthening and sharpness enchantments, there's also some kind of death magic going on. It feels like it will cast a powerful necromancy spell on anybody it cuts. There's a mental component too, but it doesn't seem invasive. I think it's like the armor, so that the wielder always knows where the weapon is. It might also control the death magic. Nathan picked up a pinch of dirt and sprinkled it on the shaft of the axe. The handle is here. Arl reached over and punched Nathan in the shoulder.
You might not give me grand insights, but these weapons are worth a dragon's hoard.
He reached down and grabbed the haft of the axe, lifting the arm-length weapon up in one hand. The wiry man grunted slightly, eyebrows drawing down as he concentrated. Yeah, I know exactly where the blade is. Then his eyes widened. And I can control the necromancy spell. This axe can kill anything living 2 different ways, then raise them as undead under my command. He gave it an experimental swing. Self-charging, too. A weapon fit for a questor. Nathan stepped over to the Archmage's corpse to start disabling all of the dangerous traps she'd been carrying on her person. Why was the Archmage of the Nails out here, anyway? Skill text comparison. High-tier notice. This skill will help you notice details, especially useful for rapidly detecting concealed enemies, magical effects, and triggers. Alertness. This skill will help you consciously and unconsciously notice important details, and you will be very difficult to deceive with stealth skills or magic. Especially useful for rapidly detecting concealed enemies, magical effects, and triggers. Chapter 31. Breaking Faith. Sarah rubbed at her forehead, examining the body of the Archmage. Hear me, I think she was backup for the other team, or at least supposed to be the true attack to their feint. She grinned, teeth flashing in the darkness. Well, we smothered that fire. Why didn't she participate in the fight before? Kachi asked, frowning and scratching at his chin. That's right. I did spot her, right before the fire elemental attacked, but her mental mojo convinced me I didn't. Sarah shot a look at her brother, who was still swinging his new axe around. I would bet dragon bones to stalker teeth she was surprised by Brox's speed, and he killed the nail, the only one she probably cared about.
After that, she watched Nathan fight
And chose to strike with surprise. Nathan grunted in agreement as he went through the Archmage's pockets, disarming what traps he could and setting the rest aside. She's definitely paranoid as hell. Who keeps explosives in their sleeves? Sarah chuckled and raised her hand before pointing down the slope at the charred landscape below.
Then the elemental attacked. She must have retreated rather than draw its attention. After that, she decided it would be best to attack when only one person was awake. The copper-skinned woman shrugged, her black ponytail bouncing vaguely behind her head in the darkness. That's my best shot. I'm glad Nathan was on watch. Arl joined them, a faint sheen of sweat on his skin. So am I. What a weapon. It's perfectly weighted to throw. His arm snapped forward with a faint whistling sound before a large rock upslope of them split in half with a flash of black light. The cut edge of the stone appeared faintly melted.
I'm still connected to it for a few seconds after it leaves my hands, so I know exactly where it lands, Arl explained, walking over to the rock and picking up the invisible weapon from the far side of the bisected boulder before stowing it in one of his dimensional pouches. His sister's voice was sarcastic. Just don't cut yourself on it. Necromancy of Quaz would be worse than the poison Dad used to train us not to grab things by the sharp end. Arl chuckled. Yeah, that just gave us the shits. He shook his head in exasperation. Where do you even get a weapon poison that gives somebody shits? Nathan blinked down at a note card he'd just disarmed. It had been enchanted to explode with a force equal to a large fireball when somebody flipped it open. The outside said, "Details within," in an even hand. Inside was just a note that said, "Details." Huh.
Definitely a spy and her bag of tricks. Nathan was separating out the belongings into 3 piles, and he noticed the heirs growing increasingly interested as each pile grew. Somebody wake up Stella. She'll want to see all of this. Kachi cleared his throat and walked over to Stella, shaking the mage gently and beckoning her to join them.
Huh? What's that?
She said, rubbing her eyes and looking blearily down at the 3 piles of stuff alongside the corpse. Archmage, Nathan said with a smirk. Tried to kill me while I was on watch. Didn't go well for her. He gestured at the 3 piles. Loot. The first pile is probably safe. The second pile is maybe safe. The third pile is definitely not safe. All of the dimensional bags were in the third pile, which was the largest by far. It also held all of the magical grenades, which felt distinctly unstable to Nathan, like they'd been designed to go off with minimal handling. Stella just blinked at him for a second.
Huh.
Then she squinted at the piles.
Yeah, amazing. It won't melt into the air, so can I go back to sleep?
Kachi raised one expressive eyebrow.
And forfeit this hoard to Brox. You are also needed to dispose of the body.
I would not invite the elemental out of the dungeon once again. Stella shot a look over to Brox's tent, waking up a bit more. There hadn't been any activity from the quester since he'd entered his camouflaged shelter.
Right. Yes. Dragon's breath. Let's do this.
Over the next 15 minutes, Nathan stripped the Archmage of all her valuables before Kachi and Stella took her body a short distance away and buried it deep underground with earth mana. Good way to deny the body as a focus for scrying magic. Nathan spoke up as they returned, pitching his voice so all of the heirs could hear. My second class hit 81. Sarah paused in scanning down the pass with her rifle to give him a disbelieving look.
You gained that class this week?
Nathan shrugged in response, snapping a knife whose handle would turn into a poisoned blade if it was ever drawn from its sheath. He looked up to meet Kachi's eyes as they weighed on him. Killed a lot of mages since then, including an archmage. If it's any consolation, I think it slowed down the levels on implacable anti-mage, though more because of how I've been fighting than any kind of experience splitting. I wouldn't have been doing much assassinating without the class. Nathan sorted through a few more items, tossing the real weapons aside to be curse-broken later, while he destroyed those whose only purpose was to punish the unwary. I wonder if she just really wanted to be sure she got whoever killed her.
or if she was in the habit of handing trapped items out to people. Maybe his training? I could see her giving things to people and them being very unsure if it was useful but trapped, or entirely just a trap.
Arl continued the conversation with a humorous lilt to his voice. "Pardon my axe, but will you tell us your choices?" Confused by his friend's tone, Nathan glanced up once more to see Arl waving his invisible axe around, a shit-eating grin on his face as he handled the invisible weapon.
"Yeah, sure," Nathan chuckled, shaking his head at his friend's antics. "Only 2 choices, which makes sense since it's only been a few days since I hit 27. Mage Killer helps me fight and kill mages. Says it'll let me fight the most powerful magic wielders. The other one is Master Assassin of Gamor. More stealth, and it will let me change my appearance." He grimaced. "It'll also give me a persuasion skill." The heirs looked around at each other with grim faces. Stella's lips thinned as she pressed them together, holding in her reaction. Yeah, she'd hate that. With good reason, what with Tails' mind control and Brox's social skills being so recent.
Arl let loose a deep sigh, scrubbing a hand through his hair.
"Well, that's a prophecy of smoke and blood, isn't it?" He waved his hand as if abdicating responsibility. "Do as your flame calls." "Remember my mother's words." Kachi's voice was deep, his gaze intent as embers of light woke in his eyes. "Be sure your path leads to a place you wish to go. Think of what each class means to you." Sarah just shrugged. "Give my words the weight you will, but you're going to Giant's Rest on your own after the battle. Seems like Master Assassin of Gamor is closer to the target for that. But for the battle itself, Mage Killer to strike the foe." Nathan shot a look at Stella, but she just shook her head, refusing to say anything. "They don't seem to want to give advice on this class choice as much. I think it's more emblematic of the path they won't follow me down. If I take Master Assassin of Gamor, then I'm really diverging. Maybe too far to easily rejoin them after Giant's Rest."
He blew out a breath,
surveying all of the items he still had to go over. "I'll think about it and tell you what I choose. For now, let's go through all of this stuff." They went back to sorting through the loot, finding a hilarious number of weapons disguised as common objects. There was a set of fancy self-filling pens containing several colors of ink, which doubled as paralytic or lethal poisons. A makeup kit contained a hand mirror that cast a strong sleep spell on whoever looked into it, while the brush would blind anybody who wasn't the registered user. Going through the possessions of such a paranoid person served to change the subject effectively. Soon enough, Nathan and Stella were chuckling over the more bizarre items, while Sarah kept watch. Kachi returned to bed, and Arl stored the more mundane items Stella didn't want cluttering up her own dimensional bags, like the piles of money.
And to be fair, Stella's got so much wealth in magical crystals that mundane coins do seem kind of meaningless.
Nathan came to the conclusion that the magical grenades were too unstable for use and drained them entirely, tossing the metal shells aside with a frustrated huff and funneling the mana into his skin-strengthening efforts. It's been a while since there was an enchantment where the best solution was just destroying it. But I think a super paranoid archmage willing to blow herself up rather than have her own weapons turned against her is a bit of an exception. I bet she had a skill to not get killed by her own arsenal. The dimensional bags were similarly tricky. They were enchanted to only open to Kala's magical signature, and would seal themselves and break the enchantment if tampered with at all. The whole thing was so well integrated that Nathan just decided to pop the dimensional enchantments rather than risk losing whatever was inside.
The heirs had storage space to spare, and wanted what was in the bags more than the bags themselves.
That decision was rewarded by veritable mountains of valuable materials and magical items. Every time Nathan broke open a new bag and found a new pile of magical items, he sighed, since it required even more work from him to clear each item. Magical Intuition 8 achieved! It took a couple of hours to finish going through the loot. Finally, Nathan stood, massaging imaginary pains and dusting off his hands. He looked up at the glorious night sky overhead as Sarah finished shoveling the last bag's mundane contents into her own dimensional storage spaces. It appeared Kala's guilty pleasure was soap, as the woman had kept a veritable cornucopia of fine scented soaps scattered across a few of her bags. "Well, that's enough wealth to buy your parents' house," Sarah commented, waving her hand towards Stella.
The mage flashed a smile as she fished out a magical crystal that they'd found about an hour ago. It was a cloudy chunk of off blue, and faint tendrils of electricity played through the material.
"Ah, but this wealth can fight for me in a way a house cannot." She held the crystal up, and the interior bolts intensified as she channeled magic into it. "Lightning citrine, what a beautiful stone."
"Might want to put that away. It probably smells delicious to that fire elemental." "The light's also pretty obvious," Nathan commented, ambling towards his bedroll. "I'm going to bed. Who's taking over watch?"
"If we're going to survive the next nail, we'll want to watch in pairs," Sarah said, through a yawn, looking around as she headed for her own bed. "Except for Nathan. You've got the skills to stare that ghoul in the eye by yourself." She prodded her brother awake.
Arl swatted back at her before shaking Kachi awake, yawning mightily.
Both of them had gone back to sleep after the second dimensional bag, and now they were ready to take over the last watch. Stella yawned in response to Arl, and soon all of them were yawning in a circle. The rest of the heirs went to bed. If any of them shot significant looks Nathan's way, he didn't see it. He lay in bed, thinking of his class choice. Honestly, my gut is telling me to take Mage Killer, because the persuasion skill from Master Assassin of Gamor will freak out Stella, and that path takes me farther from the heirs. I'll also need to be careful about anybody figuring out I have it. I think the heirs will understand and maybe even get over it, but it'll still change my relationship with them in ways I don't want. He rolled over, trying to move past his initial reaction and go over other reasons to pick one class over the other. Sarah was right. Master Assassin is better for infiltrating Giant's Rest, but Mage Killer will be better for the battle over Hulsmet. I think that's kind of a wash, since I'll also want to be better at killing powerful mages in Giant's Rest, and stealth might be important to ambushing the army that's coming. What about what Kachi said? Kia told me to keep in mind the consequences of my actions and watch the direction my path is taking me. What are the paths of these different classes? Nathan tried to leave the question aside and go to sleep. He was tempted to meditate and try to ignore the choice, but decided to face it head-on instead. At first glance, looks like it follows a bloodier path. It's got killer in the name. But I don't think that's true. It's about stalking and killing powerful mages and slipping around their magic to do it. Meanwhile, is about manipulation and subterfuge. That's the class you take to knife people in their beds, to gain their trust and then kill them when they're least expecting it. I worry it would lead me towards seeing people as easily manipulable pieces on the game board. A chill went down his spine at the thought. That kind of behavior seemed reminiscent of how both Brox and Feline acted. They didn't really respect the decisions of the people around them. Mage Killer is closer to my path for implacable anti-mage, though it's not a direct combat class. I don't think that's a problem. If the paths become too similar, then maybe they'll merge or something. But right now, my classes becoming more similar means I'll be double-dipping on experience when fighting mages, instead of having to do different things to rank up different classes. He pursed his lips, considering.
There was also the part of Mage Killer that would let him use his anti-magic to subvert enemy spells. So far, Nathan had never gone wrong with boosting his anti-magic. Being able to exert control over enemy magic seemed very promising.
Thinking about endings.
That skill alone points me towards Mage Killer. I can disrupt magic, but if it's too big for me, like the fire elemental, then there's not much I can do. Maybe being able to subvert it is the answer. My guiding principle so far has been anti-magic, and I think I should keep following that idea. With his mind mostly made up, Nathan drifted off to sleep. If he felt the same way in the morning, he'd choose Mage Killer for sure. I need to develop airwalking during the next fight. Hopefully it'll synergize with the 243 development of Implacable Anti-Mage. Only 6 levels away now. The harsh rays of the sun woke Nathan up early the next morning, coming straight down into his eyes. He squirmed a bit, holding up a hand to block the sudden assault. Then he heard food sizzling and rolled fully upright, rubbing his eyes and looking around their campsite. Arl was cooking over the fire, his unenchanted cookware making more noise than usual.
At least the food smelled good.
It smelled like Arl was frying up cubed Nindine steak from yesterday and planning to add it to a spiced porridge that was bubbling nearby. Nathan got up to do his business, examining the pass yet again in the sunlight. The destruction from the fire elemental was stark, the bullseye pattern obvious. The fortress of the face looked less threatening now that the flames from its eyes no longer illuminated the entire valley. That was a relative assessment. The flames still roiled in giant pillars, and the knowledge of what lurked inside that ancient dungeon didn't make Nathan any happier with the idea of getting anywhere near the place. Nathan returned to the campsite, taking a plate of boiled grain, well-seasoned and heavy with deliciously magical meat. He dug in, eating quickly before the biting wind could steal the warmth from the dish.
A theatrical yawn sounded to the side as Brox emerged from his tent, looking freshly showered and ready to go about his day. He looked surprised when Arl offered him a plate, but took it anyway, eating happily. Suddenly the questor frowned at the ground, setting aside the plate and reaching down to pick up a giant's rest coin partially buried in the soil. Where did this come from? I would swear by Eads you didn't loot any of the mages yesterday before the fire elemental scorched them to ash. He looked up at the sky, as if looking for something above them that could have dropped it. Sarah spoke with a full mouth, her voice smug. An archmage of the Nails tried to sneak into camp last night while we were all asleep. The questor's eyebrows shot up. The assassins of Giant's Rest? He looked around as if to make sure all of the heirs were present. An archmage? Nathan was on watch. The first thing we heard was him landing on top of her, Arl said, scraping out the last of the pot before handing it to his sister to wash. He walked forward, plucking the coin out of Brox's hands. Looted her too, though it seems we missed some. He tucked the coin into his pouch. The questor didn't offer any resistance, utterly shocked. I didn't even... Then he started laughing uproariously. He doubled over and slapped his thighs, struggling to get words out past the laughter. You killed an assassin archmage, he guffawed. By Algoa, she got counter-assassinated. The heirs looked around at each other while the questor kept laughing. He kept getting himself under control before bursting out into deep guffaws once more. After a minute, Brox straightened up, regarding them with a wide smile. Well, after that trial of the divine, I don't see any cause for hesitation. He speared a hand towards the dungeon. Let's conquer the dungeon! Nathan rolled his eyes and set aside his own empty plate. No. The questor turned to face him, his humor quickly fading into mockery. No. You defeat an archmage attacking from stealth, but don't have the teats to challenge a magical dungeon.
Aren't you an anti-mage? There's no reason to do it, Nathan replied. If anything, it serves as a barrier against Giant's Rest. An army tries to pass through here, we just cast some magic and summon the elemental. Besides, any loot inside is long melted. This isn't really about the dungeon. This is about Brox being bored and asserting his control. The quester looked around at the rest of the heirs. Do none of you wish to challenge a fragment of Quenfi, to learn of the deep insights of fire? He cocked his head toward Stella expectantly. She bit her lip and took a step back as if compelled by the pressure of the quester's gaze. Then her jaw firmed, and she met his eyes, giving a small shake of her head.
Bah! I find cowards where I search for the battle-blessed.
The quester flicked his hand dismissively. Kachi growled slightly at that comment, and the blessing inside them all, except Nathan, seemed to wake itself, flaring warningly. Brox heaved a heavy sigh. A shard of a dead divine. One who would weep to see his power used so. He turned back to Nathan. We challenge that dungeon, or else you fight Giant's Rest without me. I could choose Master Assassin of Jamor for the persuasion skill, then use that to persuade him to stay. Nathan studied Brox for a second, judging his words. He's bluffing. He wants to push us, not abandon us. Alertness 2 achieved. No. Brox's face twisted with contempt. Fine. Enjoy dying to Badud. With a puff of dust, he was gone. Levels of tension. Nathan stared at the place Brox had been standing until a moment ago. Shit. He's coming back, Arl said, pointing at the fancy camouflage tent. Or else we're taking that. It's enchanted like a Kalis artifact. The corner of his mouth twitched up. It's almost a good trade. As if reacting to his words, the tent folded in on itself and compacted down to a point that vanished with a tiny pop of displaced air. They all stared at the empty spot of dirt for a second. Then the swearing started. Arl winced, hissing between his teeth. Mutt-grabber's asshole. Harpy tits, Sarah cursed a moment later, throwing down the wood she'd been whittling. Waking giants, Kachi said, rubbing at his forehead in exasperation. Stella seemed to have mixed feelings, and she just sighed. Sarah's gaze went calculating, and she looked over at the face carved into the far side of the pass. Should we go challenge the dungeon? Think that will bring him back? Nope, Nathan said. He'll come back or he won't. It was a stupid idea before, and it's still stupid. We capitulate on this once, and then he'll know he can win every argument. Arl gestured toward Nathan, frustrated. It would be better than having him leave. Part of our job was to keep him placated and out of trouble. Now Gamor faces a quester without one of our own. It would have been better to risk the dungeon. Nathan threw up his arms in frustration. Maybe so, but he was a dick, and I'm not actually sad to see him gone. We kept him occupied for a few days, maybe now it's somebody else's turn. There's a good chance he just shows up in Hallsmet and somebody else needs to take over Brock's sitting. I'm surprisingly free of regret, Stella spoke up, voice light. He's a blight. As much as I want to learn of the true nature of fire, that elemental scares me. I could feel its hunger, its greed for my magic. It's powerful. More raw mana than any magic we've faced before. Kachi grimaced. We must inform Sudrail. She will need warning if he returns to Hallsmet, and time to prepare an alternate plan if he does not. Yeah, just throw Nathan at the army and tell him to kill the quester, Sarah said, bitingly. It's his deed now that he drove the quester away. She bit off her next words, then sighed. She reached down to grab the carving she'd thrown into the dirt. Sorry,
But this battle is truly a prophecy of endings. Our parents are the obvious choice to fight the quester, a mage beyond endings. Nobody had an answer for that, and they drifted apart to separate tasks with different levels of frustration. Both Arl and Sarah occasionally sent venomous looks Nathan's way, and Kachi's gaze wasn't exactly friendly. The wolfman knelt on the ground, praying over his hammer. Arl pulled out his unenchanted weapons and a bottle of oil, while Sarah resumed whittling the mage figurine.
She'd gotten quite good at carving a small figurine of everything she'd killed, from stalkers to mages, and even a siege boar. Everybody kept their attention on Stella, as she sent a message back to Halsmet to deliver the news. Judging from the petite mage's body language, it didn't seem like the response was positive. She flinched a few times, cast a few looks at the sight of Brox's abandoned tent, then laughed briefly before nodding with resignation. She stood up, brushing dust off her knees. Sudrail's not happy. She told me to be sorry that we've caused smoke and blood. She shrugged, not looking particularly regretful. She was pleased to hear about Kala de Drex, but a questor's worth more than an archmage. Stella continued. We're to remain petrified in place. Our mission is still to guard the pass. My guess is that they want Brox to be able to return to Halsmet without finding us there. Kachi's brows furrowed into a grim, horizontal line.
Surely we must return before the battle. We must be able to contribute to the fight.
True aim, Stella said in response. But they'll wait to call us until Feline signals that the army has left Giant's Rest. No blood from our wounds, Sarah agreed, gesturing down the pass with a knife. We can watch this place for a few days. She seemed to have uncoiled slightly, not as tense as she'd been just a few minutes ago. Not many targets for us to hit in Halsmet anyway.
Blood from my wounds, Arl huffed. I'd prefer to be in Halsmet. His sister rolled her eyes and threw a pebble at him.
Hear me, but you're hornier than a sailor of Litcliffe.
Nathan silently agreed with Arl. He could be working on teaching anti-mages in Halsmet. He'd moved on from thinking about the exact insights he wanted to teach, and on to the kind of ethos he wanted to inspire. How do I want to train them? What kind of students do I want? And how do I prepare them for being an anti-mage?
Nathan sighed, breaking off his thought process.
All right, so we're staying here for a little while. Might as well get comfortable. Sarah clicked her tongue. We should move camp. Don't want to stay in the same place too long. Somebody will need to go hunt for food. I'm the most suited. Kachi, come with me? It'll be a good distraction from this quester muck. The big wolfman nodded, getting up and dusting off his knees. Arl's voice was surly as he stowed his weapons, moving to start packing up the camp. I suggest Nathan cleans dishes for the next few days. Hey, he protested, but nobody seemed sympathetic. Honestly, that's a pretty light punishment for pissing off our ace in the hole badly enough he just up and left. And I've got a bit of a backlog for not washing dishes until now to avoid breaking the enchantments. But the enchanted pots were so much easier to clean.
Nathan sighed, scrubbing his hand through his hair as he moved to help clean out the cookware, thinking over the confrontation and Brox's departure. I was standing up for myself, for us. I'm confident that I was right, that the dungeon was too large a risk without sufficient payoff. I thought Brox would respect me for standing up to him, and I think he did, but only up to a point. Then he just found it annoying, because it was something he actually wanted to do. Nathan internally shrugged as he scrubbed away with water that Stella doled out of a dimensional water skin. Just hammers home that you gotta treat questers carefully. I treated him like I'd treat a powerful adventurer, but he refused to accept that I wouldn't automatically follow his orders because he was a quester. I wonder if that's a quester thing, or a Brox thing. Oh, I just got it from my mom, Stella exclaimed.
She chuckled lightly.
She told me that she's relieved, and that we shouldn't blame ourselves.
Stella sucked in a breath.
And that they wish they'd refused Brox when he took them to that dungeon years ago?
Arl grunted from nearby. Yeah, maybe. I wonder what Dad will say. Stella looked across at the threatening dungeon on the far side of the pass.
Our nemesis is the endings. We can't have a questor fight that battle for us. You heard Brox. They know more than anybody. They've lived through the endings.
The copper-skinned fighter just nodded, going to pick up the tripwires around the camp that had been entirely useless against a flying enemy. Nathan shook his head, returning his attention to the skillet Arl had used to fry up the cubed steak. Well, I didn't pick Master Assassin of Gamor when it might have been useful to persuade Brox. I guess that means I better pick Mage Killer. That's sunk cost thinking, but I'm convinced that the ability to subvert enemy magic is really the prize here.
As Nathan scrubbed out his dishes, he made the class selection. Congratulations, you are now a Mage Killer. 2 of your existing class skills have developed, and you have unlocked 3 new class skills. Class skill Regenerative Focus. Your focus will rapidly regenerate when you are undistracted. It can be spent to enhance your attention and improve your control, or on other skills or talents that utilize focus. Class skill Catastrophic Blows. You will be better able to identify the weak points of your foes, and your strikes against those areas are more likely to inflict lethal damage. Injuries inflicted with your bare hands will resist healing magic. Class skill Stealthy Movement has become Battle Stealth. Your movements will be harder to notice, especially in the confusion of combat. This effect can be enhanced by spending focus. Class skill Infiltration has become Mage Infiltration. You will be able to blend into hostile environments easily, and will not seem out of place even in imperfect disguises. This skill will mimic signs of being a mage when you are disguised as one, including a fake mana pool. Class skill Forgettable. Foes will forget details about you after you leave their attention. This is a mental effect that can be resisted by someone with the appropriate skill or sufficient willpower. Class skill Unsuspecting Strike. Your strikes against unaware targets will more easily bypass armor and other protections. New class skill Anti-Magic Stealth. Your anti-magic hides you from magical sensors and detection, and even spells tuned to detect an absence will not detect you. New class skill Spell Redirection. You can use your anti-magic to redirect spells. Will not enhance your ability to otherwise modify spells. New class skill Lethal Index. You will be able to assess if injuries you cause are lethal and how long your foes will survive them.
Mage Killer is now level 89.
Well, there we go. Not as impressive as, but it's not really a combat class. There's a lot of stealth benefits in there. Nathan pursed his lips in consideration as he moved onto the utensils. The biggest thing he'd gained from this development was better anti-magic, which could now be used to redirect spells. What did that even mean? He'd have to practice with Stella to find out the capabilities of additionally. It enhanced his stealth against magical sensors, he'd already been good against detection spells, though magical traps would still trigger if he got too close. Maybe that wouldn't be true anymore? He also liked that he was already gaining counters for spells specifically tuned to find him. It was only a matter of time until somebody built a spell to detect the void left by his anti-magic. Finally, seemed fairly pointless for him.
He wasn't in the habit of leaving his enemies with survivable injuries, regardless. Part of the class description indicated it would help finish off difficult-to-kill enemies, but Nathan had been expecting some kind of death blow skill, not a diagnosis one. Sometimes you whiff on a skill. They can't all be bangers. I bet it's because I've had this class for so little time. There was no time for insights, for better skills. And maybe it'll be more useful than I'm initially assuming to know if somebody is getting back up or not. The two skills that had upgraded were a bit more exciting. Mage Infiltration specialized him more towards sneaking into a place with a lot of mages, which would be handy for sneaking around Giant's Rest. And Battle Stealth did reflect how he'd been using the skill, trying to make it hard for people to keep track of him in the middle of a fight. Now it's an established strategy. I could already hide from spells, and this skill will help me hide from eyes in the confusion of a fight. He shrugged internally and got back to washing dishes. He wasn't over the moon with his new class, but he was happy. It wasn't revolutionary, but it offered important new capabilities that would help him going forward. 13 more skills than I'd have if I hadn't gotten a second class, if you include the utility skills. I'll call that a win. A few hours later, Nathan was bored. Kachi and Sarah had returned with some more game, and they'd moved their camp higher up the slope and farther east, towards Giant's Rest. Nathan had explained his new class, and the heirs had been appropriately interested, but none of them had been blown away either. Spell redirection had been the only skill to raise eyebrows. Stella agreed to do some practice, and they spent some time exploring his new skill. It seemed to give Nathan's anti-magic a new intangible authority, an ability to control magic as he absorbed it. He could reach out and grab a spell with his aura, then throw it in a new direction with a flick. It didn't work very well, since he tended to mostly absorb anything he redirected that way. It was also much harder to pull off with more powerful and complex spells. Nathan could return a fireball back to sender at 1/3 its original strength, but he wouldn't be able to do the same with a disintegrate until Mage Killer leveled up quite a bit to improve the skill. After a little while, Stella's attention seemed to waver. Her spells were fine, but she didn't seem excited about further experimentation, or even learning about more science. "Do you want to keep going? It's fine if you want to be done for today," Nathan said, watching her with concern. Stella rolled her neck around, closing both eyes. "Yeah, I feel like a torch burnt near to an ember." "Hear me. I'm glad we saw our parents in Hosmet, but I haven't had time to think since the Fortress Foundry." Nathan resisted the urge to pat his friend on top of the head. "Yeah, Halsmet was a lot. It might be a good idea to talk about everything. It doesn't need to be now. We've got a few days out here on our own." "No, maybe later." The short mage turned away with a yawn, walking a short distance before sitting down and looking out over the beautiful mountain landscape. Nathan glanced over the other heirs and considered walking over and chatting with them. Unfortunately, recent events seemed to have dampened everybody's mood, and nobody was feeling particularly talkative. I considered myself an introvert back on Earth. What changed? That evening, Nathan told some more stories from Earth, just to keep people entertained. He tried explaining the plot of Mass Effect, but the heirs kept getting hung up on his descriptions of space and planets. They understood the concept of ancient death robots just fine, though. The next morning, Nathan looked around. Everybody still seemed subdued, and he was still getting a bit of a cold shoulder, though it wasn't overtly hostile. They watched the pass. Nothing moved except for wildlife, as well as clouds and the streamers of flame from the stone face across the way. It reminded Nathan of the carefree time they'd spent together in the town of Bridgeguard, back when they'd first left Jamor. It had been a break from the politics of Jamor, a time to train and relax and enjoy each other's company. Back then, he'd wondered if he would ever look back on that time with longing. And he did, but not because what was happening now was worse. Sure, the food and lodgings weren't quite as ideal, but they were fine. The heirs had time to rest and recuperate, and it was nice. But a tension hung in the air, a knowledge that battle was only days away.
A battle that would see a lot of death,
one way or another. They had risked their lives before, but it felt different. Previously, they'd mostly fought in situations where they knew they stood a chance at success. This battle? That wasn't so certain. There were hundreds of mages of Giant's Rest and a questor on the other side of the field. Even if they survived, the heirs were likely to lose someone they knew, maybe somebody they loved. It was hard not to brood over it. After a few hours, Nathan couldn't stand it anymore. He turned to his teammates. "Does anybody have some paper or anything I can write on?" Stella cocked an eyebrow at him. "I got some paper from Helsmet for working through spells. Giant's Rest makes it, so there's no more once I run out. What do you need it for?" He smiled, writing down the insight of regeneration. Kachi turned with an aggrieved expression. "Insights are not written down. You said you couldn't teach that months ago." Nathan shrugged. "I did say that.
But that was then, and this is now. I've got to try, since my anti-magic talent is pretty useless without a self-healing talent. I also understand insights better than I used to. People don't need to know every detail for a low-tier version of the talent. I'm also hoping that it will be easier since my teaching skill is high-tier now." "You have a teaching skill?" Arl said, looking at Nathan in bewilderment. "Yes," Sarah said, eyeing her brother with even greater confusion. "Have you listened to anything he's said to Stella? Has he never explained anything to you?" Arl scrunched up his nose, thinking back. "Yeah, he did. It was easy to learn." He nodded towards Nathan. "No wonder Stella's magic is flaring like it's been fed dragon shit. I never listen when you talk about that stuff." Stella rolled her eyes and sighed heavily, reaching into one of her innumerable dimensional pockets and pulling out a thin sheaf of papers along with a quill and inkwell. "Here, that's what I have. I hope it's enough to kill the problem." Nathan frowned at his writing utensils. He'd have to write small and take care so that the words didn't get smudged, but it was something. "Thanks." Kachi walked over and sat down next to Nathan. "You have explained some of your healing insight to me. I wish to know more, if you would teach me." "Sure." He considered the paper for a little while, and how best to communicate the essence of his healing talent. Part of what had stopped him before was not knowing where to start. Would he have to go into chemistry, teach how proteins worked? How much detail was required for regeneration? That also leads to a bunch of really dangerous insights I'm not sure I want to spread. Since he'd first considered the issue, he'd had a lot more experience with Devrar and how insights worked. A lot of the reason he'd originally gotten regeneration at mid-tier was because of the depth of his insight. It was a powerful talent, and the requirements reflected that. It might be true that people trying to learn regeneration would always need to be hurt to try to heal something that would otherwise be permanent. But they wouldn't need to know all of the things he knew. The core insight of the regeneration talent is that the body is capable of healing from any wound, because all of the information needed to grow the body from scratch is still present in even a tiny piece of flesh, Nathan said, falling into lecturing. But once the body is grown, it doesn't know how to regrow it, or have the energy to do it quickly. It's not supposed to happen, but it's not impossible either. He pursed his lips, considering how to translate the lecture he was giving Kachi into words on a page. The solution to both of these problems is stamina. It interfaces well with physical processes of the body. If channeled appropriately, it can guide the healing process and provide the necessary energy.
From there, it's important to understand how the healing process works. The body is composed of tiny parts called cells, and each of them contains the entire body plan, as well as High-Tier Lecturing 6 achieved! Skill text. Comparison. Class skill. Stealthy movement. Your movements will be harder to notice. This effect can be enhanced by spending focus.
Class skill, battle stealth. Your movements will be harder to notice, especially in the confusion of combat. This effect can be enhanced by spending focus. Class skill, infiltration. You will be able to blend into hostile environments easily and will not seem out of place even in imperfect disguises. Class skill, mage infiltration. You will be able to blend into hostile environments easily and will not seem out of place even in imperfect disguises. This skill will mimic signs of being a mage when you are disguised as one, including a fake mana pool. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1. Aura of Anti-Magic, 7. Permanent Talent 2.
Perfected Body 8. Talent 3. High Tier Slow Fall 10. Class Implacable Anti-Mage, Level 237. Deepened Stamina 7,392 over 7,410. Anti-Mage's Impassivity, Anti-Magic Momentum, Raging Thrill, Implacable Inertia, Unarmored Resilience, Improved Anti-Magic, Strenuous Agility, Hand-to-Hand Expertise. Class Mage Killer, Level 89. Regenerative Focus, 990 over 990. Catastrophic Blows, Battle Stealth, Mage Infiltration, Forgettable Unsuspecting Strike, Anti-Magic Stealth Spell, Redirection Lethal, Index, Utility Skills, Battle Meditation 9, Leadership 6, High Tier Sprinting 8, Magical Perception 8, Alertness 2, Magical Intuition 8, High Tier Dodging, Footwork 10, Mental Fortress 4, High Tier Lecturing 6, High Tier Tumbling 8, Mid-Tier Noticeability 8, Low Tier Quiet Movement 4, Low Tier Disguise 4, Mid-Tier Battle Cry 3. Chapter 33. Burning Questions. The next few days were peaceful. They sat around in the desolate mountains, occasionally hunting and keeping watch for any further probes from Giant's Rest. None appeared, but the reality of the impending battle seemed to grow more real by the day. That nebulous worry was balanced by the very obvious Fortress of the Face, which lit the pass with flickering light day and night. The fire elemental never reappeared, but the enormous statue of the beautiful woman's face was always there, staring at them with flaming eyes. The tension grew and grew, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. They kept a careful watch, and everybody tried to distract themselves with hobbies. Nathan spent a good deal of his time working on the regeneration manual. He continued to discuss the insight with Kachi. He'd described anatomy and healing to the wolf folk before, but they'd found that divine healing insights didn't depend much on the physical reality of the body. They all tried to hang out and chat about things like normal, but it felt like a hollow effort at distraction. Sometimes they'd get caught up in a discussion about the ecology of stalkers or how the technology of Earth could be used on Davrar. But then the conversation would lapse, and a nervous silence would follow. It was clear they were all thinking the same thing. In a few days, we fight in a battle larger than any we've ever seen. If we lose, Halsmet and Gamor will be enslaved. They trained as much as ever, but with a stoic certainty instead of anything resembling desperation. They were all well over level 81 and had picked up every possible skill rank and development you could get from training. Nobody was going to develop a pivotal new talent in the next few days, not without a dangerous fight. Instead, they focused on practicing their current skills, gaining that extra little bit of polish that would help an ability shine. It wasn't anything that would make a huge difference, but every little bit counted. There was one exception, and that was Nathan teaching Stella magic. He thought she was so close to figuring out how to use light and plasma mana to make a laser.
She could do bright beams of light that burned their way through things, but Nathan was willing to bet that with a proper lasing setup, she could manage something that would be better described by the phrase, death ray. The problem was that it just combined too many different insights together. After one somewhat frustrating session in the evening, Stella turned to Nathan with a bullish look on her face. "Some time ago, you mentioned insights too dangerous to teach, ones that would lead to blasphemous destruction." The light of the far-off dungeon shone in her eyes, its flame replacing the purple glare of the mana she'd been channeling. "Would that insight let me destroy the Giant's Rest army?" Nathan sat down heavily, contemplating her question and the implications of his answer. A nuclear spell could definitely destroy an army, but that didn't mean he wanted her messing around with atoms. After a pregnant pause, Nathan spoke with an unhappy grimace. "Yes, it could." Stella didn't say anything, just looked at him expectantly. He clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back, looking up at the swirls of cloud that partially obscured the worldscape above. Yeah, a spell like that could destroy an army, if you can learn it in time. I haven't wanted to teach it to you before, but maybe I should reconsider with that army on the way. I've been deliberately avoiding teaching her about molecules and atoms. If we wanted to go to the nuclear option, I'd need to start there. Then describe what an atom is and how to split one, or fuse two together. You get energy by fusing anything lighter than iron, or splitting anything heavier. The ingredients for fusion are pretty easy to find, but if you split gold, it'll still generate energy. It won't create a chain reaction, and would be more controllable. But it would also produce more radiation, I think. But can she pull it off in just a few days? She's probably not far off with her current insights. Generate plasma and use electric fields to intentionally slam atoms together, or take something dense and yank apart the individual protons inside atoms. It might work, it might not. But I don't think we'll have time to go deep into the science, and it almost certainly won't work at a distance. Stella will have to be right there. Nathan shivered as he considered ideas for helping his friend turn a gold coin into a bomb that would make a mile-high radioactive fireball. Stella caught the gesture, but didn't push it, patiently waiting for him to finish his thinking. The other heirs had heard her question and were listening intently, not sure what to expect. Let's think about the moral and safety issues separately. First, am I okay with Stella being able to blow up a city? She's been a bit less power-mad since everything that happened in Halsmet. She just gained a mental protection skill that hopefully means she can't be mind-controlled into blowing up cities or giving up this insight. The oncoming army is a clear and present target that I have no qualms about nuking. It would be great if that army could just not exist, and a nuke spell would be one way to make that happen. I can always ask her to swear to never use it on a city full of people. Nathan tilted his head back and forth, considering. If there was ever a use case for nuclear magic, this was it. What about safety? If we focus on building a containment spell first, then maybe we could trigger the nuclear reaction and lob it at the target. But that would take time to do right, probably more time than we have. He sighed heavily. I don't know if we could do it in just a few days. I'm worried about doing it safely. This is the kind of magic that your dad was terrified of, and it's more dangerous than almost anything else I can think of. Except maybe somehow generating antimatter, or trying to mess with quarks and stuff. But I've got no idea how we would even start trying to do that, and I don't want to try. He met Stella's eyes. I'm sorry I'm reluctant. This insight almost destroyed my world. The way you think about endings. For me, that's this insight. It gives people that level of destruction. Once it's known, It feels like only a matter of time until somebody, somewhere with power, has a bad day and decides that today is the day the world ends. Maybe this insight spreading is what causes the next ending. The history of my world infecting yours. Stella's expression had transformed into a grimace as Nathan spoke, and she opened her mouth to respond. Nathan raised a finger to signal he wasn't done. That's not a no. It's better to have a tool you don't need than to not have it when you need it.
This might not be the last army we need to destroy. And if I'd taught you earlier, then maybe this kind of magic would be an easy answer to the Giant's Rest army. The heirs looked on in surprise at Nathan's words, and Stella's scowl became an anticipatory smile. Brightness shines in my eyes, she leaned forward. Now, give me the cost of waking this dungeon. Are we really doing this? I kind of wish I'd done it weeks ago, so that this was a real option today. It would be an alternative to adventurers fighting and dying against Badud. Nathan grimaced, thinking through the challenges ahead of them. That invisible death your dad talked about. Every spell using this insight will generate it. We'll need to talk about containment and protection, as well as how to only activate this spell from far away. Even a tiny version of one of these spells will make one of your fireballs look like a tiny spark. Stella nodded seriously, attentive and accepting of what he was saying.
But inside, he could tell she was just bubbling over with excitement, ready to dive into a new field of magic. I get that. I'm excited to see what magic can do with these insights too. But I wish she was a little more scared of it. Or at least a bit more experienced with magnetic, force, and electricity mana. We'd be less likely to become radioactive dust riding a mushroom cloud. Kachi interjected, a frown on his face. If this insight is such a prophecy of death, I do not believe you should share it. You and Dalo shared the same target in agreeing to smother this insight. It has been only days, but now you seek to leave that path. The wolfman shrugged stolidly. But this insight is your hoard to distribute, and your responsibility should it be misused. He paused as if to stop, but then seemed driven to continue. By the dead gods, don't bring the endings upon us. We swore to defeat them, not bring about the next one. His glance at Stella wasn't wholly benevolent, but she was too focused on Nathan to note the implication. In fact, Stella seemed to have barely heard Kachi at all. Nathan eyed her eager expression worriedly, suddenly indecisive. If she has this insight, she's going to use it. Even if it's not on an enemy, she's going to want to blow up a mountain, and then a dungeon, and then a patrol. The knowledge of this insight will get out. Every mage that hears about it will try to track us down and take it, or recreate it on their own. Dalo already has some knowledge of nuclear magic, just not the insights to use it in anything but the most crude ways. If people know more is possible, it just takes one smart mage to figure it out in some way. And then we might have the next ending on our hands. He remembered Kaya's prophecy. The outcome will determine when the ending of history begins. What if that line didn't refer to the battle, but to this choice, here and now? If Nathan taught Stella nuclear magic, then he was opening a giant can of worms regardless of the oaths she swore. If Stella starts tossing around nuke spells, war changes. Even if we manage to prevent the spread of the insight and only she can cast the spell, it still changes everything. Both our enemies and allies will make strategic plans around her magic. Stella probably won't be able to adventure anymore. She would be too important. Sarah spoke up, idly twirling her knife through her fingers. This question seems heavier than a castle bear, but I'll ask a lighter one. She glanced between Nathan and Stella. Can you really teach it before the army gets here?
Isn't it a smarter path to finish these lasers you were working on? She's giving me an out, but she's not wrong. Nathan blew out a breath, then nodded.
We can't do this that quickly. Not safely. There are at least 3 or 4 individual insights before we get to the truly destructive spells, and a lot of ways to die on the path.
A high groan emitted from Stella's mouth, like she was a boiling kettle. If we rush, then we'll probably all die, Nathan said to her. The only way to do this safely is slowly. There are a lot of precautions and safety steps. Well, that seems like a reason to fart ice. Arl had been passively watching the conversation, but the latest comment had drawn his attention. Learning cataclysmic magic with an army charging down on us seems like baiting the castle bear to me. There must be other solutions. Stella hunched down, putting her arms over her head. True aim. I want to learn it, but now is a bad time. Let's think of other ways to kill the problem. The fire of the Fortress of the Face flickered across the pass, and Nathan's eyes narrowed. I'm 6 levels away from 243 on Implacable Anti-Mage. If I fight the dungeon, then I will probably get there and get my next class development. Harpy's tits, Sarah swore. I thought I was blazing ahead. I'm at 204. 197 here, Arl chipped in, seemingly unbothered to be a few levels behind his sister. Stella smirked at both of them. I'm at 219. Crushing the mages of Giant's Rest who seek to challenge my natural magic is worth adamant to Devrar. Kachi's eyebrows raised. I am level 176, advancing rapidly to all but my teammates. He turned his attention to Nathan. Congratulations on your rapid leveling. Killing your enemies has that outcome. Is it just me, or has he gotten more judgmental as he's attuned himself more to the shard of the god of righteous battle? Sarai cast a wry look towards Nathan. Funny to hear you proposing fighting the dungeon after refusing that idea caused Brox to leave. Nathan rubbed his forehead. Yeah, don't remind me.
I still think it's dangerous, but less than trying to figure out the city-destroying magic in just a few days.
The class development will give me an advantage if I have to fight Badud. It might not be the ideal place to develop airwalking, but I can probably make it work for that too. This giant is not solely ours to slay. Kachi's voice was emphatic. The power of the adventurers is behind us, and we do not bear the weight of this battle alone. We freed Halsmet, but we do not need to be the champions of every victory. He looked around at the other heirs, brows drawn down. What would our parents say if they knew we considered challenging an unapproved dungeon for the levels? What of Jolba? Stella blew air through pursed lips. Hear me. That elemental scares me. It almost killed us when it was hungry. How much worse will it be in its lair, fighting for its life? Nathan grimaced. They all had a point.
It had been hammered into them that dungeons were dangerous, and you never went in one without a plan and approval from the guild. They weren't about to get that approval now, even if they explained how close Nathan was to his class development. It'd be a damn big risk, no matter how you look at it. Aurel bore a pensive look. Let's consider other options for the battle. Less risky ones. He frowned at the landscape around them. What was Kia's prophecy again? I think I might have an idea. Nathan's eyebrows raised as he recited the prophecy from memory, then listened to Arl's proposal. Nathan and Stella spent a lot more time working on the laser insight. They quickly achieved results, but they weren't exactly what Nathan was hoping for. It was basically a light spell with extra steps. Granted, the resulting beam of light was well collimated, which meant that it didn't diffuse much over long distances. The problem was that the spell wasn't much stronger than Stella's normal beams of magical light. They could effectively blind enemies and burn skin,
but it wouldn't be incinerating their targets anytime soon. After the latest test, she kicked a rock in frustration, watching it bounce down the slope.
The reflection part of the spell isn't working. It can't hold the light in long enough for the energy to build up. A good can block this spell.
Nathan frowned, deep in thought. He wouldn't have been able to contribute much without his mana senses, but through them he could tell what Stella was talking about. He also didn't think the reflection was the fundamental problem. I think the real issue is that the lasing medium is too impure. We're just using atmospheric plasma. It should work, but different components start emitting earlier than others. All the energy you pump in gets bled off at lower intensities by the contaminants, so it doesn't properly laze.
Are those words?
Or is this all a blasphemous trick?
Arl's voice was dry as he polished his armor, though the braided metal didn't seem to need it.
Hear me, I'm not sure, Sarah said in reply. But the spell keeps changing, so they're either speaking twisted sense or it's a bigger joke than I can imagine.
Stella frowned at them and tossed a gust of wind at the twins that set their hair fluttering. She turned back to Nathan.
But how do we fix it? Do I have to purify the gas? We figured out how to do that, but it takes such a long time that the spell wouldn't be useful in a fight.
Nathan shrugged. The lightning capacitor spell also takes a long time to prep, and that was pretty useful. At the very least, this will tell us if I'm right, and we need to figure out the lasing medium, or if it's more important to work on the reflective part of the spell. Stella sighed and dispelled the magic that maintained the mirrored tube of plasma they'd been using for experimentation.
She isolated an area about the size of a person and started casting the air magic spell that would draw the oxygen out.
It was a spell they'd worked out a long time ago, based on some insights from Stella's parents and some input from Nathan. They'd never had the chance to use it since the spell was slow, imperfect, and easily disrupted. It only removed about 3/4 of the oxygen in an area, and any wind or movement in the area would disrupt the effect. All of that should have been a problem on the gusty mountaintop. But Stella was a powerful mage, used to thinking laterally to solve problems. After establishing the initial spell, she built a shell of force shields to protect her bubble of altered gas, then layered several oxygen removal spells to speed up and enhance the effect. It was an enormous amount of magic, but Stella was a gifted mage with mana to spare. She turned her attention back to Nathan. I need to tune this spell to remove other gases, right? All except the one that we want. Which one is that? We probably want nitrogen. I think nitrogen plasma emits in the near UV, and it should be the most common gas. Assuming Devrar's atmosphere is like Earth's. So far, assumptions like that have held. What else could the filler gas be? If it was oxygen or carbon dioxide, then I would be dead. If it was helium, I'd be squeaky. Argon would be possible, I suppose, but I'm pretty sure it's nitrogen. They spent nearly an hour setting up a dense mesh of spell work to freeze out the water and carbon dioxide, then pulled out the argon by tweaking the oxygen removal spell. The mess of magic ended up conflicting with itself and having to be layered through a series of intermediate shells. Nathan stared at the abomination of spell work floating in the air in front of him.
Yeah, this is never going to be a combat spell.
Maybe I can store the resulting gas in a dimensional pouch and pull it out when I want the laser spell.
Stella wrinkled her nose, straining to maintain so many different spells.
My parents would fart ice if they ever saw this. Let's not tell them.
Kachi snorted from where he was watching over the pass. He looked over his shoulder. What would we tell them? The two of you are the only ones who can sense the mana. It took another 10 minutes for Stella to judge that the hacked-together spell had accumulated enough purified nitrogen to test the spell. She released the magic with a sigh, wiping her forehead and manipulating the magical tube of compressed gas with caution. Arl blinked at it in confusion. Ah, what a wondrous construction of magic.
Shouldn't it be glowing? Or something? It'll start glowing in a second. Maybe I'll aim it at you, Stella said, before starting to assemble the experimental laser spell around the tube of purified gas. After the light magic mirrors were in place, she started pumping energy into the tube, smoothly transitioning from air mana to plasma mana as the gas transitioned states of matter. Nathan stepped closer as the energy density exceeded anything they'd achieved before. Hold on. Make sure it's aimed carefully. Everybody look away from the target. The heirs rolled their eyes as they all looked away from the dead tree that the experimental spell was aimed at. Nathan proceeded to ignore his own advice, watching the already charred wood and paying careful attention to Stella's spell. The energy was continuing to grow, and Stella had modified the reflective light magic to work best at the specific wavelength that was being emitted. The photons were beginning to pile up inside the lasing tube. They were partially magical in nature, at least enough for Nathan to feel with his magical senses. Make sure the end facing the target is weakest, Nathan said, even though he could feel she'd already built the cap of the tube to fail first and release the energy of the spell. Stella didn't respond, simply clicking her tongue as she increased the energy input. When that didn't do anything, she ramped it up yet again. Nothing happened for another few seconds, and Nathan was about to tell Stella to ease off when the end of the lasing tube failed like it was supposed to. The entire mountainside was illuminated by barely visible light, and the tree exploded as a section of it was vaporized in a fraction of a second. A wood splinter bounced off Nathan's cheek, and he winced at the amount of dangerous light mana that accompanied it. Kachi held his hand up to his eyes, divine magic already playing over his face. He heaved a heavy sigh.
Magical experimentation always leaves wounds to heal, sure as prophecy. You can't use that spell on a battlefield if it blinds us each time. He walked around to heal each heir, spending the longest time on Stella. She had been watching the log out of the corner of her eyes and was still trying to blink out the spots. She spoke excitedly, even as the wolfman worked his own magic.
By Kalis, it worked! I got a skill rank for that. I could use a light mana shield to block that wavelength. That'll protect us from the spell.
Nathan nodded. I also think there was a lot of unaligned light in there. See if you can nudge the light to be bouncing between the ends of the tube, not around the sides. Or just make the tube thinner and longer. High-tier lecturing 7 achieved. Stella sighed.
The spell can always be improved. But the gas escaped when the laser fired. I'd rather wake a dungeon than collect more before every shot.
Maybe you can store it, Nathan said with a shrug.
Or maybe set up a magnetic construct that prevents the plasma from escaping. Then you could fire multiple times with each spell. She sighed.
Muck grabber's filth. It's a good idea, but so much work for a single spell. But I can probably send lightning along the path of the spell, then use the same gas to do it again. Now that I know it works, I can charge it faster too. Stella threw up her hands in a mix of frustration and excitement.
Yes, okay, I'll do it. Do I have any airtight jars left over?
Chapter 34. Final Considerations. Now that she had a working spell, Stella made a series of rapid breakthroughs, optimizing her spell to function on a battlefield. It would always take too long for a close-range fight, but the range and instantaneous power were incredible for longer-range combat. She also streamlined the nitrogen purification spell and used a few jars to store the product.
It still wasn't a fast or efficient process, though she'd figured out how to pressurize the gas down far enough that it only took 2 jars to fuel the spell. She muttered about designing a new spell that would specifically work on nitrogen, but that would take longer than they had. After a few more attempts, Stella figured out how to build the laser spell to trap the plasma after each firing. There was still some amount of loss, and the efficiency really fell off after about 7 shots. She also streamlined the magic to guide all of the emitted photons to bounce back and forth between the two ends of the tube, turning it from an undirected blast of power into a focused beam. All of this was accompanied by a flurry of skill ranks, and the red-haired mage was bouncing around their campsite well into the evening as she worked on scaling up the spell. She also experimented with using the path of the light as a conduit for electricity mana. That culminated in an attempt where Stella spent 5 minutes carefully channeling mana into an oversized laser spell with an attached lightning capacitor. She unleashed the two spells simultaneously, and the lightning followed the path of the laser in a flashing instant. The resulting 1-2 punch blew away a distant mountaintop in a rolling detonation that took a few seconds to reach them. Sarah spoke into the silence after the thunderous spell.
Now we need to move camp again.
Arl shrugged. Maybe not. I bet dragon bones to stalker teeth that anybody coming up this pass just decided to turn around. Stella sure does get enthusiastic with her new spells. Kind of reinforces my reluctance for nuclear insights.
Don't smother my fire, Stella said, pouting slightly.
But nothing could suppress her self-satisfaction for long, and she continued playing around with a smaller version of her new spell as they moved their camp yet again.
They were expecting the order to withdraw back to Hulsmet at any point, so their new campsite was partway back towards the city, though it still watched over the pass. It also took them farther from the Fortress of the Face. The fire elemental hadn't made a peep, but it didn't seem like a great idea to tempt it with more spell experimentation. They were about to go to bed when the tiny magical laser pointer in Stella's hands flickered out, and she looked up with sudden seriousness.
Just got a message. The army of Giants Rest marches tomorrow morning.
The heirs inhaled as one, but everybody stayed quiet to let Stella communicate the rest of the missive.
We're to stay here until midday tomorrow, then head back. We might catch an advance party, but they don't want us to get isolated. That might change if the army comes this way instead of taking the main road. Sudrael expects the battle will happen the day after tomorrow.
They're sending out the 7 fools to harass the army and slow it down.
All we gotta do is sleep well for 3 nights before an ending's damned battle, Arl said sourly. Kachi chuckled, then spoke with divine mana lacing his voice. Bank the fire in your hearts, for we are promised righteous battles soon enough. For now, we rest peacefully. The blessing flared to life in each of the heirs once more, the energy soothing their emotions instead of inflaming them. Then he turned to Nathan. Except for Nathan. You're on first watch. Nathan sighed and gave a lazy salute. Sure. Sleep well, mon capitaine. The night was quiet, and Nathan tried not to second-guess himself as he watched over his sleeping teammates. He kept his eye on the pass, but cast just as much attention upwards. I think the true threat would look like the haze of a flying invisible mage. That's twice now I've spotted an invisible flyer and dismissed it.
At least there were some powerful skills backing it up the most recent time, or I'd be pretty embarrassed about the whole thing. He almost hoped Badood would show up again. This time Nathan could fight back. Between his waiting development of airwalking and his extendable aura, he would be able to break the Quester's flight spell and keep him surrounded by anti-magic. Nathan tried to decide if he would go for the immediate kill or try to use his new ability to drain mana pools to imprison the man and ask him some pointed questions about the endings. Seems risky. I don't want him to pull out non-magical bullshit or whatever the Quester travel talent is to escape. If I get my hands on Badood, I go for the kill. That'll probably break up the army into infighting on its own. Maybe I can use the achievement to push Brox for answers if I find him again. Imagining killing Badood comforted Nathan and helped him avoid second-guessing his decisions over the past few days. Brox was gone, and Nathan had decided he wasn't going to go out of his way to try to hit level 243 in before the battle. He was at peace with those things. even if he did hope another Giant's Rest group attacked them so he could get those last few levels.
Nathan frowned at that thought, reasserting the calm serenity that was so easy to find under the world sky of Devrar. It's the unnecessary battle that kills you. 6 levels isn't a trivial jump. A few hours later, Nathan woke Sarah and Kachi for second watch, shaking them gently. Then he wrapped himself in his bedroll and slept. The camp was still tense the next morning, but there was an air of excitement as well. "Hear me. I can't wait to see Badood fall," Stella said, oozing confidence. "Between Sarah, me, and my parents, he won't last a moment." Arl chuckled. "Don't get burned by your own fire. I'd trade a grand insight to kill a questor of Giant's Rest. But he's not just a strong monster.
He's a dragon of the ancients, and he's survived longer than Jaemor has existed. Sudrael has planned this battle for decades. The plan will be solid as steel," Kachi said. "We will fight them as we have always fought them, with ambush and deception before the final stand." The tall wolfman's eyes flashed, and his face grew grim. "To win, we must simply be more willing to die than they are. That has always been the way of the wars against Giant's Rest." The rest of the heirs nodded, but Nathan noticed that nobody talked about how this fight was different from those in the past. For the first time, the adventurers of Jaemor were fighting in enemy territory, without as much terrain to bleed the approaching army as they'd had in every war in the past. Additionally, the message spells had made it sound like the army marching their way was larger than any Giant's Rest had ever dispatched. It was led by a questor, along with a half-dozen archmages. The camp appeared unified, with a minimum of the sort of interfaction tension that usually marked a multi-archmage army. Granted, the adventurers of Jaemor are also stronger than they've ever been, but we might not have a questor of our own. It frustrates me to no end that the fate of Halsmet and Gamor, this continent's future, might depend on the emotional maturity of that man-baby. Nathan exhaled again, trying to rein in his disdain for Brox. He was aware that he wasn't fully objective when it came to the questor. He was still pissed at the man, and if Brox did reappear, Nathan had to be able to talk to him without provoking the arrogant asshole. There I go again. It's just that it would be so easy for him to be reasonable. He would need to spend literally 5 seconds thinking about this from our perspective, and he'd understand why we didn't want to challenge the dungeon. But if he did that, then he wouldn't need handling in the first place.
They waited for a few hours, keeping a close watch on the pass for any advance parties. That grew less likely when it was confirmed that the Giant's Rest army was heading down the main road, and not in this direction. The heirs were ordered back to Halsmet not long after that. Sarah cast one last look at the Fortress of the Face. Blasphemous shame. I'd love to wake that dungeon as the army passed by. No regrets to be found seeing that elemental burn an army. Badood can read a map, and he knows the danger of the dungeons, Kachi said with a wry twist to his mouth. The light in my eyes says that the true mission of Kalada Drex was to eliminate any ambush teams waiting to wake the dungeon against them, to clear the unexpected path to Halsmet for the army. It would have let them bypass the planned ambushes along the main road. He shrugged, gesturing back towards the campsite where they'd buried the Archmage's stripped body. With her dead, he must know it is a prophecy of death to take this pass. So they go along the main road and accept the toll of death. Arl eyed the wolfman.
Pardon my axe, but when did you read those books Nathan talked about? The ones on warfare and predicting your enemies.
Kachi huffed out a breath. The conversations on predicting our foes help, but I feel that my mana is guiding me towards these decisions. It seems an extension of battle sense. I am near to developing the skill once more, and I wonder if it shall move towards prophecy, or at least battle prediction.
Stella interrupted the conversation, having just received a message. The Seven Fools and some other stealth-focused teams are already baiting the castle bear. They've killed the first enemy.
Kachi nodded. I hope they are safe. It is a dangerous thing to draw blood and drain resources against so large and dangerous a foe.
Stella grinned.
It's the kind of fight Gale's built herself for.
She'll keep them watching the shadows for ghouls and the sky for arrows. I bet only mages who cover themselves in spells will sleep well the next 2 nights.
Feline will be in that army. I doubt she'll let such chaos go to waste,
Nathan said, ruminating on what he could do in that kind of environment.
How many mages of Giant's Rest could he kill if he was in the middle of a camp that was being harassed around the clock, where the sounds of combat might go unnoticed, and every mage presented a clear and present danger to Halsmet?
Sudrael hasn't given any details on the battle? Arl asked, cocking a curious eyebrow at Stella.
Sarah flicked her hand dismissively. She'd rather wake every dungeon. The plan is more valuable than a dragon's hoard. She gave a wide grin. But we'll be among the first to know. I'm glad she won't smother our fire. But why would she tell us? Arl asked, turning his raised brows on his sister. The first pointed at Stella.
Powerful ranged magic, ideal for a blasphemous first strike. Then she pointed at herself. Pinpoint killing blows, able to pierce mage armor from a mile away. Next was Kachi. Defense against counterattack, capable of blocking a disintegrate. Her finger moved to Nathan. Protection from scrying, as well as the stalker in the nursery to archmages and questors. Finally, her hand came to rest on her brother's shoulder. And finally, your idea. I expect Sudrael to help us in every way she can, and a few she shouldn't.
It's on us to win the battle? Nathan asked, suddenly reconsidering his decision not to look for a fight, to try to push Implac over the top. Sarah tilted her head back and forth uncertainly.
Maybe we'll need to deal with 1 or 2 archmages worth, but the adventurers are ready.
Ah, the archmage. A wonderfully precise unit of measurement. Stella's voice was dry.
They pushed on into the evening, camping once more high above the valley floor to use the slope as camouflage, while the height allowed them to watch for anybody in the pass below. Nathan made more progress on what he was starting to think of as a skill book, which he hoped would let people learn regeneration. The trick to writing it was that he could argue from authority. He didn't have to build things up from basic principles. He could just say things like, "Your body is made up of many tiny individual parts, and every single one of them contains the information to recreate your body. They can divide into more of themselves, and you can prompt them to do that with stamina." And since he could demonstrably regrow limbs, people would believe him. There was a lot more to the insight than that. He included the basic description of what a cell was, how they divided, and a fair amount of anatomy, with some description of what each part of the body was for sprinkled in. It was background information that Nathan thought would deepen their understanding and help the resulting talent be more powerful. He didn't want to give people accelerated healing. He wanted them to have regeneration, even if it only started at low tier. It would probably take somebody a while and a few leaps to learn the insight from what he was writing, but it should be possible. Nathan had explained some amount of anatomy to Kachi before, but the Wolfman continued to press for more knowledge on how bodies worked. Nathan couldn't name the important blood vessels or draw a map of the nervous system, but he could tell Kachi what organs were necessary for which things. "I should direct magic to the liver to cure poison. True aim?" Kachi asked, examining a list of the major organs and their various functions. "Not a bad idea, though poisons come in many different varieties and can target nearly every organ." You'd be better off figuring out what it's targeting and trying to heal the damage while stimulating the liver to cleanse the poison, Nathan explained.
He sighed and capped the inkwell he'd been using as the sun went out.
He was being careful with his writing, thinking carefully about his explanations, and making sure to write small and legibly. He blew on the most recent page to dry the ink. It described how bone marrow was the reservoir of the most potent regenerative cells, and he'd gone off onto a bit of a tangent on how it replenished lost parts of the blood and was the source of disease immunity. He handed the page off to Kachi, who carefully checked that it was dry before tucking it away with the rest. "What will you ask in return for sharing this grand insight?" Sarah asked the question accusingly, as if daring Nathan to say he would give it away.
Will you act as Gale Shullet and start a school of anti-magic, shaping those who learn your lessons to follow your path? Nathan chuckled, trying to guess how the heirs would respond to his next words. His guess was firmly on amused exasperation, hopefully followed by grudging approval. I'm going to try to set up an insight library, so there's a pool of insights that are freely available to adventurers. I was thinking about making people contribute an insight of their own to gain access, but the entire point is to make it so people don't need to inherit powerful insights or trade favors to become adventurers. I want to give a kid from the villages a reasonable chance to protect their home. Like Nornan and the Dust Eaters, they didn't have much, but were determined to protect their village with insights that originated from hunting. If they'd been better prepared, he might still be alive. The heirs weren't mocking the idea yet, so Nathan kept going. I want there to be a lot of different insights available, so that people can choose their build. Right now, most adventurers follow in the footsteps of their parents. He glanced around at the other heirs significantly. But what if they could experiment with other powerful insights? He raised a finger to make his final point. My goal isn't to develop a codified set of powerful builds. That's what the Agmon Empire does, and it means that they all have the same weaknesses. Brox said it before. Part of the strength of Gamor is in the diversity of our builds. I want to increase that diversity by letting people mix and match different insights together. He shrugged. It'll make the guild stronger, and means that if somebody dies without heirs, their insights aren't lost. On the shoulder of giants. The heirs looked around at each other hesitantly, trying to figure out how to respond. After a moment, Arl spoke up. Pardon my axe, but haven't you already sworn to defeat the endings? I'm not sure a library of insights will be an easier target. Nathan sighed in exasperation. Yeah, but I've got a few things going for me. First, some pretty powerful insights of my own. Not just those I've used, but more besides, from Earth. I have hefty favors from the Bows, and everybody else they've ever sold a gun to, and I plan to cash those in for insights in the library. Also, I don't have much need for money or powerful artifacts. Anything valuable I loot or steal can get traded for more insights. Eventually, I hope people will see the value and give insights freely. Such a library would be a greater target than a dragon's hoard. The enemies of Gamor would wake dungeons to plunder it. Kachi spoke warily, but not dismissively. He was thinking through the implications. By the divine, Sudrail would champion such a thing. Her training course already shares some basic insights to help new adventurers.
Will you start after the battle?
Nathan shook his head as reality reasserted itself.
I don't think so. Not only would I be worried about some nails breaking in and taking everything, but there's not enough time. I want to explain the idea to Sudrael and get her support. I'm hoping to leave the manual with her and try to give some people the anti-magic talent before I go to Giant's Rest with Feline. Yes, that. Stella's expression was downcast. Does this mean you'll put magical insights into this library? The same ones you're teaching me? Some of them? Nathan hesitated. Not many. At least, not to start. I'm a lot more scared of mages learning how to blow up cities than I am of people learning to heal themselves. Don't worry. I won't put in nearly as many insights as you've learned. Besides,
Do you think I want to write down lessons for all that math? That's more powerful than any explanation of light or lightning, because it lets you figure out more insights on your own. Nathan shivered at the thought of writing a mathematics textbook that took somebody up through multivariable calculus. He'd been able to tutor Stella on the topic because she was a fast learner, and he had a skill for it. But writing it down so people could learn without him was a much harder task. Maybe if I had taken that student class Devrar offered me at the beginning and developed it into teaching. But I don't even think I can gain that as a third class anymore. You can't gain classes you were offered on the first class selection, or anything on the same path. I turned down classes on the paths of science, learning, exploring, martial arts, and magic. What else? Oh yeah, lying and anarchy. But I think science and learning are probably close enough to teaching that I won't be able to get a third class in teaching.
Arl unrolled his bedroll and shot Nathan a meaningful look. I'm tired. You're on first watch. Don't let us get killed in our sleep because you're daydreaming of a library fit for the callous conclave. Nathan raised his hands in defeat. I won't.
Chapter 35. Presage of Battle. The heirs faced no obstacles on the path back to Hallsmet. The mountains seemed empty of wildlife beyond the occasional herd of Nindine. No monsters, no mages, and certainly no armies. As they walked, Nathan worked with Stella to practice his new ability to redirect spells. It was a frustrating ability. He found it easy to change the direction of magic, but he did it by grabbing the spell with his aura. That drained all but the largest spells to the point of uselessness. It seemed even easier to completely absorb spells than before, but that wasn't what he was going for. The real revelation came by accident, when Stella shot a volley of firebolts towards him, and he just missed grabbing one. It curved sharply around the thin tendril of anti-magic and flew off in an entirely different direction. Huh, Nathan said, watching the spell fizzle against the rock 100 feet away. Let's try that again. He proceeded to figure out that his new class skill gave his anti-magic a kind of attractive pull on mana. Once he figured that out, he realized he could tune the strength of the attraction. It meant he was much better at disrupting and absorbing spells at a distance, since he could reach out a tendril of anti-magic and suck in the magic even if he couldn't quite reach it. With some effort, he got a firebolt into a stable orbit around him, watching it whiz around as he adjusted the path by minutely flexing his aura. Neat! Sarah watched the projectile with a perturbed expression. Hear me, you look like a mage. Nathan shrugged, idly absorbing the packet of fire mana. I think I could throw a fireball back at somebody, but I really don't have fine control. I need more practice with my aura. Around midday, they drew within sight of the city. They all stopped as they saw a huge assortment of earthworks being constructed facing the road coming from Giant's Rest. That's a blasphemous amount of work, Arl said, watching the swarming mass of people busily digging trenches and hauling dirt around. It looked like a World War I battlefield, before the shelling. That thought made Nathan frown. Those trenches wouldn't do much good against the war mages of Giant's Rest. He remembered how Argon Schatz, the water mage on Kozar's team, had ripped apart the Fortress Foundry's war constructs hiding in trenches. Their fortifications had become a trap, holding them in place to be destroyed by powerful magic. This doesn't make any sense. The adventurers have been fighting Giant's Rest for hundreds of years. There's no way that Sudrael would decide on this plan. Maybe it's not her plan? Nathan had half expected Brox to reappear as they approached Hallsmet, but there wasn't any sign of the quester. His continued absence was both a relief and a source of worry, but there wasn't much Nathan could do about it. Kachi greeted a few groups of adventurers protecting the construction of the earthworks. Some of the work was being done by a few earth mages,
But thousands of citizens of Hallsmet were digging the trenches and piling up earthen berms, cutting through the farmland outside the city.
Hail the Magebreaker!
The cry went up as Nathan and his friends clambered over one of the obstacles. Faces turned his direction, and Nathan raised a hand in acknowledgement.
Did you kill any slavers?
Came a question from a dark-skinned teenager hauling dirt in a basket. Nathan hesitated in answering, but Stella didn't. 6, as goats to a castle bear. 1 was an archmage, she proclaimed proudly.
The young man's jaw dropped in shock, shortly followed by his basket, as both his hands shot up in a cheer. More voices joined him as the news spread through the workers like wildfire, and more people popped out of trenches or over fresh piles of dirt to gawk at the heirs. The crowd stayed back, and a few people pulled curious onlookers out of the path back to the city. There was some cheering, but mostly the heirs were surrounded by 100 excited conversations as those who'd been nearby filled in the new arrivals on what Stella had said.
What in the Dungeon of Fools? Sarah's voice was quiet, barely audible over the crowd. She didn't get to continue the thought, because the same teenager stepped forward, beating a hand against his muscled chest. Magebreaker! Teach me your insights. I'll fight giants rest beside you.
Oh boy, here we go.
Nathan turned to look at the kid, who seemed about the right age to be graduating high school, 18 or 19.
He had the sort of wiry musculature you got from working a difficult physical job with barely enough food to eat.
A fire gleamed in his eyes, a hunger. Nathan found himself considering the kid's request seriously. I could try to teach him the anti-magic and regeneration talents. See how it goes. He wouldn't be able to fight in this battle. Raph! A gravelly voice called out from the side, and a pale man shouldered through the crowd. He was broad and heavy, his arms knotted with muscle. A giant's pardon, Magebreaker. The middle-aged man bowed his head to avoid looking Nathan in the eyes while reaching out to grab the younger man, Raph, and pull him back. Brer, let me go! Raph struggled against the older man's grip, but not seriously. Nathan reached out a hand towards them, and Brer froze, though he held on tightly to Raph's arm. The man's head was still bowed, but he was watching Nathan through his eyebrows. You're fine.
We need to get to the city to prepare for the battle, Nathan said, pulling his hand back.
Then he turned to the teenager, looking into the frustrated boy's eyes. Davrar demands boldness, but there isn't time to give you the tools you'd need. Find me once the battle is over. Bring Brer with you. I'll only do it if he agrees. Nathan jerked his head at the older man. Brer's head raised, and he gave Nathan a faint nod of approval before towing Raph away. This time, the teenager didn't resist. The heirs resumed walking towards Hallsmet, quickly breaking free of the crowd as it went back to work in their wake. Nothing else interrupted them, though they noticed the city was changed by their absence. Portions of the slums were being demolished and foundations laid for new buildings. Cargo flowed through the city once more, though without the eerie quiet and mechanical efficiency of when Nathan had first entered the city.
Now haulers argued and swore, seeming to make up the traffic rules on the fly and be on the verge of coming to blows.
Ah, humanity at its finest. But I'm happier to see them as people instead of cold robots hauling cargo. I might feel differently if it were my job to fix the traffic problems here, but thankfully it's not. People still made way for Nathan and his friends, and they strode quickly through the city. Their destination was the mansion at the top of the tallest hill, where they would find the organizational center of the city. A bubble of stillness followed behind as the citizens of Hallsmet realized who Nathan was and stopped to salute him, or just paused to watch him pass. We are known by the tally of our deeds, Kachi spoke serenely, but looked smug from the attention. Arl snorted, then jerked a thumb at Nathan.
I bet Stalker Teeth to Dragon Bones they only know us as Nathan's team. He shrugged.
I won't refuse that blessing. The name of the Mage Breaker carries weight. Sarah rolled her eyes at her brother before asking a question in a quiet voice.
Will you teach that kid? What about all the rest who ask to follow your path?
I'll talk it over with Merla and Sudrael. But if his guardian agrees, then I'll probably do it. The kid's young, but passion like that? He'll go far if he doesn't die. He's young enough he can probably build his class around the talents, which the elites can't. Kachi's mouth twisted at Nathan's words. We are not much older. As soon as the heirs arrived, a lot of things happened quickly. Turbang was one of the elites guarding the gates into the mansion, and he broke off to join the heirs. Follow me. Nathan noticed the other elites scattering away, and his brows furrowed in confusion. They all moved with purpose, though they were trying to appear casual. They're leaving the gates unguarded. This is spooky.
Turbang, what's going on? Nathan asked, ready for anything. His answer was cryptic.
We are the fingers of the guild mistress. She ordered that we gather a specific group of adventurers when you arrived, then leave you alone.
They entered the mansion and turned towards a part of the enormous building that Nathan hadn't visited before. Nathan relaxed at the answer, paranoia placated for now. It ramped up again as they walked down a staircase and into a small underground storage room. There was furniture stacked against the wall and many hiding spots. Turbang gave them a nod and left, though Nathan was busy scanning the room carefully, finding no hidden assassins. He relaxed marginally, though the whole situation seemed off. We already killed Giant's Rest's top assassin. I doubt that's what's happening. Why are we... Stella's question died as a door on the far side of the room opened. Sudrael strode in alongside the guardians of Gamor.
Dallo cast a series of spells as more adventurers filtered in. Kozar brushed past Kachi, followed closely by the teammate who wielded metallic whips. The third member of Kozar's team, Argon, the water mage, winced at the conduct, and he whispered a quiet apology as he slipped past to stand beside his team leader. Nobody spoke as the small room filled up until there was barely room to stand. Only about a third of the teams were present, but they represented all of the highest-level fighters of Gamor, and nobody from Halsmet.
What's going on?
The ancient guild mistress was clearly keeping track of who was present, and after Lycasti entered, she gestured for the big orc to close the door. He obliged, and Dowlow's spell buzzed to life. It was an anti-spying spell, like he'd cast before, but this felt more complete and comprehensive to Nathan's senses. Touches of dimensional magic, maybe? Sudrael nodded her thanks to the elderly mage, then turned to Nathan.
It's blasphemously important that nobody spies on this meeting. This mansion should be protected, but there might be a secret entry to their spells. If there's anything you can do. She left the sentence hanging. Nathan caught her meaning, then extended tendrils of anti-magic through the room, trying to fill the unoccupied space. Nobody move too fast, unless you want your items disenchanted. My aura's gotten a lot bigger and more controllable as I develop the talent. I've also gotten better at using it. But it's not a fine instrument, and I don't know if it ever will be unless I pick up a class skill or something. Breath caught in the throats of some mages as his aura quested outwards through the room. They were presumably those with the senses to detect his anti-magic, and they shied away. Dragon's breath. No wonder the mages of Giant's Rest fear him. Ian, the illusionist of the Oath of Tulin, said in a quiet voice.
Sudrael smirked at the illusionist's words, then addressed the room in a no-nonsense voice.
Hear me, but we must be quick. And by Algoa's left tit, don't say anything of this meeting outside this room. She glared around at everybody, making sure they were taking her seriously. Kozar folded his arms and met her gaze calmly. Why?
Will you explain those stalker shit trenches? We'll die like trapped Nindine in those stupid things.
Teach a mage to light a fire, Sudrael retorted, rolling her eyes at the older adventurer. They're there to be scryed on, and to make mages horny imagining them as targets. She nodded her head decisively. They plan to arrive midday tomorrow, barrage us into dust, and retake the city with elites and golems, enslaving the populace that survives the onslaught. Her lips peeled back from her teeth.
Which is why we'll ambush them as they pack up camp tomorrow morning.
The statement provoked a few chuckles and a number of grins from the surrounding adventurers, and even Kozar smiled approvingly as the guild mistress passed out maps with hastily sketched routes and marked ambush positions. Once the papers were distributed, she continued. The priority is secrecy. They'll expect more attacks by Gale and her illusionists, but not all of us. The first wave will be those who can bypass their sensor magics and approach close to the Giant's Rest camp. They will be quickly reinforced by the teams here that can cross terrain quickly, but cannot bypass the magical alarms around the Giant's Rest camp. She glanced towards the Guardians, looking apprehensive at the next order.
The third wave will be all the rest of the adventurers and Holzmet elites, who will muster to the defenses before dawn, then be flown by Dalo and Kulal to the battlefield as soon as the word is given.
Kulal's ears went back, and she clasped her hands together hard enough that her fingers visibly whitened. Dalo stepped forward and put a comforting arm around his wife, but his eyes were shadowed as he glanced between Sudriel and the heirs. Kia shot her teammates an amused look and gave a low chuckle before dipping her head towards the guildmistress. As your flame calls. Sudriel let out a relieved sigh. Timing will be coordinated by message in the moments after the sun shines. First wave, she pointed towards Kozar's team, the heirs, the Oaths of Tulin, and 2 other teams. Be ready to attack immediately, or to wait for up to 10 minutes after dawn. Try to drip blood in their eyes and kill as many mages as you can, but don't get caught in the dungeon.
Wait for the reinforcements to arrive before committing. Her gaze swept over the people she hadn't pointed to. Second wave is everybody else in this room except the Guardians and me. Get as close as you can without triggering and then wait for the signal. We'll be there as soon as we can.
The elderly woman deflated, looking like a gambler who'd just laid their cards on the table after an all-in pot. The room was silent as everybody digested the real battle plan, and Nathan felt like whistling. This is pretty good operational security. The trenches are a nice misdirection. A bit obvious, but Giant's Rest has enough of a superiority complex I doubt they'll second-guess us doing something stupid. What of the Questor? Kozar's snarl cut through the room, and he made a show of looking around before his eyes settled on Nathan. Giant's Rest is led by a mage beyond endings, and Brox has not returned with the heirs. Trust my word, he's around, Sudrael said evasively.
Badud is his nemesis. He'll smother that fire, extinguish your doubt.
Kozar frowned, displeased by the answer. Brox is not one to hide his presence. Where is he? The guildmistress's answer was polished and ready. Scouting the other passes. None are faster to ensure Giant's Rest makes no other approaches. Kozar searched the room, but didn't find the support he was looking for in the faces around him. What of my challenge to Nathan? Over the death of my nephew. You would issue a challenge on the eve of battle? Kaya sneered at him, stalking forward and putting a hand on her greatsword. Nathan hastily withdrew his aura from her path, watching as golden light spilled from the woman's armor and sword. She didn't have space to draw the huge weapon, but it didn't make her seem less dangerous. It made Nathan worry that she'd cut the building apart if she decided to use it.
I do not answer challenges, but this I will not abide.
The divine power raged in the beautiful woman, spilling out of her eyes as if they were stained glass windows before the sun. By my own power! Enough!
Sudrail sliced her hand downwards. This meeting is over. Challenges will be discussed after the battle. All of you, make your own plans, for you must either depart now and rest in the mountains, or sleep here and depart in the night. Say nothing of the plan. Sneak from the city if you must, quieter than a monastery of Quaz. As the meeting broke up, she called out one more time. Heirs, stay! They waited as the other adventurers left, though Dalo shot them all a look that promised retribution if they didn't talk to him later. Sudrail studied them all intently, eyes like polished gemstones in her gaunt face. After they were alone, she spoke doubtfully.
You asked to be close to the enemy, and since Nathan can breach sensor magic, I have assigned you one of the closest positions. Will your plan work? I don't want you aiming at an impossible target. They all glanced at Arl, who responded confidently. It's as simple as snuffing a torch. To repeat prophecy, we need to grasp every edge we can find.
The guildmistress furrowed her brow and bit her lip, the translucent and aged skin seeming on the edge of tearing from the strain. After a moment, she nodded decisively. Do it. We might need it.
We follow your light. But what is the truth of Brox?
Kachi asked worriedly.
He said he would leave us on our own for this battle. Has he truly departed?
Sudrail met his eyes with a sardonic expression. Maybe. He came to me after leaving you. He said you have the caution of adventurers thrice your age, and will decide to pick his own battles against Giant's Rest, instead of carrying your cowardly weight. She shrugged.
He did tell me that he was leaving to scout on his own, maybe visit the other cities of Giant's Rest, but asked me not to tell you until you returned. Her voice grew tired. We need him, and I did not want to go against him on something small. She reached into a pouch, coming out with a crudely carved rock. He gave me a stone, and told me that you should carry it if you wished for his company again. I don't blame you for refusing his command. Only fools challenge an unknown dungeon whose waking could cause such destruction. But if you carrying this will make him fight alongside us. The guildmistress yawned, her jaw cracking as she almost dropped the stone. Excuse me. The last few days have been busy. She indicated the rock again. I cannot tell you to take it. Brox will oppose Giant's Rest, but it is more likely he fights with us if you take this. I worry that he will make demands, but it is your decision. Nathan scanned the rock with his senses. It's not magical at all. Either this is a joke, or something that he can find with an item or skill. Kachi stepped forward and took the rock, tucking it into a non-magical pocket inside his armor. I will take it. I would fight beside him if he should decide to return. He carries my blessing. If he comes back, I'll take up hydra farming, Sarah said under her breath, but she didn't dispute Kachi's choice to hold on to the totem. Sudrail's mouth was grim. Thank you. My bones say he wants to speak with you again. He's fast enough that it will not be a mistake if he misses this battle. But to fight a questor without one of our own, it is a prophecy of death. She waved them towards the door. Now go. Rest. You will be the edge of the blade tomorrow. As your flame calls. Kachi nodded seriously, then pivoted smartly on his heels to walk out of the room. The other heirs followed, all mulling over what they'd just been told. This plan, Stella said hesitantly as they headed towards the kitchen for food. She sighed in exasperation. Harpy's tits. Well, our parents want to hold us. We need to wake soon after sunset. Sarah's voice was firm and businesslike. Let's reassure them we're fine and enjoy some time in soft beds beforehand. Chapter 36. A Library of the Future.
The heirs carried trays of food into the dining room, sitting and tucking into the well-prepared meal with gusto. The food in the wilds had been good, but there was nothing quite like a 5-dish meal cooked by somebody with a class in the profession and a kitchen enchanted to the gills. The guardians were already present in the room and continued their discussion after Dallo recast the privacy spells. "My place is with my team. I do not know how to work with the heirs, and there is risk to you if I leave," Kaya said, her arms crossed and face serene. Dallo frowned.
But the heirs are in the dragon's lair, not us. They need you.
"They have faced danger every moment since their blooding patrol," she replied calmly.
Their path has not ended yet, and I would not steal the confidence they have earned.
Nathan studied Kia as she continued arguing with Stella's father. When he'd first seen her, she'd looked like a magazine advertisement of an Olympic athlete, with long red-gold hair, high cheekbones, and a strong jaw. A product of Photoshop, too perfect to be real. Now the effect was even more pronounced. She looked like the masterpiece of a famous sculptor, filled in by an aesthetic painter. Her hair was a few shades lighter than before, almost a golden blonde with a fiery tint. But unlike when he'd first seen her, Nathan could feel the divine mana buzzing beneath the woman's skin, and he knew the source of her perfection. She had a shard of divinity inside her, and it didn't just guide her. It shaped who she was, from her appearance to her ethics. I wonder where her path leads. Could she ever become a god? Can the gods be reborn?
Given what I've seen, the gods of Devrar are inflexible, uncompromising avatars of principle.
I like Kia's principles, but there always needs to be room for extenuating circumstances. I wouldn't worship her. Nathan pushed aside a few horny and sarcastic thoughts and glanced over to Kachi, studying his friend for any changes to his appearance since they'd first met. I think his fur is a few shades lighter, but it's been a slow change. He has gotten more judgmental about things as he's walked his path. The wolfman caught Nathan looking between him and his mother and drew the correct conclusion. You are thinking of our path. Will you ask to include our insights in your library? The argument about Kia joining the heirs for the battle had wound down without Kia budging an inch. So Kachi's question caught everybody's attention. A library? Kalal prompted gently, her smile kind. Nathan pushed away his plate and wiped his face, shooting Kachi a disgruntled look.
He'd definitely intended to get the Guardian's input on his idea, but he would have preferred more control over how it was introduced.
Yeah, I want to write down a set of insights that people can access to improve their builds. Halsmet is going to need its own adventurers, and there are more and more new adventurers coming to Jamor from the villages. They don't have insights from their parents, and being able to find a few that suit them from a public source would make both cities stronger.
Then I'll ask the riddle of Kalis, Stanel said, eyes sharp. Where do these public insights come from, and how powerful are they? If the insights are small, like those Jolba teaches in the training course, then the library is worthless. If they are strong, then all the next generation will use them. We will become Agmon, all adventurers the same, with the same weaknesses. I'm not sure I wanted to have this argument now, but Kachi started it, so here we are.
Nathan met the weapon master's challenging gaze.
I think there's a lot of room in between those extremes. People still want to blaze their own path, but being able to get a few strong insights from elsewhere will make those paths smoother. I also think insights will build off one another. If there are enough weak insights, somebody could assemble them into something stronger, or use their own private insights in new ways with public ones. I also think all adventurers should have something like the Bow's Notice, and I have the leverage to get it. He looked around the room at the rest of the Guardians. I also want to put a version of my regeneration in there, as well as a few more I can think of, and anything I can bargain for. Including your anti-magic? Dallo asked quietly. Nathan nodded. I don't think I can write it down, but I will try to pass it on to some people in Hallsmet after the battle, if there's time. The old man's lips thinned, but he didn't object.
This just continues the direction of Sudriel's changes, Nathan said, when it became clear Dallo was done. Gamor needs this library. Hallsmet needs it. It's how you build up a large guild of powerful adventurers able to truly challenge the endings. It's how more adventurers live past their blooding patrol, and how Gamor clears dungeons and expands into the wilderness.
Have you spoken these words to the guild mistress? Kulal asked, her head tilted curiously. Will you propose that she demands insights for the library from all adventurers? Nathan sighed. No, I haven't spoken to her yet. I'm going to do that after the battle. I also think that all of the insights for the library need to be given freely, not demanded. Good. Demanding adventurers to give up insights passed down generations. Stannel tapped his chin pensively. Better to use the hoard you accumulate to leverage more. Trade insights for access to your library. Nathan's brows came down in frustration. No. These insights will be freely available to all. I want it to become part of the duty of an adventurer. Contributing insights to the library should be seen as a public good. I know that's not the culture, and it will take a lot of work to get there, but it's worth it. You ask adventurers to give up hundreds of years of hoarded strength, Dallo said. It will not go easily. They will take your insights and leave you with nothing. Insights aren't a physical object. Nathan found himself speaking louder than he intended and reined his voice back in. The library can only grow as long as it exists. The only reason to keep insights secret is competition, and Sudriel has spent decades trying to unite the guild so that adventurers aren't always at each other's throats. I think winning Hallsmet might be the key that makes that finally true. He grabbed a tankard of water, asserting calm as he drank. Besides,
The bows owe me a hefty favor for the gun's insight, and they promised that I would be due favors from everybody who purchased one. This is what I'll spend those on.
Stannel's eyebrows shot towards his hairline, and he guffawed. I thought they'd given you coins for dragon's teeth. That is a start. He leaned back, still chortling. You might consider establishing it in Hallsmet. Make this library part of their traditions, and maybe it'll spark the flame you want. No, it needs to be in Gamor. Dallo shook his head decisively. You need the insights of the adventurers of Gamor, and they would never give more than crumbs of charity unless the library was close enough to benefit. Hallsmet adventurers can train in Gamor, and eventually you can establish a second library. Kaya raised a sculpted eyebrow at her teammate. Does that include you? Would you put an insight into this library? She looked around challengingly.
I would inscribe several of my own insights. Everybody gaped at her, but she returned a small smile.
I do not want the insights of the divine to be tokens to be traded, but I believe I have the wisdom to decide which are dangerous and which are not. I will not share much of the worship of Daemon, but the general shape of divinity is knowledge that should be known. Her face darkened for a second. If only to know the dangers. She looked around at the other guardians with an expectant look. Stannel shrugged. I'd consider some smaller insights. Footwork, fast draw. I'll keep the edge of the larger insights closed. His gaze lingered on Arl and Sarah. Until my children make their own decisions, at least. Dallo's voice was controlled. I will not add any insights to this fool's dungeon. Insights are dangerous in the wrong hands. Dallo! Kulal's voice was sharp. Some insights are dangerous. I would contribute some basic force insights.
I may add more, if there were levels of access for more trusted adventurers.
But who would judge? Dallo shot back. The guild mistress? That name already has enough power. With control of insights,
The master of the adventurers could raise whoever they wanted. They could make their friends elite and hold down all others. The heirs glanced around at each other, and Stella gave Nathan an apologetic shrug. He rolled his eyes in return. The older generation will argue about stuff and not let us get a word in edgewise. It's what they're used to. Kia caught the byplay and raised a calming hand. Pardon my axe. This skirmish can wait for another day. We are here to spend time together, for tomorrow will be a day of endings. Our time is as expensive as adamant. The heirs need to rest soon. Dallow's face had started to turn pink as he argued, but he bowed his head and sighed. Apologies for farting ice. He turned to Stella. So,
Tell us of this fire elemental. She rolled her eyes, responding in a bored tone like she'd expected the question.
It felt like the all-consuming nature of fire, but smart. I didn't get a good sense of it through the shields, and I'm free of regret for that. Then a certain grin entered her voice. I did learn a new magic, but not from the elemental. Kulal gasped. We spoke of lasers, but dragon's breath? Another new mana type? The foxfolk woman's voice was suspended between wonder and horror. Stella shook her head quickly. No, but I'm sure it's an insight worthy of a class. It uses light to strike from far away with the power of a fireball, and guides lightning spells too. I also got a mental protection development. Relief passed across both of her parents' faces, and Kulal reached out to grip Stella's hand across the table. Stanel broke in to change the subject, raising his mug plaintively. I want to hear about the Archmage.
What a hefty patrol, for a dead Archmage to be the third topic.
Look to Nathan. He killed her while we slept,
Sarah said wryly, jerking a thumb at him. One blow. Nathan shrugged. I detected her coming with my skills, then jumped up and grabbed her. Not much more to say about it. The heirs spent the next hour talking to the Guardians about their adventures. They already knew all of the big news from Message, but spent a fair amount of time going over the details. It wasn't an interrogation or even a debrief, more parents being proud of their children's accomplishments. Nathan spent nearly 20 hilarious minutes discussing the trapped equipment of the Archmage of the Nails, as Sarah and Stella pulled out examples. Stanel shook his head in dumbfounded wonder. What a dragon's hoard! You have the wealth of a dozen dungeons. He chuckled. When I was your age, I had enchanted blades and thought myself rich. Good thing we didn't specialize in dungeons. After all, it would have been easier taking up hydra farming, Arl said wryly, glancing towards his sister. More treasure in fighting giants, Rest. She rolled her eyes in response.
It would probably be safer than what we've been doing. We did get abducted by a quester, and I almost attacked another a few days ago. Speak of Brox, Kaya said, her voice cooling down the jovial tone of the conversation. He caused the death of the slave elites?
Arl tilted his head side to side uncertainly. Sure as stone prevented us from ambushing the Giants' Rest team. He killed the Nail like they were nothing. Could have ended the rest, but left them for us instead. Nathan chewed on his lip for a moment, remembering how much of a mess that fight had been. I yelled at him for ruining the ambush. He punched me, faster than I could see. Is speed his main skill? The Guardians glanced around at each other, then Stanel spoke slowly. Speed, and the power and skill with weapons to use it.
He bears many items enchanted by Kalis. That is literal, not a saying. You have not seen him fight, seriously, for he leaves shockwaves behind him and wields swords that leave cuts in the fabric of the world itself.
Sonic booms? Damn, talk about fast. I don't know what kind of sword would leave behind cuts in space.
How could anybody fight that? Can he just kill the entire army of Giants' Rest? Sarah asked slowly.
Kulal shook her head sadly.
Questors are powerful beyond knowing. If Badud were a normal archmage, then Brox may be able to kill them all. But he is a questor himself. He will know magic beyond endings. He may make a barrier Brox cannot break, or slow time, or lengthen space. I do not know who will win that fight.
She looked over at Dallo, her face grim.
We have been studying what is known of Badud, but there is not much.
I do not believe we could defeat him, but with Algoa's own luck, we hope to hold him off while the adventurers savage his army.
Her gaze drifted to Nathan.
We need others to counter the archmages in the army, so the mages are vulnerable.
Kaya kept her eyes fixed on Nathan.
Why did Brox leave? Did he make more demands of you than were in the message?
Her tone was blunt, and the other guardians shifted uneasily at the question.
I think they're worried Brox wants something we don't want to give him.
No, Nathan sighed, answering both the asked and unasked question. He wanted to go into the Fortress of the Face after the fire elemental. He kept bringing it up and wouldn't take no for an answer. Eventually, he threatened to leave if we didn't go. I thought he was bluffing. Stanel's mouth twisted into an ugly grimace. True aim. That dungeon. I am glad you didn't follow him. We all are, Kulal said, shooting significant looks to Dallo and Kaya. They both nodded dutifully.
She looked back over the heirs.
You should go take your rest. But first, hugs.
The heirs retired to their rooms, finding a pair of elites outside the door. Nathan greeted them. Turbung, Honsk, good to see you. I see you're guarding my door again. How's it hanging? They looked at each other in confusion, then back to Nathan. Turbung ventured a hesitant answer. It hangs, well? Nathan clapped the armored man on the shoulder, careful not to disrupt the enchantments in the flexible scale armor. The best answer is one beneath the other. Hope you get some sleep of your own tonight. The slave elite furrowed his brow for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head as he got the joke. We go off watch before the evening meal. You are resting early. Were you unable to sleep well on the patrol?
That's right. They don't know about the plan. I guess they'll get woken up a bit before dawn and get flown to the battlefield by the Guardians.
Stella yawned dramatically.
Yup, and beds are so much more comfortable than bedrolls. We want to be sure we're rested for tomorrow.
She stepped between the two elites, heading into the room. Brox Thastus, the questor. Will he return? A mission with him must have been a handful of glory. Turbung looked hopeful, clearly missing Brox's presence. Nathan paused for a moment before shaking his head. No. He's out doing some last-minute scouting. I think he will return directly before the battle.
Ah.
The elite's voice was disappointed. Nathan gave him a commiserating nod and then entered into the room, shutting the door behind them. He found the heirs getting ready to sleep and moved to sit on his own bed. He wasn't particularly tired, but the tension of the upcoming battle was making him anxious. We haven't often had so much warning before a big, scary fight. It's been eating at my nerves for days. Nathan looked around at the rest of the heirs. We're ready? Kachi snorted quietly. We're ready. Go to bed.
We wake in 8 hours, then have 12 hours to get to our target.
Yeah, okay.
Nathan lay down in bed as Stella extinguished the magical lights on the ceiling of the room.
Tomorrow we fight Badud and the army of Giants' Rest. It feels like a litmus test for my purpose here on Devrar. I'm bringing all of my allies into this battle, and if we lose, then that's it. Halsmet gets reconquered, Gemor gets destroyed. My goals become unachievable. I'll probably find Feline, and try to assassinate every archmage I can find if that happens. But it won't save Gamor. He lay there for a little longer, hearing his companions drop off to sleep one by one as their breathing grew slow and even. This feels surprisingly similar to the night before a few big tests back on Earth. I guess the human mind processes stress similarly, regardless of the source. I expected the night before a battle to feel bigger, grander.
But I've just got this gnawing worry that I'm not ready, that I've already screwed things up beyond retrieval. I can't help thinking of everything bad that will happen if we lose. Even if we win, it's not over. Giant's Rest still stands, and my next task will be bearding the lion in its den.
Nathan realized he was spiraling. Unless something changed, he'd roll around in bed for hours, unable to sleep. He sat up, took a deep breath, and started to meditate, blanking his mind and stretching out with his senses. The process was easy, straightforward. The spiraling thoughts slowed, then ceased as he split his attention across every sensory input and mapped out how everything felt inside of his head. Some time later, Nathan opened his eyes and took one more deep breath. He felt calm, at peace, focused. He pulled up his status, looking down the list of talents and skills. I don't want to sleep quite yet.
Let's take inventory and think through any insights, in case I have the opportunity to develop some things during the upcoming battle. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1, Aura of Anti-Magic 7. Permanent Talent 2, Perfected Body 8. Talent 3, High Tier Slow Fall 10. The talents were the most foundational parts of his build. He was definitely ready to finally develop Slow Fall. It features into Arl's plan, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'm very much looking forward to that. It should be a blast. Perfected Body was also getting closer to rank 10, where it would be ready for a new insight. I might be able to pull out some more knowledge from Earth to help that along in some direction or another. Maybe I could focus more on changing shape or something. But I'm more interested in the insight I touched on after that head wound. The one about using focus to refuse to give up or fall unconscious, even with a cracked skull.
I wonder if that could lead to a development that would prevent me from getting insta-killed, even if my head was obliterated.
Aura of Anti-Magic was also close, but Nathan was pretty sure it wouldn't rank up to 10 anytime soon. It was his only ability where he'd developed a unique talent into an even better one, and he was pretty sure that it would require a monstrous insight to develop further. He didn't currently have any ideas about that. If Badood's a mage beyond endings, I should pay attention to his magic. What makes it special? It seemed pretty normal when he captured the heirs, but he might have been hiding something. His classes were next. Class: Implacable Anti-Mage, level 237. Deepened Stamina, 7,372 over 7,410. Anti-Mage's Impassivity. Anti-Magic Momentum. Raging Thrill. Implacable Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Improved Anti-Magic. Strenuous Agility. Hand-to-hand Expertise. Class: Mage Killer, level 89. Regenerative Focus, 990/990. Catastrophic Blows. Battle Stealth Mage Infiltration. Forgettable, Unsuspecting Strike. Anti-Magic Stealth Spell Redirection. Lethal Index. Nathan was excited for the level 243 development of Implacable Anti-Mage, but he didn't think there was much he could do to guide the class towards more powerful future options. He'd already pulled off some pretty impressive feats since the level 81 development, and was hopefully going to do a few more to push it over the line to 243. Finally, there were the utility skills. Utility skills. Battle Meditation 9. Leadership 6. High Tier Sprinting 8.
Magical perception, 8. Alertness, 2. Magical intuition, 8. High-tier dodging, footwork, 10. Mental fortress, 4. High-tier lecturing, 7. High-tier tumbling, 8. Mid-tier noticeability, 8. Low-tier quiet movement, 4. Low-tier disguise, 4. Mid-tier battle cry, 3. There was a lot of potential there. Nathan hadn't really taken the time to consider his upcoming utility skill developments recently.
He had a lot of skills that were almost ready for development.
Was ready, and both and were close. I'll probably try to develop those to work well with somehow. I feel like being able to push off of thin air is going to be pretty transformative for those skills, and will lead into insights pretty easily. I should think about sources of inspiration, though. Parkour? I did gymnastics for a semester in middle school. Was also nearly ready for development, but Nathan wasn't sure if he had any more insights for that skill. He'd never delved too deeply into meditation on Earth, and it felt like that particular well was mostly tapped. Maybe he could ask Stella for some advice. He knew she had several skills to help with concentration and focus for spellcasting. I might be able to turn it into another mental defense skill. That's probably not a bad idea.
I know there are stealth skills that can bypass perception skills, so there are probably social skills that can bypass mental defense skills. The last set of upcoming skills were magical perception and magical intuition, which had been essential to Nathan's use of his anti-magic thus far. He wanted them to keep developing in parallel to his aura, and hoped that he could somehow use his new ability to redirect magic to push them in new directions. I feel like if I had better control over my aura, I could start doing really cool things with magic. Some of it I can get with practice, but I think there's going to be a hard limit there. I wonder if I can get better aura control from a new class skill at the implacable anti-mage development. Or I could drop a skill and go for some kind of fine aura control utility skill. My stealth skills are great, though maybe quiet movement will be redundant if airwalk is silent. Nathan's eyes landed on the last skill on the list. Was undoubtedly useful, but its place in his build wasn't set in stone yet. If he decided he needed better aura control, he'd be willing to drop it for something like fine aura control. And that was that. Wasn't too far off, but Nathan doubted that a battle would push it over the line. I'll have plenty of chances to develop it later. Teaching new antimages, founding the library. We just need to win this battle first. And destroy Giant's Rest. No big deal. That thought didn't cause a spike of panic, but rather calm acceptance. They would fight, and Nathan was confident that he and his friends would do all that they were capable of. Eldest explanations. Nathan dreamed of himself taking on different forms. In his dreams, he chased mages through forests on 4 backwards jointed limbs, swam up beneath a boat and used tentacles to pluck victims from the surface. He woke from the dream slowly, turning over the parts of the dream he remembered. I think my musings on developing perfected body continued into dreams.
Grow the claws of a tiger, or gills, or scales, or tentacles. Some of them might be permanent adaptations. Some might just be temporary. It's a potential insight, but uncomfortable. He rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as his brain caught up to the idea. I think I'm still more interested in using focus to be unkillable. Or being able to incorporate non-biological materials for titanium bones or something. I'd probably need to eat a chunk of titanium for that. Doable. He was still a little fuzzy from waking up, and finally looked around for what had woken him. Stella was yawning widely, kicking on her boots. She noticed that Nathan was awake, then pointed towards the door before gesturing towards the other members of the heirs. Sarah was stirring, but Arl and Kachi were both still out cold. A flame lit in Stella's fingers, and she examined their sleeping teammates with a mischievous expression.
It was pretty clear what the mage was thinking.
Nathan clapped his hands together loudly. All right, let's get up. Probably best not to wake them up with a prank before a battle. Everybody jerked upright, woken by the loud noise. Stella looked mildly annoyed, but sighed heavily and nodded. The rest of the heirs shot him dirty looks before rolling out of bed, putting on shoes and grabbing bags with anxious efficiency. Kachi took the longest because he had to put on his armor, though Sarah helped him out. Food? Arl asked, as he glanced under his bed in case anything had rolled down there. Kachi shook his head, tightening the buckles on his shoulder before Sarah fit the shoulder piece into place. Eat on the trail. I'd rather wake at dungeon than get into position late. Soon enough, they were out the door. 2 new elites were on guard, and Nathan gave them a lazy salute. Datur, hope you're having a good night.
We're headed out to take a look at the defenses, get the lay of things. The man gave him a nod from beneath bushy eyebrows, his expression mildly suspicious. When are you coming back? Nathan pursed his lips. I don't think we will. We want to find a good position for the battle tomorrow. Be ready if they attack early. Maybe spend some time reinforcing the spot we choose. Thanks for making sure we slept well. Go get some of your own. Be ready at dawn. The elites exchanged a look, then Datur shrugged. As the hand commands, the finger obeys. They departed down a different route, heading towards the elite barracks. Night had fallen, and the courtyard was empty, except for a few more sets of guards. The old hands were guarding the front gate, and Arl exchanged a few friendly words with one of the fighters on the team, while Netta seemed excited to show Stella a new spell that combined illusion and fire magic to make an invisible flame. Nathan raised an eyebrow when a heavily muscled woman trailed a hand along Arl's wrist as they made their excuses and walked away.
A friend of yours, Arl? He flashed a wide grin. Yeah. Caro is worth being bold. Sarah snorted and shook her head. She's also 20 years older than you. I'm not going to marry her, Arl protested. Just stoke my flame. The heirs continued ribbing Arl as they left the city at a jog, headed south. The terrain was familiar to Nathan, since this was the direction he'd first approached Hallsmet. They followed the road for a little way, crossing into the next valley before breaking to the east. Nathan pointed out the Callous Conclave Tower that was silhouetted against the glowing sky, the thin structure tiny with distance. That dungeon tried to turn me into a goat. Light shines in my eyes, that's what changed, Stella said with a grin, prompting laughter from the other heirs. Nathan rolled his eyes in the darkness. Very funny.
It was the most polite dungeon I've ever run across. Gave me a warning and everything. Kachi grunted his surprise. That would only ignite my caution. They passed by some of the same hard-scrabble farms that Nathan had stolen his disguise from on the way into the city. The fields looked abandoned, though everything was ramshackle enough it was hard to tell. I wonder what Hallsmet is going to do for food. They need somebody to work these farms, though hopefully with more resources and better protection than they got under Giant's Rest. They need a paradigm that doesn't treat farmers as a high-turnover resource. They soon left the flat farmland behind, climbing a loosely forested hillside under the full light of the world overhead. Nathan was keeping his senses tuned, ensuring he'd pick up on the faintest sign of a magical sensor or a hostile group of mages or monsters. One party being detected might be passed off as standard guerrilla tactics, but 2 might cause an alarm that would disrupt the upcoming attack. It was a cold night, and the high winds made him shiver. Nathan frowned up at the completely cloudless sky, reaching up with his senses. He couldn't detect magic up in the heavens, but he swore he could feel the faintest traces of spellwork woven into the wind. The magic wasn't oppressively powerful, but it seemed to extend off into the distance. The traces of mana got stronger as they continued to trek across the mountainous terrain and ascend in elevation. The spell, if it was a spell,
seemed to be guiding and focusing the winds. It prevented different gusts of wind from interfering with one another, and Nathan focused on teasing out the different kinds of mana. He found traces of air and water, but also some kind of fire component that stumped Nathan until he realized it was about heat gradients. That's a weather spell of some kind.
It's not from the traditions of either Dremor or Giant's Rest. It's being very efficient in order to cover a vast area, but is still monstrously powerful. Gotta be Badooed making sure the weather is clear. I can't hope to break magic on that scale. Not for a long time. Magical Perception 9 achieved! Nathan's voice was loud in the darkness, breaking through the sound of deep breathing as the airs summited another pass lit only by the world overhead. There's weather magic going on. That's why the sky is so clear. I guess the Giant's Rest army really doesn't want to get rained on? Or give us fog or darkness to hide in, Sarah responded, looking up worriedly. Intimidating that our enemies can change the weather itself. Arl shrugged, unfazed by Nathan's pronouncement. We'll make our own weather. That's the plan. They again lapsed into silence, crossing another series of ridges before coming into a low valley. Various dungeons were scattered across the terrain, but the heirs had used Giant's Rest maps to plot a path that threaded between them. Sarah pointed up ahead and to the left, towards a blocky shape halfway up the hill on the other side. There's the Quasian Monastery. We follow this valley up to the Sklean Monument, then climb the mountain, and we should be above the Giant's Rest camp. At least the dungeons make good landmarks. A dense strip of trees clustered around the stream running along the base of the valley, which would let the heirs move under cover for most of the distance towards the army. They ran into a pack of woodstalkers, but Nathan spotted the monsters first and waved Arl forward to kill them quietly. The black-armored fighter got close and then broke into a sprint, hurling his new invisible axe ahead of him. It sunk into the Patriarch's skull, and the enormous six-legged reptilian monster dropped like a marionette with its strings cut. Then Arl was among them, bisecting the creatures easily with the disintegration greatsword. The slaughter was almost completely silent, and a dozen stalkers died in moments. 2 tried to flee, and Arl killed them both before they could exit the trees. He walked over to the corpse of the Patriarch, yanking his new weapon free before returning to the heirs. Not going to raise it as an undead right now. Not stealthy enough. They continued moving quickly, determined to get into position. There should be plenty of time, but nobody wanted to be late. Nathan spotted the monument that was their next landmark, but he also heard something crunching rhythmically in front of them. Hold here, I'll be back in a second. Need to scout a strange sound. He snuck forward through a dense cluster of trees to find an enormous hulk that had been obscured by the foliage. It was a huge boulder of a shape that was closer in size to a 3-story building than a monster. Its snout was buried in the side of a siege boar, and the noise had been the crunching of ribs in enormous teeth. A castle bear. The first one I've seen. Damn, that thing's enormous. He returned to the heirs, gesturing them back before whispering, Castle bear ahead of us. Do we kill it? Kachi shook his head decisively. A castle bear is not an easy opponent, and that fight would risk drawing the attention of Giant's Rest. I am surprised they allow this monster to roam so close. Doesn't matter, does it? We're going around, Arl said, shrugging faintly in the darkness. Killing it quiet would be risky. Nathan and I stay close, you swing around. We're sneakier and are better in close. Sarah, do you have any enchanted penetrators left? She frowned. 3. I need to get more from the bows. They're a gem next to the glass of the explosive rounds. Too many things with thick skulls or enchanted armor. It's worth it, Nathan said, picking up on Arl's plan. One shot to the head is going to attract less attention in a full-on fight,
Be ready if it notices us." With that, Kachi, Sarah, and Stella crept wide, going around the far side of the strip of trees. Nathan and Arl stuck to the woods, passing within 40 feet of the gigantic beast. Nathan was quieter than Arl with his stealth and perception skills, but Arl had superhuman grace and night vision from his armor, so they both passed by the giant bear without making a sound. He took the chance to study the monster. It was hunched low to the ground, shoulders heavy with ludicrous slabs of muscle. The shape overall looked a lot like a normal earth bear, if you ignored the scale of the thing. But there were a few key differences that he'd learned about from the adventurer training. The fur was formed of sharp but flexible tendrils that twisted together before sticking out like a hedgehog.
From a distance, it looked like a gentle fuzz,
but anybody getting close would risk cutting themselves against the creature's blade-resistant fur. The ears were sharp and pointed, almost like a wolf's. The tail was short and stubby, and concealed the source of the most disgusting of the castle bear's weapons. They were known to fart when moving quickly, and the smell was reputed to be horrifically stinky. Nothing dangerous on its own, just enough to make you hurl when you really needed to be trying not to get eaten by a bear large enough to swallow elephants. "I'm glad the wind is strong tonight. I think it blew away any scent left over from the hunt." Nathan had spoken too soon, and as they passed downwind, he picked up the faintest whiff of the truly terrible smell. He tried to ignore it with battlefield meditation, but his enhanced senses helpfully informed him of every subtlety of the terrible scent. "I'm pretty vulnerable to stink-based weaponry. Good to know." Nathan spent focus to center himself. He still clenched his jaw, barely suppressing a gag and picking up the pace. Arl hurried and caught up as they left the bear behind. His eyes were watering as he stopped farther along, waiting for the other heirs to join back up from their detour. Arl's helmet retracted, and he raised an eyebrow. "What? Did you smell it?" Nathan just nodded, inhaling deeply to try to cleanse his taste buds. "You didn't?" The black-armored warrior shook his head. "This armor really is a treasure of a dragon's hoard." Kachi rolled up, armor clanking loudly in the night. "We go." He gestured up the slope, past the Sklean monument that was their next landmark. "We go," Nathan agreed, and they started climbing the mountain, taking a wide path around the giant stone cobra, poised to strike. Just past the statue, he felt the first traces of detection magic. There was a wide cordon of subtle magic stretched across the ground that would send an alert if anything living passed through it. I bet that gets false positives all the time from monsters and wildlife. "Sensor spell. Give me a minute." Nathan examined the magic for a second, figuring out if he could break the flow without disrupting the spell so much that somebody on the other side would notice. "No. If I break the link, it snaps back to the caster. The only way across is to fly or tunnel, or reshape the spell." Nathan used his aura to tease up the spell, carefully drawing it out of the ground and making an arch that the heirs could safely walk through. "Single file, after me." Then they were through and began climbing the slope in earnest. A few more sensor magics looped across their path, many bearing some similarities to the first, but each with their own twist. Nathan guided his team carefully through the magical obstacles, avoiding triggering any alarms by careful manipulation of his anti-magic. A few of the giant spell circles weren't even geared towards detecting attackers, instead focused on simply deterring monsters from approaching. Nathan left those alone. Magical Intuition 9 achieved! I wonder how the other teams get around this stuff. Probably stealth skills and magic. It's not so simple as flight. Some of these detect anything overhead, too. The mountain grew rocky and bare as they climbed, and Nathan found himself appreciating the beauty of Devrar once more. The clear sky allowed the world above to cast a green and blue glow on the mountains around him, and the majesty of the rugged terrain calmed him as he focused on navigating magical tripwires that would bring an army down on their heads. The airs were silent, letting him focus on his task.
A few of the sensors were vision-based, and felt like cameras to his, with mages occasionally observing through the spells. His stealth skills helped out, but Nathan used to help him map out a safe path through the visual sensors when nobody was looking. Mid-tier noticeability 9 achieved! Eventually, they grew close to the peak. They'd gotten here a few hours early, and they needed to hunker down and wait until it was time. The Giants' Rest army was in the valley on the other side of the mountain. After discussing it, Nathan snuck upwards to take a peek over the summit and scope out the Giants' Rest camp. He got low and crawled to avoid silhouetting himself, looking down on the gap between the mountains. A few hundred feet of sheer rock stretched below him, leading to the gentle valley floor. Spilling across the bottom of the valley on both sides of the road was the Giants' Rest camp, lit by magic and defended by powerful magical shields.
Nathan's improvements to his eyes and his perception skills allowed him to pick out most of the details even from this distance. Regiments of golems and slave soldiers were arrayed on the outermost layer of the camp, alert and ready to meet an attack. The next layer was made up of serried rows of cots filled with more sleeping slaves. There were thousands of them, including several hundred elites. Nathan eyed them carefully, imagining replicating his success at Hallsmet. The mages would immediately kill them all. The entire center of the encampment was occupied by colorful tents belonging to the true power of Giants' Rest, the graduates of the Ascendant Academy. There were a half-dozen unequally sized sections belonging to different factions, the splits made clear by the organization of the tents and the separate shields protecting each section. Further divisions were clear as well, with different colors of tent and magical decorations further delineating sub-factions.
There were hundreds of tents, but one stood out as significantly larger and gaudier than all the rest.
It was made of several different colors of fabric, as if each faction had contributed to its construction. The effect was garish, but the large structure commanded the staging area in the center of the camp.
Bet that's where Badood is.
Nathan turned and crawled away from the slope, relaying his report in a quiet voice. It was unlikely that anybody would hear them from this high up, but it felt important to be cautious. The night was cold, but instead of lighting a fire, Stella pulled out blankets. Nathan took two, wrapping himself in a cocoon of fluff to stay warm. There was a bit of talking, but everybody was too tense to mention anything other than the upcoming battle. They sat in a circle, keeping eyes out in all directions while they waited, and occasionally discussing the upcoming attack on the Giants' Rest army.
It was an awkward hour.
But right about when it was time to start making their way up the rest of the mountain, Nathan's eyes caught a blur heading towards them. Oh no. A particularly strong gust of wind blew over them, accompanied by a blast of dust and grit. "By the endings, it's a surprise to meet you here," Brock said, his arms as wide as his toothy grin. Nathan stood up, offhandedly tossing the blankets back to Stella as his eyes flicked down the mountain to track Brock's path. "Did you set off the alarms?" The quester snorted. "The light of your presence shines in my eyes as well, Nathan Lark." He shook his head and tapped a torque wrapped around his right bicep. "This shields me from detection magic. It was a gift from the Ulzir Khanate, and will fool better magic than that of Giants' Rest." Nathan could feel his friends watching him with apprehension, wary of the confrontation. He took a deep breath, quashing his dislike of the quester. "Sorry, This battle needs to go well."
I appreciate you coming to fight with us.
The corner of Brox's mouth twisted in wry amusement, and he tilted his head to the side. What words? He turned his gaze skywards, tapping his lips thoughtfully, as if deciding what to say. Then he looked down, meeting Nathan's gaze. We do not see the same battle before us. In Giants' Rest, I find a grand adventure
and the chance to spite a foe. I desire Badud's humiliation, and to see his empire ruined by his arrogance." The questor's purple eyes were dark and serious. "Beyond that target, I desire to enjoy myself. I've been on Devrar for many thousands of years. I have shepherded civilization through 8 endings. Between those times of smoke and blood, I play many roles, from benevolent king to wandering master of the mountain." He pulled out one of his swords, breaking eye contact to examine the black length of enchanted metal. "I enjoy the role of the popular hero who grasps at the pleasure before him.
It gives me freedom from duty, a release from having to consider every action."
Brox paused, seeming to invite an interruption. The man seemed to be on a roll, and Nathan wasn't about to say anything to stop this moment of self-reflection, or risk pissing Brox off when he held a sword that bore an enchantment beyond anything Nathan had felt before.
"I know what you wish of me. A cautious, careful ally. A serious man who treats you with respect." Brox sighed, sheathing his weapon, and looking out over the blue-lit landscape with a mournful expression. "I know that role. I cannot do it forever. Your choice is between a fool who courts every challenge, who does not consider his allies' needs, or a hero who will one day break upon his own worries and fail to arrive when he is needed." Brox was silent again as the airs absorbed his words. Nathan watched the man, seeing his tired smile. "It's a reminder that I don't know much about him."
I'm not going to forgive him for everything, but right now he's here, with us. He's our ally, fighting against people that need to be fought. Brox's gaze continued to pan around the mountains, lowering by degrees until it found the heirs. He looked at them like a man asked to inspire others when he had no hope of his own to share. A hero who had grown tired of being the hero and couldn't find the words for a speech. "Wake the flame inside and feed it your doubt." Kachi's voice resonated across the mountaintop, and the holy blessings within, all but Nathan, woke once more. Brox's was a bare ember, barely flickering with life. "We stand before a worthy battle, called by prophecy and valor." The divine presence was back, mana spilling out from the fabric of Devrar to fill the air around them, just like last time. Kachi continued speaking, his words echoing back from the world around them. "All that remains is to stare the ghoul in the eye. The battle awaits, and we will answer the call with courage." The air began glowing golden as the mana seemed to activate, awaiting the wolfman's benediction. His eyes were portals to a realm of energy and emotion, a place where ideas conjured forth limitless power. "By my faith, be blessed to fight valiantly in battle most righteous." Nathan felt the divine magic inside each of his companions pulse with the words, quickly building to a crescendo. At his final word, the blessings blazed to life and drew in the ambient energy floating in the air, like a fire sucking in oxygen. Brox and each of the heirs inhaled deeply and shivered like they'd just been injected with adrenaline. Their bodies took on a faint glow. There was a short period of quiet, and then Kachi spoke in shocked surprise. "I just developed divine connection and gained 9 levels." The reverb had mostly faded from his voice, but not entirely. Brox laughed, blurring briefly to appear next to the wolfman, and clapped him on the shoulder. Every one of his motions trailed the golden light of the divine blessing. "Well earned, for you have accomplished a deed worthy of a dragon. I feel hope beating in my chest once more." The questor stepped back, standing before them again, but now his posture was resolute and unshakable instead of strutting and demonstrative.
He'd struck grand poses before, but this time it didn't seem performative. It was real. His hair blew in the wind, and his eyes glowed with resolve, his very posture that of a hero. Brox bowed his head respectfully to them. Truly, you will steal the fire of the gods. Ha! Kachi has already done so. I am glad to fight beside you against any foe. Against Giant's Rest, I will fight to the ending. He turned his head towards Nathan, giving a shallow nod. I hope I have not offended you beyond resolution, Anti-Mage.
Once you have cast down Giant's Rest, go to Kehona and seek out Saria Pameris. She will direct you to more slave empires that should be destroyed.
Nathan returned the gesture. I'm glad to have you with us. The questor's smile blazed in the night before he spun on his heel, facing towards the summit of the mountain and the army that lay beyond.
Then let us challenge this blasphemous foe.